again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Go for it.
All right. So I was having an argument last night after the Jerry Jeudy pick. Obviously, as Broncos fans here, we cared about that pick a ton. And a guy came on. He was Flea Flicker FFB, and told me he basically compared the situation to the Browns and Baker Mayfield last year, which
some similarities, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose in terms of like upgrades and a second-year rookie or a second-year quarterback with some hype behind him, not near the hype of Baker. Let's be realistic here.
Right.
And even like in terms of dynasty ADP, not even close to the hype. After that Jerry Jeudy pick, maybe the hype's a little bit better, but I'm still not – I don't think there's – the similarity is there in terms of the hype.
Yeah.
And I was discussing basically my point was, okay, yeah, that's fine. I get it as a second-year quarterback who now has some hype behind him, especially after the addition of a wide receiver. But when I look at the Broncos, I feel the Broncos are better situated than the Browns were on paper. And the reason I brought that up was because the offensive line is better than what the Cleveland Browns had last year. And the defense is better than I feel the Cleveland Browns was last year entering the season. And I mean, say what you will about PFF grades, but we kind of use those as at least a preliminary look at a team or a player or a team's a group of players. And in terms of offense, PFF had at the end of season rankings for the offensive line, they had the Broncos at 12 and the Cleveland Browns at 23. So, I mean, it's somewhat subjective, but I mean, that's kind of the basis. And this is after Juwan James did he play it down?
Yeah.
Did he get hurt in week 1?
Yeah, and he made it back towards the end of the season. Okay. But I mean, I think
he was injured most of the season and probably wasn't healthy for the best shape when he came back.
He played something like 60 snaps all season.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you get an upgrade there. I feel like maybe that they can get an upgrade on Garrett Bowles. I'm not sure though, because all of the top end tackles are gone on day 1. But that offensive line still pretty decent from where it was. And then on the defense, so that's one thing. But then he started to argue with me about the defense. And I was like, I think that's a big key for Drew Lock stepping forward is that there's not a ton of pressure on the kid because that defense and the running game will carry the Broncos. And Drew Lock basically just doesn't have to screw up royally and they'll be fine. And he said, well, I would rather have the Browns 2019 defense than the Broncos 2020 defense. And I thought that was a ridiculous statement. So, and this is why, because I feel, personally I feel I would take Von Miller over Myles Garrett. I would take Bradley Chubb over Olivier Vernon. We can go further in, but my first question to you, James, as a Browns fan, would you rather at this point in time in their careers, and think of it as just this season, would you rather have Von Miller or Myles Garrett? I understand Myles Garrett's 5 years younger or whatever. In terms of like building a team at this juncture, you would want Myles Garrett. But in terms of just this season, who would you rather have?
Yeah, and that's the question I was going to ask you. It's Von Miller for me. I don't think that's too close. Myles Garrett didn't play for a good portion of last season because of the suspension, and we don't know what the offseason is gonna hold. You know, he might be very rusty by the time he comes back, anyways. But either way, I think Von Miller at this point of his career is in his prime. Myles Garrett is still learning, so that's nothing against Garrett. I think he's going to be a fantastic player. I think he's already very good, but I think Von Miller right now I would take, and I don't think that that's too controversial of a take either.
Well, and I didn't think so either. And really, they've kind of started out on similar paths. I mean, Myles Garrett being a defensive end versus Von Miller being an outside linebacker is I mean, that there's a difference in the two for me. Von Miller is obviously going to have higher tackle numbers. I just think Von Miller overall is better in terms of rushing the passer. I mean, you can make an argument here or there, but they have similar stats to start their careers. Von Miller had 11.5, 18.5, and then only had 5 sacks. He only played 9 games in 2013 because of suspension. Oh, that's kind of ironic. He was suspended in his 3rd year too. And then Myles Garrett had 7, 13.5, and 10. So they've started out their careers in terms of sacks pretty evenly, but Von Miller has far more tackles than Myles Garrett does. And I just feel like he's and his tackles for loss are through the roof in he's got double-digit tackles for loss in every season but 2 in his career. And he's coming off of probably the worst season of his career. And he still had 8 sacks, 46 tackles, and 10 tackles for loss. And mind you, he only had Bradley Chubb for 4 of those games, so double and triple teams were always going to be there for him. But now you get Bradley Chubb back, probably almost full health because he tore his ACL in week 4, I believe. So I like the duo there. And then not only that, but you added Jarrell Casey for what, a 7th-round pick? Is that right, John?
That sounds right. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's wild in the first place. I mean, Jarrell Casey, eight sacks a season for ever, and not to mention like 50 tackles on the inside there. You re-sign Mike Purcell, who was the number 1 ranked run defender among interior defensive linemen, according to PFF. You have Shelby Harris, who's ranked 16th among interior defensive line by PFF. So you have 3 guys in the top 24 PFF grades on the interior defensive line. And then you added AJ Bouye, who at this point, at this juncture in their careers, might be better than Chris Harris, at least younger. And then Justin Simmons, who could be argued top 5 safety. I mean, that might be some homer pick right there, and then you have Kareem Jackson, who was a Pro Bowl safety for Houston until they moved him to cornerback. So basically what I was looking at was I would prefer the linebackers of Cleveland Browns in 2019. So that's Kirksey and who's the middle linebacker? I just forgot his name.
Is it Todd Davis?
No, for the Browns.
We had Kirksey, but no longer.
As I look this up, Joe Schobert. So you had Kirksey, Schobert, and Jannard Avery, who I would prefer their linebackers to Todd Davis and AJ Johnson. And then they probably have a better cornerback 2 in Greedy Williams than Isaac Yiadom at this point, but it might be Bryce Callahan too. That's the other part is the Broncos didn't have Bryce Callahan last year either, and they get him back. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's my thing is like you have a better rushing duo. You have a better, I think, defensive line personally. I mean, Sheldon Richardson and Ogunjobi aren't terrible, but I would rather have Casey, Purcell, and Harris. And then I would rather have the safeties of the Broncos over Morgan Burnett and Demarius Randall. So, I mean, I understand I'm a Broncos fan and there's some homer picks, but I guess it's a good discussion to have with a Browns fan too. I just think that defense and just the team in general, the Broncos team in general, is better suited to allow Drew Lock to thrive this season because he doesn't have near the pressure. And they also got a better play caller in Pat Shurmur. They don't have Freddie Kitchens there. So that's another reason to like Drew Lock this year.
Yeah, and the Browns still have to fix their secondary. Demarius Randall's not there anymore. They did get Joseph, but they lost both those safeties. And they only replaced one with Carl Joseph. So tonight I'm expecting that second round pick to be a safety, and I'm hoping that Grant Delpit is there. I didn't like him in the first. I do like him in the second. But if not, a guy like Ashton Davis from Cal is a guy who I like a lot too. But I'm expecting them to address that. But until then, I mean, they still have some holes in the back end as well. And I think that could be the strength of this defense is the pass rushing ability and the back end of that defense. So, yeah, there's a lot to be seen. I think that Browns defense still has to prove a lot. Whereas I think the Denver defense with a head coach that is a defensive-minded head coach is really doing things the right way. I mean,
right.
He can get things out of guys that might not be top 5 players. He can make them look like top 5 players at their position. And he's spending draft capital and free agent money on the offense. And I love that. To me, that's how you build a winning team. So, yeah, I like everything that Denver's doing right now. So, guys, getting to the draft, though, I have a few questions. What are we looking for? What are we looking forward to the most today? I know running backs have some landing spots. Jalen Hurts, I know Stompy, you're big on him. What are you guys looking forward to the most here today in these next 2 rounds?
I tell you what, if Jalen Hurts goes today, I might take a victory lap. We're pinning on landing spot. Everybody keeps saying he just doesn't have the arm, like the throwing motion, whatever. He's not as accurate to be a quarterback in the NFL, but we say that year after year. We've seen that with Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I mean, I keep bringing Tim Tebow. I mean, Tim Tebow is kind of the extreme example, like how you can be successful without being able to throw the ball. I don't think anybody's as bad as Tim Tebow was in the NFL in terms of throwing the ball. But yeah, if Jalen Hurts lands with somebody like the Indianapolis Colts with Frank Reich, who reinvented, I don't know if reinvented is the right word, but who harnessed the power, the abilities of both Carson Wentz and Nick Foles. And if he had did what he could last year with what he had with Jacoby Brissett. I just think that if Jalen Hurts lands on a spot like that, where you have a creative coach who's going to build around Jalen Hurts' talents, he's got a legitimate shot to be a superstar quarterback in the NFL within like 2 seasons. I mean, by 2022. And then I think the other interesting things for me are those like second level wide receivers. I mean, we saw basically the top 5 wide receivers go. I guess consensus top 5 wide receivers, but it'll be interesting to see where like guys like Bryan Edwards and Michael Pittman and I mean even like Donovan Peoples-Jones go, because this is where this draft gets exciting. A lot of chalk stuff happened yesterday, some non-chalk, but a lot of chalk stuff happened yesterday. But this is where like fantasy football for me gets interesting, because people will just start telling their own narratives and building their own narratives around players. Oh, well, but he landed here, so he could just if this guy gets injured, he's already in a spot to start. And it's just like, I mean, is he? And then like last year for us, I mean, John and I know we loved Hakeem Butler coming out. He wasn't drafted until the 6th round, and he was drafted behind 2 other wide receivers. And Kelvin Harmon was a fringe top tier wide receiver, and he went in the 6th round as well, to behind Terry McLaurin, who nobody really had on their radar. Hardman last year, literally, some people might have had him on their radar, but literally nobody was predicting what happened. And he went in the 2nd to Kansas City, and all of a sudden narratives change. And look at what Hardman did last year. Hardman was a good rookie wide receiver. So that's where things get interesting for me, is where do some of these teams, where do they grade these players that we think are good out? And maybe some guys that we never were really thinking about make a leap here and gain value in rookie drafts.
Yeah, definitely an interesting thing to look for is that second tier receivers. This class is so deep at wide receiver, it's just crazy. So yeah, this is when the fun starts happening. John, what about you? What are you looking forward to most today?
definitely those running backs. We kind of broke the seal with Clyde Edwards-Helaire with the last pick last night. So I think now some of these guys are going to start to fall into place. This is a much better spot to start taking those running backs. You don't necessarily want to take them in the first round because you don't necessarily need that 5th-year option with these guys. This 4-year rookie contract starting for the second round and beyond is about perfect for a running back. So I think we're going to see a few of them go. And man, it could start happening right away. Arguably Detroit could use one.
Miami's got some earlier picks, right?
Yeah. Indianapolis has 2 of the top 12, and they could go any direction, really. They still, Jalen Hurts would make a lot of sense for them. They've got the short-term quarterback with Phillip Rivers, but what's the long-term plan? I don't think it's Jacoby Brissett. So, I think you go rookie at some point. I don't know if they would do it this soon, especially when there are some other needs. I think that they could go running back. I don't know that they need to necessarily. Wide receiver would be a great landing spot. With these 2 picks here in the early second round, I got to think that both of them, at least one of them, is going to be fantasy relevant, and potentially both of them. Gets pretty interesting there. The LA Chargers, it was a little surprising that they didn't come away with a running back just yet. They'll come up here at 37.
No, I think they traded that pick. Yeah, they did.
Is that they did? That's right.
They traded there. A lot of people. I mean, the value for Eckler jumped last night because they traded out of the second and third round.
Yeah,
and did not pick a running back in the first. So basically, that means they are comfortable, in my mind, with Eckler and Justin Jackson heading into the season.
Yeah, that's right. So
the Rams and the Steelers both have 2 picks in the second round too. Those could both be teams looking at running back too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would say that there is I don't know if there's a vote of no confidence with the Rams, but Malcolm Brown isn't going to be the guy. It seems like Henderson, he didn't play last year. So I don't know where else unless you think that all of a sudden he's just going to start getting a ton of carries, they very easily could draft a bell cow, or not a bell cow, but at least a first and second down thumper.
Yep.
Who else? I mean, Jacksonville comes up at 42 with the rumors around Leonard Fournette. They could take a running back.
They should. They
probably need to.
Yeah. I mean, if Jonathan Taylor makes it there, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you trade Fournette and start over fresh with a fresh 4 years with Taylor?
Well, and I mean, there's kind of so Miami goes at 39, Jacksonville at 42, and then you have Tampa Bay at 45. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a running back go in that area. Even after that, Atlanta, doesn't it make sense for Atlanta to draft a running back because they've only got Gurley on a 1-year deal? Mm-hmm. And I just can't imagine that they're going to give him 70+% of the touches.
Yeah.
And Brian Hill and Ito Smith don't really inspire anybody. So, I mean, bring DeAndre Swift back to Georgia.
That's what that's been the dream scenario for me all along. It's not just the Georgia connection. To me, he comps very well to Devonta Freeman without the injury history and without the price tag. To me, it's a pretty seamless transition. So, you've still got Gurley ahead of him, but it's, again, to me, that's a 1-year proposition, and then you're moving on. And I mean, you really just don't miss a beat with DeAndre Swift. I think that'd be a great landing spot.
Yeah.
I hope that
it makes a lot of sense, and it wouldn't shock me if Atlanta tried to move up because we know Atlanta. I mean, Thomas Dimitrov is known for moving up in drafts. It wouldn't shock me if they move up to take him. It's an easy sell too. I mean, you're selling tickets on top of it because you have a Georgia running back going to Atlanta. I mean, that it just makes so much sense in several different ways.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I am hoping that Jonathan Taylor winds up with the Rams. I think that's a very nice landing spot for him. I just feel like what that offense needs is a Todd Gurley type of guy, and Jonathan Taylor can be that type of thumper. He could be that type of goal line back, and I think he could fill that role that Gurley leaves behind really well. So, yeah, there's some interesting landing spots. I think J.K. Dobbins is a guy to keep an eye on. I think he could fit really well in Miami. I just don't know if that's going to end up happening, but I kind of like that landing spot for him. And then Cam Akers, I think I'd like to see him in Pittsburgh. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where these running backs land. Like you said, Stompy, Detroit. It starts with Detroit. That's when we start going on the watch for that. But one of the things I really am looking for today is I want to see if some of the veteran players that we have heard are on the block get moved. And, if you miss out on day one, on an offensive tackle and Trent Williams is available, maybe, if you don't get the guy in the second round, you start talking.
Denver Broncos, are you listening? John Elway, I know you're watching us. John, I see you. Pick up, buy Trent Williams, bro.
That would be such a good fit, wouldn't it? I mean, you get a veteran player in there to play that left tackle. That would be nice. But
Garrett Bowles out of there with his holding.
Yeah. There you go. That might be the answer. But I mean, there's that. There's OJ Howard. Does OJ Howard start really getting rumored to a place that could use a weapon like that? There's a lot of these veteran players. I don't know if Malik Hooker was seriously on the block, but if he is, what if a team like Cleveland or somebody else who doesn't get the safety that they covet in this draft, if they decide, maybe we make that phone call, and we start seeing some veteran guys go. So I think this is the range. This is the day where we start seeing those conversations take place and some of those trades happening. So I'm interested to kind of see if that happens. And of course, Brian Haar already is chiming in the chat. James likes JT everywhere except Pittsburgh. Yes. As long as Jonathan Taylor does not wind up in Pittsburgh, guys, I am happy. Especially because it sounds like Brian's not going to join us till a little later, which is good news for me, because if the Steelers do pick Jonathan Taylor, he will not witness me crying into my beer. I'll be able to compose myself in the next few picks and be okay by the time he gets on here. So that's a good thing. But now I got to worry about Ethan though, because he's a Steelers fan too, and I can't.
What do you think? So now that we're on Pittsburgh and Brian's in the chat, they could very easily go with a QB as well, right? Because I mean, there's no guarantee with Ben being healthy. I mean, yes, he started throwing, but still, there's no guarantee that he's going to be healthy for 1 or 2 years. They didn't sign anybody. Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges didn't inspire anybody at all. I mean, probably the worst QB situation in the NFL last season. So, I mean, it would be interesting. Like, I don't want this, but I mean, if Jalen Hurts goes there or Jake Fromm, that could get interesting. Who else is here? Who's a kid from Washington State?
Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, Anthony Gordon's another one who it'll be interesting because you see some people that are high on Anthony Gordon, and it could be interesting where he goes to a team that has a veteran. So like New Orleans or Pittsburgh that has a veteran that isn't long for the NFL and could be a starter in 1 to 2 years. And you got to think that value gets a bump.
Yes. No, I totally agree with all that. There's some quarterbacks to keep an eye on, especially after the Packers moved up for Jordan Love.
You just could not wait to bring that up.
Well, I think.
No, you did it on purpose. It's
I think.
fine.
I did want to bring it up, but it was a smoothest transition. Okay, let's put it that way. But no, I think now that Love has been taken and someone traded up for him, now all of a sudden you're going to start seeing these quarterbacks that, we kind of wondered where they're going to go. Guys like Fromm, guys like Eason, what range are these guys going to go in? Anthony Gordon's another one. Nate Stanley, Jalen Hurts. These are all guys that we just don't know what range they're going to go in. I think that the top 4 guys we kind of knew were going to go pretty early, if not first round, early second with Love. But yeah, I think now is really where it gets interesting. We're going to see how NFL GMs really rate these quarterbacks and where they fell on their board. So that's going to be an interesting thing to monitor too, for sure, is where do these quarterbacks land? It's going to tell us a lot about what front offices are thinking about their teams, I think, too. So yeah, that's going to be another interesting part. We're 9 minutes away from kickoff of day 2, where Cincinnati goes back on the clock. The Bengals with their first pick in the second round. Anybody have any predictions on what they might do?
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go line.
Yeah, it's going to be something boring.
They also need a cornerback too, I'm pretty sure. So when I say boring, I mean like for fantasy purposes, we're not going to give a shit about this. No, so they have 3 wide receivers right now. I mean, maybe it would be interesting to see like
Alberto at some point. Yeah, it's still. I'm not even trying to say that one.
But
even if there's a fire,
he's ultra athletic and not a good tight end class in terms of fantasy. But I mean, Albert O's seems to be, or Kmet are kind of the top 2 that people have been talking about. But Albert O, I mean, if he gets picked, he stands to start right away. But in Cincinnati.
Yep.
And he's kind of an athletic freak, kind of like Njoku or Mike Gesicki, where he could. I mean, Gesicki didn't have an impact, but he could be. I mean, Alberto could be a starter in Cincinnati right away.
Chase Claypool is a guy too who, if they decide, if a team decides that he could be a tight end and they draft him for that, I mean, the athletic profile that he has after that combine is going to be elite. So that's another guy that I kind of look forward to, is where does he land and what does their roster look like? If they're deep at receiver, we can almost assume that they're going to try to convert him to tight end. But
look at what Darren Waller did last year, by the way. He was a receiver entering the NFL and turned into one of those joker tight ends and was tight end 4? Tight end 3 last year.
Yeah, it was top 5 and kind of came out of nowhere, right? To be top 5. So
I mean, yeah, he was one of my favorites just because he was so athletic, and that's one of those things you have to like. Joker tight ends this day and age, like when you can make a mismatch for a linebacker or a safety in terms of covering a tight end, it's a huge mismatch. Like Noah Fant presents a gigantic mismatch. Mike Gesicki presents Travis Kelce, Evan Ingram. So, I mean, yeah, is it Claypool? Sorry, geez, did I just not remember? I blacked out. But if he lands, like you said, with a team who needs a tight end rather than a wide receiver, that could be interesting. I tell you, one of the guys that I'm looking forward to seeing, I don't know if he goes today, just because he's undefined really in terms of position, but Lindenbaum Jr. is a guy who I'm very interested to see where he goes, because landing spot, I think it really depends on landing spot, what they think he can do. Like he's kind of like I liken him to Randall Cobb a little bit, where he can play out of the backfield. He can be a wide receiver. He could throw the ball. I mean, it's going to be interesting where he lands to see what a team thinks he is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think you said everything with him. He's kind of a jack of all trades. He can do a little bit of everything. He's a fantastic player, but he he's so dynamic. I mean, when you get him the ball in space, there's so much that he can do with it. It's going to be interesting, and I think there's a good chance that he goes in the third round. And I'm hoping for a good landing spot for him too. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's definitely a player to monitor because I think he's very landing spot dependent just because of his skill set and how he's going to be used in the next level.
Well, and I think you want a landing spot where, again, you have a creative mind at either offensive coordinator or as a head coach, because when
like San Francisco,
no, they have
Mr. Hartley for
they have Debo. I hate you, B. Hartley. They have Debo, so they don't need him. But like before the draft, I was thinking like someplace like Dallas, where Mike McCarthy has had Randall Cobb before, and he could use him in kind of the same light. But obviously, I don't think that happens because they went with CeeDee Lamb.
I think the Rams would be awesome. Sean McVay, that would be a dream landing spot, I think, for Bowden.
Another wild one would be like the Patriots, because Edelman's getting up there in age. He could kind of slot into that slot role, maybe be a little bit more gadgety than Edelman, but that seems to make sense. And Edelman's the emergency quarterback, so there you go. You replace that. But yeah, I think that's what you're looking for is creativity. I mean, we see what like Tyreek Hill is with, or was, especially in year one with Kansas City. They still use him in that light. The Patriots have been known to use a guy like Cordero Patterson out in the backfield and as a wide receiver. So a place like that wouldn't be bad as well. So yeah, that'll be extremely interesting.
What about you, John? I have not heard much from you. I want to know, what else are you looking forward to here?
Yeah.
How about a better question? I'm gonna set you up for a better question. What do you think the Broncos do? Your Broncos in the second round here.
Theirs is going to be boring too from here on out, I think. And again, when I say I just mean for fantasy purposes. We're talking offensive line, probably some front seven on the defensive side. I don't think it's going to be anything too exciting for us for fantasy purposes. I think the big splash was Judy, and I think now it's time to kind of pay the bills a little bit with the big uglies up front on both sides of the ball. So I'm not super excited about the Broncos from here on out. My attention is definitely on fantasy football and Superflex in particular. So I'm more curious about, some of the landing spots for quarterbacks like New Orleans, like, possibly Indianapolis, New England. I'm really curious what New England's going to end up doing here, just because we still have, two elephants in the middle of the room. We've got Cam Newton is still out there. You don't necessarily have to draft a quarterback because Cam Newton can still be a somewhat long-term starter. He's not going to give you, 10 years or anything, but 5 is possible. And then there's still Jameis Winston out there. I don't think that he's a starter by any means, but he can. If you're going to take a chance on a rookie quarterback, is kind of a long-term proposition. Like at this point, I don't know that you're that much better off with some of these guys like, Fromm and Eason. I don't know that you're better off with those guys than you would be with Jameis Winston. You're going to get him super cheap. I know he thinks that he's worth $30 million. I hope that he's come around on that by now. The fact that the phone's not ringing, maybe the price tag's coming down. But I don't know. I still think that it's worth it to kick the tires. At least, just kick the tires on that idea. The other thing is there's some players, some veterans out there that, there's been some trade rumors. Leonard Fournette is one that we kind of talked about early on. And, this is kind of the range where you start to see those guys get traded. Like it's kind of hard to trade, a first round pick for a lot of these veteran players. Not very many of that are going to command that type of return. But when you get into the second and third round, all of a sudden, like the values start to add up for NFL purposes. So we could start to see some of these veteran players on the move. And Fournette obviously is kind of one of the big names. You guys mentioned Trent Williams, Yannick Ngakoue,
free OJ Howard.
OJ Howard, yes, it's time for that OJ Howard trade. Yeah, thank you. That was the big one. That's the big one that I'm looking for. And I think that could be one of the bigger stories tonight. Not even so much the rookies and what rosters they land on, but it could be some of the veterans on the move.
What about this? Would be like pure chaos is if Hurts went to New England. That would be very much a Josh McDaniels pick, because I have to believe within the next couple of years Bill Belichick's out. So it would be a Josh McDaniels pick, really. And I mean, we know Josh McDaniels to be we can say creative, but one of the better play callers in the NFL. Now we got to see what happens here between now that Tom Brady's gone, but we saw him thrive. I mean, them thrive with Matt Castle, and that was just a weird year where they didn't make a playoffs with 11 wins, I believe. So just imagine like Jalen Hurts and it's sitting a year under Bill Belichick and then transitions to Josh McDaniels at some point. That would be just a wild landing spot. Yeah, it would make some sense too. I'm curious how the New England Patriots are approaching this year. Like, do they view this? Do they view this as a rebuild, or do they think that it's going to be, a quick reload? Like, are they going to acknowledge that they had one of the all-time great quarterbacks in it, and it's going to take a little time to bounce back from that loss, or do they feel like, yeah, it wasn't the quarterback, it's the system. We can bring in somebody here who can keep us competitive right now. I think that the way they approach this, and it's these two rounds, this is where we're going to find out how they feel about that. Like, if you bring in Jalen Hurts, and if you do it, in the second or third round, I think that that's with the goal of staying competitive in a pretty winnable division, in all honesty. If we don't see them go quarterback tonight, I think that the most likely scenario, unless Cam Newton is still in their plans, I think the most likely scenario is we're going to see a rebuild. Yeah, this would have been a perfect time for him to Bill Belichick to step away, but yeah, maybe he wants to. I see it through. I don't really know. Yeah,
I think his ego is not going to let him step away and say, and let Brady write the narrative of, oh, see, it was Brady the whole time. He went to Tampa Bay and did really well. I think this is a rebuild, but I think it starts next year. I mean, the New England just let a bunch of free agents just kind of walk in free agency. We saw that. And then, they didn't really replace a lot of the defensive guys that they lost. And they're just loading up on draft capital. It just seems like I could see this team just loading up and getting ready to make an offer of like 3 firsts to move up to get Trevor Lawrence next year, or 2 firsts, and whatever it takes for them to be able to do that and to kind of hit reset. I think one of the things that was eye-opening to me was that they made a trade with Tampa Bay with Gronk, but it didn't include OJ Howard. And to me, that was interesting, because you would think that you could get an elite young tight end back, or at least a young tight end back that we projected as elite out of Alabama. And it didn't seem like they had any interest. They wanted to pick, so that was kind of telling to me. So I think I'm guessing that New England understands this is a full reset, and and they start rebuilding that roster this year.
So we've got the crawler across the bottom with all the fantasy relevant players from round one. So supposedly the day 2 is underway. Round 2 is underway. Cincinnati's on the clock. Who knows how long it's going to take to get our first pick here, though. So in the meantime, just to jump back to round 1 a little bit, I'm curious if you guys have any Your Nuts bold predictions from round 1.
I will say that I think Jalen Reagor ends up as the rookie wide receiver 1 this year. I think he's going to, I think he's going to put up the best numbers out of any of the rookie receivers. I think his landing spot is elite. I think he gets used a lot on a pass-first offense. So I think Jalen Reagor is in the best spot to succeed right away.
Man.
I don't know. Like a lot of these spots where it's like, meh, I mean, fine, whatever. I think, well, actually, I'll say this. I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire ends up with 60+% of the touches in Kansas City.
Oh, you're just picking a fight now. Now you're just picking a fight.
I know. Well, no, I know. I know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think you're nuts.
Show me your nuts, John.
I will, literally. Right on live YouTube or Periscope.
Yeah, I mean, nothing we could do about it, I guess. We've got maybe a little bit of a delay, but I don't know how to keep that from our listeners.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of these are pretty good landing spots. I mean, Reagor is going to be a guy who's going to get snaps right away. Justin Jefferson's going to get snaps right away. Burrow's going to start week 1. We'll see about Tua. We'll see about Herbert. Ruggs. The Raiders can't get out of their own way. It's wild.
Yeah.
And like, that was like one of the most unpredictable picks, I suppose, was the Raiders are going to go with the guy that has speed. And it just doesn't make sense.
Do you know what the funny thing is too, is we all thought that like those days were behind the Raiders because Mike Mayock's picking now. Mike Mayock, he's done this over on NFL Network. He, used to mock and, it's not going to be just speed. And then the first wide receiver off the board is Henry Ruggs to the Raiders. And it's like they reset the clock to back when Al Davis was around and, they just fell in love with speed. It's so funny.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think anybody here is saying Jalen Reagor is bad by any stretch, but they have that guy who can stretch the field in Tyrell Williams. They needed the guy who can be the possession receiver, who can be the jump ball guy, who could be the guy on the sidelines. And that was CeeDee Lamb. I mean, they needed that. CeeDee Lamb would have been a perfect landing spot. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why not have Tyrell Williams, CeeDee Lamb, and Darren Waller, and then you have Renfro in the slot? Like, why does that not make more sense than, okay, we'll have 2 guys on the outside, especially with Ruggs being known more for his speed and his ability to stretch the field. He's a good route runner. He's has good hands, but I think his initial role will be as the guy who stretches the field, and you already have that, but you also have 2 guys who don't throw the ball down the field, a coach who doesn't call vertical passing plays all that often. So it just doesn't make sense for them to go Ruggs. Because, I mean, let's be realistic. I think CeeDee Lamb, I know CeeDee Lamb is the most that has the highest ceiling in terms of all of these wide receivers. And I just don't know how Ruggs fits there.
So that brings me to my Your Nuts prediction here. I actually think Ruggs is probably going to be the wide receiver 1 among rookies in 2020. I mean, he's kind of there's still that Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel type of of element to his game where, you know, it translates immediately, where a lot of these guys, I mean, it's gonna be a slow transition, especially without training camp, without much preseason. Like it's gonna be a slow progression for a lot of these rookie skill position players, you know, beyond the running backs. I think Ruggs is kind of in the best position though. Like he's got the best skill set to just get on the field, just get the ball in his hands. You kind of design plays specifically for him and just use that speed on the outside. So, you know, it doesn't have to just be go routes. You can run a lot of bubble screens, you know, the type of stuff that you do now with Tyreek Hill and, you know, Percy Harvin when he first came into the league. I think that I still don't like the landing spot. I don't like their process on it. And long term, I don't think that it's gonna be great for fantasy purposes. But for 2020, that's the type of thing that I think translates immediately while everybody else is trying to learn playbooks and route trees.
I actually disagree with that. Because I feel that route running is the hardest skill to learn.
Sure.
Or takes the most time. And that's why I think guys who, especially those in the slot, are better equipped to be an immediate impact in the NFL. And that's guys like Justin Jefferson, who I think they'll move Thielen more to the outside and let Justin Jefferson take more of those snaps from the slot because that's where he excelled last year. Jerry Jeudy, who probably is the best route runner in this class and will play a significant amount of snaps from the slot this year as well. He'll likely be in the flanker role like Emmanuel Sanders, but he will play a significant amount of snaps from the slot. So that's why I think guys like Justin Jefferson and Jerry Jeudy are actually more readily or more NFL ready just in terms of their route running.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I just think you can design some plays for Ruggs where the rest of these guys, you know, you've got to learn all the terminology. You've got to learn all the, you know, the playbook, the assignments and everything. But I mean, that's why it's a bold prediction. It's a little bit of a stretch. We'll see. So Kyle Senra asked if it's nuts to say Waller is a top 5 tight end because of this. What do we think about Kyle's nuts?
I think Waller can be a top 5 tight end regardless of this.
Really?
Yeah, I think. Look, I think with Carr coming back and probably starting, I mean, his competition sucks. So I think Carr is starting again, and I think he has a comfort level with Waller, and I think he's going to use him a lot still. I think the guy who this hurts is probably Tyrell Williams. I just don't see him, being a top option in that in the pass catching in the receiver role that he's going to be in. So yeah, I think Waller still has top 5 upside, top 5 potential. So I don't think this helps or hurts it. I think he was top 5 last year, and he very well could be again this year.
I mean, we already talked about this, the Joker tight end or the slot tight end, where, I mean, those mismatches are extremely valuable in the NFL, and that's what Darren Waller presents. So I think he is one of the top tight ends as of last year, and I think the addition of Ruggs means that there's going to be more of those underneath routes again. And we already know that he can not only beat people with his size speed, like down the seam and stuff, but tight ends usually play short to intermediate. And so I have to believe this opens up things for Waller and I just forgot his name. I do that a lot.
Jacobs?
No. Wide receiver, Hunter Renfrow, opens up things for Hunter Renfrow and Waller more than anything. So yeah, I can get behind that top 5. I think 100 targets is in his future again this year, and that almost guarantees you top 5 at this point.
Yeah, real quick, our first pick is in. Cincinnati's pick is in. It hasn't been announced yet, but it is in. Before we get to that pick, I just want to remind everyone that's in the chat, if you want to join us, on air, let us know. We'll be happy to send you the link. You can come on for a few minutes, talk about whatever you want to talk about as far as the draft goes. Talk about whatever you want to talk about as far as NFL goes, that sort of thing. Just shoot us a DM to Superflex Super Show on Twitter, and we'll make sure to send you the link, and you can log in here, and we'd love to have you on for a few minutes to talk about wow. Yeah. So
anything.
T. Higgins to Cincinnati. I couldn't even get that. T. Higgins to the
They
I
took
like
T.
that.
Higgins?
I like that a lot.
wow.
He's AJ Green insurance now and AJ Green replacement later. So
That is a good point. I definitely think that the writing's on the wall. They tagged AJ Green. This is the last year he's going to be there. T. Higgins going to Cincinnati. Going to be interesting to see how that fit works. But yeah, I like it, and I wonder what Russ thinks. We're going to have to get Dynasty Outhouse Russ when he's on later. We're going to have to get his reaction, because I know he's a big Higgins fan. We'll see if he's going to wear that Bengals jersey around proudly with T. Higgins' name on the back. I don't like the fact that the Cleveland Browns are going to have to play this guy twice. I like T. Higgins, and I think he can. I think he projects as a very nice NFL wide receiver. So yeah, I think the Cincinnati Bengals are getting better on the offensive side for sure. Joe Burrow, their first round pick, T. Higgins now, pairing those guys up for a while. That's man, that looks like that offense. And Joe Mixon, I think this just helps Joe Mixon too. It's going to open up things in the running game too when you have an elite receiver like that. So
now Colts pick is in real quick too.
Yeah, it did not take them long either.
Just in terms of future, you have Joe Burrow and T. Higgins there. And in 2-3 years, that could be a lethal combo in the AFC North.
Does this do anything to Tyler Boyd's fantasy? No.
Here's the thing. I don't know with like a new QB what this looks like for Tyler Boyd, but I have to imagine that they use Tyler Boyd like Cooper Kupp, and you did it last year. He had 120 targets. He had 130 some odd targets, and I have to imagine he's going to continue to garner those type of targets. We see what Cooper Kupp has done his first 3 seasons. I'm not worried really about Tyler Boyd.
Okay. Yeah. So this basically, in your mind, this just is, like you said, AJ Green insurance and an AJ Green replacement starting next year.
Well, right. And he's what, 32 now, and I can't imagine they're going to re-sign him for the money he wants. And why not bring in a guy who doesn't necessarily have to produce year 1, but can learn things and then produce and then step up in year 2.
So, John, what do you think this does for T. Higgins' value in fantasy? Where do you see him kind of falling in the with the picks that we have so far that have been made?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think long term this should be one of the better landing spots overall, but in the short term, I mean, you got to think that this entire passing offense is going to come along a little bit slowly. We already talked about the what this pandemic is going to do to kind of off-season training camp, preseason type of stuff, and the way that's going to stunt the growth of a lot of these skill position players. But
I'm sorry, John, real quick.
Yeah.
I wanted to interrupt you because Michael Pittman Jr. just went to the Colts. So,
dude, today is gonna be crazy.
It already is. So, and John, I want to let you get back to that, but really interesting because I want to hear from Stompy after this what this does to Paris Campbell, a guy who we were both kind of buying. if this hurts him any. But go ahead, John. I'm definitely interested in hearing you finish up with T. Higgins.
No, I think that's kind of the bottom line is it probably don't expect a lot in 2020, but beyond you've got kind of the same thing that you had with maybe even a little bit of an upgrade, but kind of what you had with Dalton and Green for such a long time. Now you're going to have the same thing with Burrow and Higgins, where the two just kind of grow together. So yeah, move on to Pittman.
Stompy, what do you think? Pittman going to Indy. I know you and I both were on the Paris Campbell train. Does this hurt him any? Do they maybe move him to the slot? What does this do?
I think Paris Hilton was a slot receiver. Paris Hilton. I said Paris Hilton. Oh my God, I said Paris Hilton. Paris Campbell was going to be a slot receiver anyway. Again, I think this might be a T.Y. Hilton replacement. That's why I mixed it up. We have a nickname for their starting wide receivers.
I can't believe you were talking about Paris Hilton's slot. Go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, I think this says more about where they are on T.Y. Hilton. He's another AJ Green type where he's older. He was injured last year. And they needed another wide receiver. Let's be realistic here. It's Paris Campbell, T.Y. Hilton, and who? Exactly. So, I mean, it makes sense not only this year because they needed another wide receiver, but in the future when T.Y. Hilton, he is currently 30 years old. So he'll turn 31 in 31 this season. So, I mean, he's getting up there in age for wide receivers as well. So this seems like a good now and future pick for them.
It is interesting, though, that the Colts, who we all kind of speculated might be looking at quarterback, have yet to address that position. Is Andrew Luck coming back? Is that where we're getting? Come back. Is Luck coming back?
You were the one you were the one that called his retirement a year early. So, and every step of the way you were on top of that one. So, I mean, if you're calling the comeback too, I think that we have to listen.
Well, it might be a delayed a year because of the pandemic. I don't know that his shoulder was able to get enough stem cells in it to to properly heal. So I guess we'll have to see.
How dare you?
Mind you, the Colts also pick at 44, and Jalen Hurts is still there.
Yep.
Very, very good. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. The Lions pick is in already, and we had mentioned that this could be a team looking at running back. What other positions might they be looking at? Is it some of the boring positions?
Defense. Yeah, this is going to be – it's either running back or defense. They could use another wide receiver, but they're good on the offensive line, though they did just lose Graham. I'm losing my mind. Just went to Denver. Who did the Denver side?
Oh, Glasgow.
So – whoa. No, get out. Okay. I'm reacting to the chat. If that's true, I'm going to be very irritated.
What happened?
It's Dynasty Self-Help, or isn't that Kyle is saying it's DeAndre Swift. But I don't know if that's his guess or he's just watching it.
It is DeAndre Swift. Is the pick for the Detroit Lions. DeAndre Swift is a Lion. I'm fine with this personally. Why don't you like it, Stompy?
Because I view him as and John's going to take a victory lap on me here in a second, but I view him as he can be a bell cow, should be a bell cow.
He could be. It's just he doesn't have the frame for NFL.
No, he does. He's got a decent BMI. He's just short.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that for right or wrong, NFL, offensive minds don't believe in putting that type of workload on a guy built like that.
But yeah, Carry on is still there. He's still on his rookie contract. So,
Yeah,
but even last year though, I guess what I'm saying is they didn't even let him be the bell cow, even though he was head and shoulders the best running back on that team. And now that you have Kerryon Johnson, who can be a 3-down back, and DeAndre Swift, who can be a 3-down back, I think there's going to be a lot of committee.
I don't see. Here's the thing with Kerryon Johnson. He's had injury history back
Right.
to his college days. So you don't want to give a guy like that the full workload. DeAndre Swift doesn't have those concerns. I think DeAndre Swift is a better talent than Kerryon, and I think he'll prove it. I think he'll get the majority of carries there in Detroit. And I think he's also going to be a nice safety valve out of the backfield. The receivers there are good enough to open up some passing lanes for him. So I think I don't mind it at all. As a matter of fact, I kind of like the landing spot for Swift. I think it's a nice landing spot. I'm not overly concerned about Kerryon personally.
Yeah,
I think this is a nice landing spot. I don't mind it at all.
I'll say this. I think in terms of in ideal standards, like Miami or Tampa Bay, or in my mind, that's where I wanted DeAndre Swift to go.
They got Ronald Jones, man. They got Ronald Jones.
I can't.
Absolutely
not. Get out of here. But yeah, I mean, those dream spots where you like he was my favorite running back of this class, my top running back of the class, and I wanted to see him land in a spot where he could showcase those skills and be elite. And I, again, not saying he can't in Detroit. It's just not the ideal landing spot for me. So maybe that's my reaction. I mean, I do believe that top talent generally wins out, and it just might not be right away with DeAndre Swift.
So the Giants pick is in already. We know they took an offensive tackle at 4. What are they looking at? Are they looking at more big uglies up front? Maybe a offensive defensive line type thing, or
probably I feel like they could use some wide receivers, but I don't know if this early run is enough to compel them to jump on it just yet. They might feel okay with what they have still. I think the question mark there is Sterling Shepard, only because of the concussion history. You're relying on him pretty heavily, and with that history, Darius Slayton was a nice surprise last year. He looked really good, and I think he's a good fit in this offense and what they do. But yeah, I do think that eventually a wide receiver could go to the Giants. That might be the only fantasy relevant position that they draft in this entire draft for the most part. Yeah.
I mean, I think they need help on the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably where they need to go. They also need more offensive line help to protect not only Daniel Jones, but Saquon. So I think this is going to be a boring pick. I think this is going to be fantasy relevant in terms of if they go offensive line, that helps. But
good question. Brian Holler coming with the heat. What do you think? What do you guys think? Is Clyde Edwards-Helaire greater than Swift in rookie drafts right now?
I think he will go that route. I like Swift better. I think he will be. I saw a lot of people react to a tweet of mine saying that Clyde Edwards-Helaire will be a top 3 rookie pick. A lot of people were saying he's 1.01, and even a lot of people were saying in Superflex, and I was like, we need to stop that shit in its tracks.
Mm-hmm.
But
we also, we had people calling him, a borderline first rounder in startups.
I can't get behind that. There was a tweet.
That's too far. Yeah.
There was a tweet by Mike Clay earlier today talking about that, where rookie running backs, and mind you, this is only for a year, but rookie running backs under Andy Reid have not been productive outside of Kareem Hunt. And the only reason Kareem Hunt was because Ware tore his ACL in preseason, and that's why Hunt became a starter. Even like guys like LaShawn McCoy or Brian Westbrook just didn't do well in their rookie seasons. So that's going to be really interesting to see, because yes, they do have Damian Williams. Yes, and they're a pass happy team. So, I mean, it wouldn't be beyond Why are we zoomed? Don't zoom in on my face. Are you trying to block it? So there you go. Now they can see,
Nope.
see myself talk.
Nope.
So yeah, I mean, I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire will get the majority of the carries in that backfield. I do think that Damian Williams will be very prevalent, and I do think that they're going to throw more again. They're not a run-first team, so he may be a disappointment in year one.
All right, Stompy, you're on the clock right now, and you have to pick between Edwards-Helaire and DeAndre Swift. Who are you taking?
Swift, because I think both will have the same amount of impact rookie season really DeAndre Swift could have a bigger impact rookie season, and I just think that Swift is better than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. All
right, Bobby, we're going to you because the Giants pick is in, and want to get your reaction, obviously, as a Giants fan. And since you're just now joining us, Bobby Koch is with us.
Hey, everybody.
Bobby Koch, the one and only. And
I saw it was Xavier, right?
I haven't seen it. I'm on a delay.
Oh, right? It's Xavier McKinney, the safety out of Bama.
Very nice. How do you feel about that pick?
I'm happy with it. They needed help at safety. I think he'll make their secondary better, which they needed help on. There were rumors that they're going to trade up. They didn't do that. So I wanted to trade down and for them to take one of the centers, to be honest. But as a fallback plan, this is a good one. It's Gettleman's finding a way to make very safe and reasonable picks this year, which compared to past years is at least something.
Yeah, I think the Giants are doing well through 2 rounds. I think this is a nice pick too, a nice value pick. Bobby, we're going to get back to you though with the question: who would you take as of right now? You're on the clock. You have to pick between Clyde Edwards-Helaire and DeAndre Swift, who just went to Detroit.
Yeah, I was going to say you were going to have to catch me up to speed. I have no idea. So just to give everyone an update, I was eating dinner. My food was delivered to the wrong place. And then the woman who delivered it brought it over from the other house. And then we didn't want to eat it because it could have been exposed to, general sickness. So it took a while. And then as soon as I finished, I literally ran upstairs and put a hat on, got my setup set up, and jumped on here with you guys because I wanted to be on when the Giants pick happened in case I needed to tilt.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to give you some time to digest, Bobby. We're going to go to digest. Get it? Digest the information, digest your food, all that. Let's go to John. John, what do you think? If you're on the clock, and I know you were kind of outspoken with Clyde Edwards-Helaire's landing spot, who would you take between Clyde Edwards-Helaire and DeAndre Swift if you have to pick between those two right now?
Man, I'm kind of struggling with that. I mean, I think it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but I don't think that Swift is in a terrible landing spot. I think that it's a little easier for Clyde Edwards-Helaire to fully climb that depth chart. Just again, Damian Williams really is just kind of a dude, like just a guy. He's played out of his
mind.
Hold
on, did you just say that the should have been Super Bowl MVP is just a guy?
Yes, I did.
What?
Yes, I did. You heard me.
That's a wild accusation.
The running backs, you can just throw anyone in there. In the right situation, any one of them can do what he did in the Super Bowl.
By the way, I'm all caught up. I just briefly went through the Schefter tweets to make sure I knew what was going on.
Beautiful. All right. So, Bobby, who are you taking? DeAndre Swift or Clyde Edwards-Helaire? You're on the clock. Those are the two guys available. Which one are you taking and why?
It's tough because obviously I had Swift way ahead of Helaire before the landing spot. And so there's part of me that wants to say I trust my talent evaluation of the guys. But that said, we have seen what Andy Reid has done with fantasy quarterbacks before. And there were reports that, maybe this is just him blowing smoke up his new guys, what. But he did say that he's one of the most talented running backs that he thinks he's ever gotten the chance to work with. Obviously, the Chiefs are an explosive offense. The Lions have a history of taking some running backs that haven't exactly panned out, Carry On being the most recent example. Honestly, it's tough. I would say I'm going Helaire just because of the landing spot and the coaching tree. But I really, really still want Swift, and maybe the move there is to trade the pick of Hilaire for Swift plus, or whatever the pick you could get Swift at plus.
Andy Reid said that, and he coached Jamal Charles.
Yeah, he said that.
What? What?
Guys, real quick, to keep everyone updated, New England took a safety, Kyle Duggar, out of a school that I have never heard of. The Carolina Panthers didn't waste any time. Their pick is in, and it is Gross Matos, the defensive end from Penn State.
Ooh.
Of course, Brian says the Panthers got a real one. He was calling his name throughout the entire last 10 picks.
I like that pick a lot. I actually kind of expected the Giants to take him. But
I would say I like it a lot, except Brian's listening and he's a Penn State guy, so I'm just going to say the pick. It's.
I will say it says something that the Giants didn't take him, since they, as Brian informed me last night, they have his coach from the last few years on the D line, and if he's passing on him, that says something about him possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree.
And they really needed edge help.
Yep.
Down in Carolina. So, it's a good pick. He could, not that we're an IDP team, but, or podcast, but IDP, he could be a impact guy in his rookie season.
Well, the Dolphins pick is in. They didn't waste much time, and
this will be interesting.
Is this running back? That's the question. What do you guys think? Did the Dolphins go running back here? I almost think that they pass on running back and address some other positions, but
they might go line here. They could also go. I think this is going to be a boring
I think the
pick.
Dolphins are going to go wide receiver at some point earlier than people expect, and the reason I'm saying that is, while I really liked Preston Williams, people forget that he did tear his ACL, and that's not an easy injury to recover from, and he was a UDFA to begin with. So they may want to bring in some receiver help opposite Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki, especially to pair up.
Don't you dare smite the name of Preston Williams.
This is a Preston Williams podcast.
You guys won't like that I sold him in the one share I had.
No, you should have been buying that, dude. What is wrong with you?
I got the equivalent of the 201 in this class, Tompi.
Fine. God.
Preston Williams greater than Darius. Don't at me. That's gonna be my rally with Bobby.
Erroneous.
Erroneous. Love it, man. This draft is stressing me out because the Steelers pick is coming closer and closer, and Jonathan Taylor's still on the board.
Still have those
man, Miami would be a very nice landing spot. Can you imagine, Tua handing it off to Jonathan Taylor? That could be nice for a long, long time, couldn't it? So, do the right thing here. We can run behind that Austin Jackson. This could work out real well, guys, for years. Don't blow it here. I know John McGlynn, if he's listening, is probably jumping up and down, hoping that
this has to be the most excited Dolphins fans have been in at least decades, right?
They have to feel good where they are going, because they made some great defensive signings this year. And then to pick Tua and to have Preston Williams actually have a good rookie season and Devontae Parker to break out. I have to.
Don't forget the dude Gesicki started to break out.
Gesicki is started to break out at the end of the last season. So there's got to be some hope in Miami.
Yeah. The future looks bright for them, and Tom Brady. Tom Brady's gone. That might be the most prevalent move for the Miami Dolphins. Is that Tom Brady's no longer in the division.
Now is your time.
Yeah. Now is the time to rebuild. Now is the time to do it. And they might. I think a lot of us like Tua. They might end up having the best quarterback in that division.
I'd just say that, though, until the Patriots take Jalen Hurts and somehow destroy the league by reinventing their system.
Don't wish that evil. Don't wish that evil.
It's going to happen.
No,
I'm looking forward to it. Josh
Hurts is
McDaniels
good.
making his first pick, and he's like, "Yeah, give me Jalen Hurts. We're gonna win 5 more Super Bowls." And I'm going to be not as pissed that Patriots are winning 5 more Super Bowls because I picked Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is going to go to the Steelers, and the Cleveland Browns are going to have to worry about Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Jalen Hurts
for a decade or more.
I'm going to be stuck with Baker Mayfield, and I'm not going to like one iota of it. It's going to be terrible.
And I'm stuck with Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm. I'm stuck with the lesser of the two.
I'm glad you and I have been on the same page about him for a while.
2 years ago, if you would have listened back, you would hear John Hogue and Travis DeBeard tell me how I'm absolutely nuts for not wanting Baker Mayfield at number 1. So I have not been.
I still think you're nuts, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. I think Baker will have a bounce back season this season.
I've come around a lot on Baker. I think he's a lot better than what I ever thought he would have been. So let's I'll say that. And I bought a lot of Baker.
That's going to be a super fun division, quarterback play wise. That's my instinct, because there's definitely going to be some other young guys coming in there soon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Should be fun, man. This Miami pick is really stressing me out. This one's going to be big. This one could set the tone for the rest of the draft here. And they've got so many holes. This is the one team that could go in any direction. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. They could use that, outside of quarterback, I guess. But after last night, but still, any other direction they go in, we could be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I see it.
Come
They're
on.
taking their sweet time.
Superflex Junkie says Dolphins have to grab JT here, don't they, James? I think they do. I think they should. I think they should. I hope they do. But something tells me that that's not going to happen. It just seems too easy for me, and things aren't easy for me. So they're showing Grant Delpit on ESPN right now, the safety out of LSU, a guy who I'm hoping that the Browns have on their board, because if their pick comes around here in the next 5-6 picks and he's still there, I think that would be tremendous value for them, and it's a position of need too. So that would be cool.
I feel bad for saying this, but every time there's a defensive pick, I'm just a little bored, and that's just my own fault because I don't pay enough attention to defense to care. Except when it's the Giants, then I force myself to learn about them. But every other defensive pick for every other team, I just go, I don't care. I only care about you for fantasy purposes.
Guys, I am
IDP.
I am on a delay, but if Jonathan Taylor gets taken and one of you sees it beforehand, you had better let me know. All right? That's the only thing I want to know. You guys had better let me know if you see that before me, because if that's the case, man, I'm going to –
Indianapolis traded up to Cleveland spot, James.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'm not watching live. This is just me following my
Looks
Twitter.
they went offensive line. I actually like that pick.
Robert Hunt, yeah, guard out of Louisville. And that's not a bad pick at all. Robbie McPhee, JT to the Steelers lives on. James in shambles.
Don't
start.
Basically what the Dolphins have done is not only get their future star quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa, but then they get 2 guys to help protect him.
Yeah,
so it's a fantastic move.
Andrew Luck is watching what the Dolphins are doing and going, that is what you should have done for me.
And that's the Cardinals might be doing the same thing to.
Yeah. Oh no. In my
Kyler
tweet, I said he's watching what they're doing to Kyler and shedding a single tear.
Yeah.
It's like streaming down his face. I know what's coming for you, man.
And don't forget, they have another pick at 56. The Dolphins do. So I mean, they could still address running back with all these running backs that we know that are still on the clock. I mean, there could still be a very good running back there at 56 if they decide to go that route. So
Dobbins.
Man, yeah. I mean, Dobbins, Akers could be there. I mean, heck, with the way these running backs are, Jonathan Taylor could be there. Who knows? Yeah, this is interesting. Texans pick is in. Bill O'Brien, does anybody want to tell me what Bill O'Brien's going to do?
He's going to take a wide receiver.
Yeah, this could get really interesting.
And it's going to be, he's going to say, this guy is my next DeAndre Hopkins. And if he breaks out and looks like DeAndre Hopkins, I look like a genius.
I wouldn't be surprised to see wide receiver or running back by the Texans, because let's be real, DJ is old and injured. And even if he survives this year, I mean, I think
the pick is in. It's not a wide receiver or a running back. It's Ross Blacklock, TCU DT.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that makes sense to me. For them to address up front too. They had trouble at times stopping the run last year, so getting a defensive tackle that can help do that, I think makes sense for that team. So that's wow. Bill O'Brien didn't do something stupid for once. Yay!
I've heavily realized my fantasy bias because I think every pick is going to be an offensive player. And I go, how could it not be? And then it's like some random defensive position that I just go, oh, okay. I forgot that has to happen too.
Yeah, I've been literally out here calling every pick that's not fantasy relevant boring. So like that, I'm the same way, Bobby. I'm just like, don't bother me with these defensive tackles.
All right, guys. Who did Indy just trade up for? What do we think?
Jalen Hurts.
I swear to God, if that happens, I'm gonna lose it.
That would be so great. Wouldn't that be perfect?
Like in a good way or a bad way?
In a very good way. I think that's the ideal landing spot for him.
Realistically,
right
though, we want it to be Jalen Hurts because, again, fantasy slant, it's going to be like a defensive tackle or something.
Yeah.
Guys, we have our first listener of the day who wants in, guy who's been following us for a long time. I'm in the league with really cool guy, Robbie McPhee. Let's welcome Robbie in. Robbie, how you doing tonight, bud?
Better than last night, man. I got to say, Packers fan here, so it was a rough night last night. But I was waiting for it.
I was laughing.
Listen. I'll tell you now. I had a rough time. It took me a long time to get to sleep, but listening back and getting to hear you and James, have your way with it. It actually, it gave me some fun. So it sucks, but I'm here for it. So
God, anytime
Robbie.
I can rub Jay or John's face and stuff. It's great.
Yeah, no, I imagine you were gonna have fun with that.
From a Bobby to a Robbie, let me just tell you that when your team makes a bad quarterback decision in the first round, the best thing to do is just accept them to your team, and hope for the best. In my case, it actually worked out. I hope it works out for you too.
And I'll say to that, in your case, you had Eli Manning as your starting quarterback. I know Stompy or James, you might be saying, what's the difference? I'm not quite there with you guys, but
I think honestly the pick makes sense.
Guys,
Jonathan Taylor just went to the Colts.
Woo!
Sorry for the
bye, Marlon
the
Mack.
expletive there. That's
Colts
nuts.
Took Jonathan Taylor. Are you serious?
Wow.
I'm gonna have to wear the blue and white, man. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that.
Better than the Steelers, eh?
That's something, man. So what do you guys think about Jonathan Taylor?
Dude, he should be RB1 in this right now. I mean, behind that offensive line, are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, that is wild, and wow. I mean, they can build their offense around this dude.
And depending how long Rivers is there, he's going to dump off the ball a bunch to Taylor.
That's a perfect landing spot for him. I mean, it's the best. I think it's the best line in the NFL right now. Best run blocking line, and you put arguably the best runner in this class behind that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is. This is interesting.
You think that he takes over year one, or you think that Marlon Mack is able to hold him off for a season?
Nope. He'll absolutely beat Marlon Mack out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you. I once Peter Howard got mad at me for this, but I once called Marlon Mack Marlon Meh. And I said Jonathan Taylor is actually going to make him live up to that nickname because he's just going to make him look so bad in comparison.
Here's the problem with Marlon Mack. I really, really, really like Marlon Mack. The only problem with him is that his pass pro is terrible. He was one of the worst pass protecting backs in the game last year. So
Yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor just I mean, he's a bell cow. They're going to rely on him in Indy. I mean, he gets to play on turf. Oh, my goodness, this is the 1.0. It's the 1.01. I couldn't be happier with the landing spot as a Jonathan Taylor fan. And I somewhere Brian Haar is crying into his beer, and that means cheers, Mr. Haar.
No, Brian's already on to convincing himself that he'll be just as excited if it's Dobbins or Taylor or Akers going to Steelers.
Hey, look, I like Dobbins a lot. I'm not a huge Akers fan, but I like Dobbins a lot. If I was a fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers and they got J.K. Dobbins, I'd be okay with it. I really would. I'd be pretty happy with it. But thank you, Cleveland. My Browns, do me a solid. Trade with the Colts so the Colts can trade up and take Jonathan Taylor.
Just to save him.
Yes, and they probably – I'm sure the Browns were like, hey, who are you taking? You're taking Taylor? You're trading up in front of Pittsburgh? Sure. We'll make the trade. And, I mean, this day couldn't get any better now for me. I can sit back and enjoy the rest of the draft now. Man, what a great landing spot for Jonathan Taylor. I couldn't be more pumped.
Robbie, who do you want for the Packers in round 2 after what they did in round 1?
I mean, we'll start with someone who can play football for them in 2020. That'd be a good start after yesterday. But I mean, receiver, I was a big receiver in the first round guy for them. It didn't happen. And I mean, starting with Higgins and then Pittman coming off, it makes it unlikely. So, I mean, if they can get, whether it's moving up or not, like Mims is a guy I would have been fine with at 30. I can't imagine he's there when they pick in the second. So it would be another trade up, I'd imagine. And I don't even know if they have the ammo to do it. But, I mean, linebacker or tackle, they definitely have some pretty big needs there too. So it all depends on who's there, if they're willing to move up or not. But yeah, no, for now, I'll just say someone who we can actually see play in the next 2 years.
Fair enough. And I'm a big Mims fan too. I'd be a much bigger Mims fan if he was tied, even though I know these guys don't like him. If he's tied to Rodgers for this year, that would be a good landing spot for him.
Well, I mean, at the very least, they'd be giving the Packers or giving Rodgers help. Like,
something.
That's the
I
thing
mean,
is like the players surrounding Rodgers have just been dwindling over time, and year after year, like everybody's like, why aren't they giving Rodgers help? This is ridiculous. And they had a legitimate chance to do it this year with a very good wide receiver, and they didn't. But luckily, this wide receiver class is pretty deep. So I would think that, I mean, they have to, right? They have to get help at wide receiver.
Robbie, Kyle has a question. But before you answer that, I have a question for you. I come before you, Kyle. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
But no, real quick, do you think Denzel Mims is the right kind of help? My question is that because it seems like they always draft these big, hulking, tall wide receivers that can, that just seems to be their MO. And Denzel Mims kind of fits that description. Is that the right kind of guy that they need?
I guess the thing that would separate him for me from the guys like Lazard or St. Brown or I mean, MVS was fast, but Mims, he showed that he has the speed, right? Like, so at least like he'd be in that mold, like you said. He's considerably faster than any of the guys mentioned earlier. I mean, Jamon Moore was the first guy they picked in that year where they took all three, and that ended up being the worst pick of them all. So, I at this point, I'm not going to be too picky. Like even a guy like Chenault, like. In the first round, I would have been saying no way. I mean, again, I'd take him over Jordan Love at this point. But, I think Mims would be fine. And I'd be very happy with it. If they didn't have to move up, I'd be, sending the draft card in myself or pressing whatever virtual button I have to make the pick this year. As for Kyle's question, that's interesting. He's a Packers fan too. I've been in a league with him for years now, and so I think it's cowardly that he's asking me and won't answer himself. But the second, I don't know. I do like Samuel, and I mean he's kind of what they need, right? Like watching how many times Kyle Allen missed him open down the field last year. Like it's the speed that I think they're missing. The second would be tough, but I mean, if they did it, I don't think I'd be upset about it. It just, it depends on how it would go. I don't know if I do it myself, but Chenault just went to the Jags.
Yeah, Jacksonville just made their pick, and it's
Wow.
Laviska Shenault. So real quick,
Ooh,
Gardner Minshew getting some weapons. All right, me.
guys, before we get into this, I do want to thank you, Robbie, for joining us. We are going to go ahead and get you off here so that way we can get Superflex Dude back on here and John Hogan. But thanks again for joining us, man. And hey, if you want to join us later on, let us know. We'll be
real quick, Robbie, before you go, let people know where they can find you, just so we can get that out there. Sorry, James. I just wanted to get that opportunity.
I'm on Twitter. I always struggle remembering that. I think it's at our MCPHEE21. I don't have any content out there really right now that you can read, but I'm always around to chat. I like talking fantasy as much as anyone else, so I appreciate you guys having me on. And yeah, listen, if you guys have any more openings, let me know. I'll hop on whenever you guys need. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to join us later on, again, let us know again later on today, and we'll be happy to send you the link again. Thank you so much, Robbie, for joining us, and we'll talk to you later for sure.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot.
See you, Robbie.
Laviska Shenault.
All right, John, welcome back to the chat. Laviska Shenault, a guy from Colorado who I know you and Stompy are both pretty familiar with. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you guys think about this landing spot?
Man, this is Jacksonville's kind of been doing this for several years, where they just get these they have a bunch of they really have a bunch of the same type of wide receivers. These are a bunch of not quite alpha type of guys, but definitely some speed, definitely some playmaking ability, some elusiveness in the open field. It's just they just never quite get that one alpha dude. They never get that that number one type option. I mean, I think he fits right in. Like, you can certainly do it like this. You can certainly kind of put together a receiving core of a bunch of this type of guy. It somewhere along the line, you'd like to see them just get that one guy that we can really count on for fantasy purposes, instead of trying to figure it out every single week, which I think is just only going to get harder here.
My issue with this is that Doug Marrone isn't the creative coach that Laviska Shenault needs. Like, Laviska Shenault is kind of a Swiss Army knife. He kind of does a lot of things good. He's not the best route runner. He's not the best releaser off of the line, but I mean, he's an athletic dude who can do a lot of stuff. So it's an interesting pick, because maybe Doug Marrone realizes that he needs to get more creative, or maybe is it Gus? Not Gus. Who's the Jaguars offensive coordinator?
Wasn't it DeFilippo?
Yeah, DeFilippo.
Yeah.
But now they have Jay Gruden. So yeah, I mean, it'll just be interesting how they use Laviska Shenault. They have a extremely athletic Shark on the outside who broke out last season. So what does Laviska Shenault do in this offense? Maybe he is that Swiss Army knife.
I actually really like this. So I recently took Shark in a startup draft, and I was a little worried going into the draft, but I like this for him still being very relevant there, because I don't think Chenault's going to threaten his role necessarily, but he might take some coverage off him, which could certainly help.
Guys, we got Brian Haar in here. Should I let him in to the room here, or should I just kind of keep him waiting? Because I caught a lot of flack from him yesterday, so I'm debating whether or not we should let him in. I'm going to let him in. He's normally a good guy. I'm going to let him in. Let's see. The Bears have made their pick, and it looks like their pick is in. They're in play for a tight end, so it'll be interesting to see who they take.
Are they? I thought, how many tight ends?
Cole Kmet.
Yep.
It is Will Kmet, tight end from Notre Dame. So they did
What
did
the
end up
hell?
pulling the trigger there.
Do they think that the NFL has a tight end premium or something? What is with all of the? I mean, I know they let go of Trey Burton, but still, they're something like 7 deep.
Yeah, they have a ton of tight ends rostered. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like this offense utilized the tight end position very much. I guess this points to Nick Foles starting, right? Because they're just gonna load up with tight ends. I mean, that's what he does, right? He throws the tight ends.
I swear to God, this front office is stupid. I can't. Holy God,
It's not just
Chicago.
the front office, the coaching too. I have no faith in Matt Nagy. He doesn't cater to what his players do well, and Ryan Pace has made a mess of things in Chicago. I think this team is moving down, in my opinion. I don't like this pick one bit. What do you guys? No one else seems to.
I mean, the
It's
one
way
thing
too early.
I do like that they're loading up on weapons for Aaron Rodgers to throw to.
Brian, I want to welcome you in, and I want to get your thoughts on some of the picks that you missed.
Yeah.
We'll go over guys like DeAndre Swift to Detroit. We can go over to some of the receivers that went very early. But the first pick I want to get to is Jonathan Taylor going to the Indianapolis Colts and not the Pittsburgh Steelers. What do you think about that pick? Do you think that's a solid landing spot for him?
Well, as I said in the
I do
chat,
too, Brian, thanks for your input. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead, Brian.
as I said in the chat, congratulations, James. I know this is a good night for you. You're going to enjoy this evening a lot more than you would have otherwise. So, congratulations. No, it's a great landing spot. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. I would have loved Jonathan Taylor in Pittsburgh, obviously. But Indy's a great spot. I mean, it's not a great spot for Marlon Mack, but it's a great spot for Jonathan Taylor, in my opinion. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Awesome. Okay. Browns pick is in. I personally am hoping for a safety. I like Grant Delpit the best, but any safety that is ranked pretty much around this area would make me happy. Antoine Winfield is a guy that's ranked around here that I'd be happy with. Again, Ashton Davis, guy out of Cal who I think fits the system would be nice. That's kind of where I'm hoping Cleveland goes. Does anybody else have any guesses on what Cleveland might be doing here?
I just want to know what you don't want picked so that we can laugh when it happens.
Yes.
Oh, I don't want Denzel Mims picked because that would just point to more OBJ trade rumors, and I can't handle any more of that. So I don't want that.
Yeah, for my fantasy teams, I don't want Denzel Mims there anyway, so I can't root for that.
There you go. And I don't like Denzel Mims personally as a receiver, as a prospect. I'm not a huge fan, so that would be the pick that I don't want them to make. So,
I had my first ever rookie draft before the draft, and I will say it adds an element of intrigue in the draft because you're waiting to see where your guys land. Mims is one of those guys for me.
you might as well just play Devy. Devy leagues are pretty much that, except better. Someone's saying Cleveland to Cleveland. Urza Cleveland to the Cleveland Browns would be nice. It's another tackle though. That to me is interesting only because, I mean, you just added Jack Conklin. You just drafted Willis in the first round. Adding another tackle, I mean, hey, you can never have enough offensive linemen, but that would be maybe a little bit too much, in my opinion. I don't know. I think there's other needs that you could fill with this pick, but I do like Urza Cleveland an awful lot.
What if they go tight end, James? How'd that sit with you, Alberto?
David Njoku is on the trade block at that point, and I like that only because I have Njoku rostered in many fantasy leagues, yeah. And free Njoku would be just right beside free OJ Howard in my my Twitter mentions. So I think if that happens, I wouldn't love it, but it is what it is. Hopefully then that forces a Njoku trade. So. We can remove Jonathan Taylor from the best players available. Then we got scrolling around there because he is no longer available.
That's true.
He gone.
He gone.
Yeah, I'll do that.
By the way, Brian, I want to one more time. I just want to say, like I said to these gentlemen when we were on air, how nice it is that Cleveland was the team that traded with the Colts, so the Colts could trade up to take Jonathan Taylor. I'm pretty sure that they did that in spite of the Pittsburgh Steelers, knowing that they were going to take Taylor. So I almost want to thank the Cleveland Browns because I mean, pretty
Well,
much
thank them for trying to be slick in the draft, because you're not going to be. I mean, you can't thank them. Yeah, may have thanked them for 2 decades for winning football games. So, I mean, I'm just saying. But I do like the old school uniforms that are the same as the new school uniforms.
Guys, I did just learn that Cole Kmet can throw a mid-90s fastball. So there's that going. Maybe they could use him in a wildcat. He could be tight end, throw that 90s fastball to Jimmy Graham, and then all the other tight ends that the Bears are running, because they're only going to have tight ends on the field. And that'll be the plan.
They are showing safeties. They're showing Grant Delpit and Antoine Winfield Jr. right now. And I would love either one of those picks. Delpit's my number one, but I would be fine with either one of those picks. I'm hoping that it's one of those guys.
It is, James.
Yeah, it's Delpit.
Oh, my goodness. This has got to be the first time in several years that the Browns have actually been on the clock and taken the guy that I want them to take.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, it's awesome. Great value at this point.
Pick.
Yeah, great value. And this is a guy who played with Greedy Williams too last year, because Delpit started last year as well in LSU. So I think chemistry is going to work out well with those two guys in the backfield. Really cool. I mean, take an Alabama guy, then you take an LSU guy. OBJ can settle down. You got an LSU guy, to work with. So I love the pick. I think it's a great pick. It addresses a need, and it's a guy who comes at a value. So I love it. These guys, Brian, they're about to win a whole lot of more games for me.
I've never heard that before, James.
Oh goodness, I wasn't the one that was saying it last year. I'm saying it this year, though. I do think that this is a team that is going to be much improved, battling for a playoff spot. Especially now that there's.
We're talking about the Browns, and with Baker, really?
As long as I've known James, he has been the one when the Browns have been hyped to be like, no, it's not happening. So if he's finally buying into it, then maybe it's time for the rest of us to believe.
Look, I really feel like this coaching staff is going to highlight the running game, and Nick Chubb is that kind of back stompy. I think you would agree with that. I think that play action is going to be prevalent, and I think that Baker Mayfield's going to be asked to do a whole lot less. And that's good. And this defense is going to get better. I think this pick really helps out. And I think that secondary being healthy, getting Greedy Williams and Denzel Ward, if they can both be healthy, I think that's going to be fantastic defensive unit too. So yeah, I think with seven teams now making the playoffs in each conference, I think the Browns can be battling for a playoff spot. Absolutely.
So I kind of want to talk about this Laviska Shenault pick. How do we feel about that for Gardner? Because, I mean, you have to feel pretty good. He didn't really have the pass catchers last year. Dede kind of flopped. Didn't have I guess he had O'Shaughnessy for a little bit, but got to feel pretty good with Shark on the outside and then Laviska Shenault as well. And Tyler Eifert, by the way.
Suddenly, I'm feeling a bit better about my Gardner Minshew is going to be better for fantasy purposes than Drew Lock take again.
Ooh, no.
Oh, buddy.
You're on the wrong podcast.
I know.
But no, I this does help Gardner Minshew. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This with DJ Shark, I mean, this is a really nice addition. Yeah, I like it. I know that you say, Stompy, that they need a little bit more, someone with a little bit more vision. By the way, Winfield Jr. just went to Tampa Bay. That was their pick. So yeah, very, very nice pick. And Tampa Bay is having a nice draft, in my opinion. But
somebody needs to zig now because it's a run on safeties. If you're playing like a fantasy draft, this is where someone has to go for a different position now.
the key there is Tampa Bay still hasn't taken a running back, which means Rojo's stock is continuing to rise as it should have been the entire offseason. Anyways, I do think that Laviska Shenault can there's no alpha dog there, like you said, Stompy, and I think that means that they can afford to manufacture touches for Shenault. And that's kind of what I like there is that they can do that. They can make him a focal point of their offense with Shark. I like it. I think that could work out really well in Jacksonville.
If he's not traded, or sorry, go ahead, John.
It also kind of it does the same. I talked about Henry Ruggs earlier and how he's got a little bit quicker path to fantasy productivity than a lot of the wide receivers because because of the yards after catch. It's kind of a shortcut for both the wide receiver and for the quarterback. So, I mean, I do think that it helps Gardner Minshew. It's almost an extension of the running game.
I was going to say that if he's not traded, it actually might hurt Leonard Fournette a bit because Fournette caught a ton of passes out of the backfield last season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
guys, Broncos pick is in. It could be a big nasty. There's a couple of good offensive tackles still available. Josh Jones out of Houston is one of them. That's a guy who was ranked very highly, a guy who could have been a late first-round pick. He's still on the board, and I think he would be a nice fit for Denver. What do you guys think, especially you, John and Stompy, being Broncos fans, now that some guys have been selected and are taken off the board? Is there a guy that you're looking at for Denver to take here?
I think they need offensive line help. They need cornerback help.
The pick's already in. It's KJ Hamler.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
Really?
Wow. Another
All right.
wide receiver, huh?
Interesting.
Woo. Well, Deshaun Hamilton is buried. He is RIP.
Yeah.
I took him in a late startup draft that I'm in right now, like 30th round, and I'm still like, man, I wasted that pick.
Mr. Brian Harr, KJ Hamler, a Penn State guy. You have to be happy to see him go off the board. What do you think of KJ Hamler going to Denver?
Man.
Yeah.
So here's the thing with KJ. He's explosive. He's absolutely explosive. If they can create space for him and get him in space, he's a guy that can take the ball to the house every time. But he's so small. I mean, he is so small. So we'll just have to see how they use him. I mean, I like it because I like Broncos jerseys, and KJ, I mean, that's an easy one for me. I finally can get a nice bright orange, loud Broncos jersey. So,
man.
but yeah, I mean, KJ he's electric. I mean, he absolutely is electric. He has a lot of speed. He was surprising at the combine with his bench. I mean, he was stronger than I think a lot of people anticipated him being, at least in that particular lifting department. I just worry about his durability because he is a really small guy.
Well, it would seem to me that Denver, with Cortland Sutton, with drafting Jerry Jeudy, with Deshaun Hamilton, they can use this guy sparingly, but they could use him as a field stretcher. And it sounds like that's what he's really good at. And that might be the only thing that they're missing here, is a blazer, So it seems like he fits in what they need. Boy, that Denver offense, man, Drew Lock's stock is just keeps rising, dude. I mean, this guy, by the end of this draft, he could be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. He might be right now. Like this is.
Excuse me, what was that?
Interesting. He might be a top 10 quarterback right now. Hey, you can look at some of the others and question them saying it, but this guy, Drew Lock,
no, that's fine. I said it before the draft. He's going to be a QB1, and then after yesterday, it's like that top 10, and this.
You're the quarterback whisperer, though.
Amber is at home for me.
You whisper it, like it spreads through the community, and pretty much everyone hears it. It's like you whisper it into a speaker.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that message, Stompy. I have a bet with John that he's not going to finish top 16 this season. So I'm going the complete opposite of Stompy.
Pour yourself another drink because this is bad news for you.
Actually, it's bad news for Locke because if he puts up the same numbers that he did last season with all these weapons, they're going to move on from him so quick.
Well, yeah, but Minshew might only start half the year.
Doesn't matter. It's not about him. It's about how bad Drew Lock is.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me? Son of a bitch.
I can kick him out, guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, so
Hey,
I think he really projects as, I mean, I think he'd excel in the slot. You get the ball to him quickly, and let him outrun everybody. But they also, I think a big part of his appeal is his return prowess. The Broncos have not had a good special teams for
There's a trade. Sorry to interrupt, Stumpy.
years.
Jets have traded with the Seahawks. So Russ's Seahawks are on the clock, and he's not even here.
Do we know who the Falcons picked?
Stumpy mute himself.
No, I'm right here. Sorry. But yeah, so I mean, they haven't had a good special teams in a long time, probably since Holiday, John.
Yeah, probably.
So I mean, and I think that's a very that's one of the things that a lot of people don't think about is how valuable that special teams is in terms of field position. So I mean, not only do you have a dynamic and quick, smaller wide receiver who I think, like I said, can excel in the slot, but he can serve as a much needed part of that special teams.
Guys, my stream went down a little bit here. Did the Falcons pick? Do we know? Weren't the Falcons
They have
on the
not.
clock?
Not yet.
So the Falcons are still on the clock then.
It might have been a mistake tweet by Rappaport, because Rappaport said the Seahawks are on the clock, but I don't think he's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like they're on deck.
It looks like
Rarely right.
It looks like Atlanta being on the clock. Do they have any interest in a J.K. Dobbins or a Cam Akers here? It would seem like
they
it
should.
would seem like it would seem like that might be a fit for them. But I don't know what you guys are thinking. Do you guys think that running back is a possibility here?
Yes, I do.
For the Falcons, I mean, I would think you'd have to. Again, Gurley's on a 1-year contract. And Brian Hill and Ito Smith aren't the answer. So, I mean, you get a J.K. Dobbins here, who many considered top 3 in this class. You get a Cam Akers, many who considered top 4 or 5. While they may not be the most, the best running back in their rookie year, they garner a huge role in 2021.
Yeah, good point. It's really interesting with Gurley, like you said, only signing a 1-year deal. You would think that Atlanta would be in the market for a running back. I wonder which one they'd prefer here. Also, it looks like we got a question for Brian Hart. Brian, who did the Steelers take in 2 picks? Which tight end?
It ain't gonna be a tight end. If it's a tight end, you're gonna see me flip shit. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm still hoping. Hang on, Atlanta's picking here. Defensive tackle out of Auburn, Marlon Davidson.
Yawn.
I mean, I would like them to get Dobbins. That's the guy that I would prefer. Of the running backs, if it's not Dobbins, I would like Akers, I guess. I mean, I want them to get a running back because James Conner can't stay healthy, and I'm not confident in the guys behind him. So, will they do that? I don't know. Jalen Hurts would be okay with me too. I know that's kind of maybe hot takey, but that would be okay with me. I would be all right with that. But I don't think they'll do it.
The Falcons took the DT Marlon Davidson.
Out of Auburn.
Those
boring.
just slight nods of the head was exactly what you would expect from a bunch of fantasy guys. Like, okay, cool.
Marlon Davidson, great. Thanks for the update.
But that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, where we're like, all right, a running back is going here. No, it's some defensive position that I'm sorry to all the IDP people out there, but only the IDP guys care about. Everyone else is bored.
The Brian Hill truthers are about as happy as us Ronald Jones.
What about the Ito Smith truthers, James? Can you feel it?
Are those guys still around?
I mean, I drafted him in like the 32nd round or something of a startup.
So you're a truther in the 32nd round.
I'm a truther in that I drafted him, period.
I suppose you're a truther when, you know, it comes to pick 347 in your fantasy draft. Congratulations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At the right price, I will believe in him.
All right, gentlemen, I think I'm going to bow out here.
Love you, Stomp.
Love
See
you
you, Stomp.
guys.
Thank you so much, man. You take care of
Have
yourself.
fun,
Enjoy the rest.
gentlemen. We'll talk to you later.
There goes Stompy, and everyone listening in the chat again. If you want to join us, we got a spot available now that Stompy's gone. Just DM us on Twitter at Superflex Show. Let us know that you'd like to come on, and we'd be happy to get you on here. We'll send you the link, and you can jump on and chat with us. So let us know if you do want to join us. If not, we're going to keep rolling here. Looks like the Seahawks pick is in, which is interesting. I don't think Seattle is really in the market for anything except possibly a running back and possibly a tight end. What do you guys think? Running back, tight end? Yes, no?
I really just wish that Russ would appear out of nowhere for this pick, because it's going to be interesting to watch his reaction no matter what it is.
I want Russ to appear so I can ask him about T. Higgins going to Cincinnati. I really want to know whether or not he's on board with that.
I can tell you actually. 1 second.
No. I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from Russ. So do the listeners. All right. So, I want Russ to log on. I want to give him a reason to come on here and tell us what's going on.
Well, the last thing I heard from him was Seahawks trading up ... So I don't think he's happy about that, at least.
Well, it didn't take Pittsburgh long either. Their pick's already in. We haven't even heard the Seahawks pick, right?
Yeah, it's Darrell Taylor, defensive end.
Oh.
All right.
Let's go.
Tennessee, yeah, I don't know that I love that pick. I don't think value-wise that's where he was ranked for many people. So that'll be interesting to kind of see everyone's reaction.
For a second, I thought that Brian was that excited about Darrell Taylor, and then I realized that it's the Steelers being on the clock.
Dude, if J.K. Dobbins goes here, he automatically jumps up in rookie drafts. I don't care what anyone says. That would be a dream landing spot for a guy like him.
Let's
if
go.
Cam Akers goes there, I still don't like him. So, but that's just me. I hope this pick is Cam Akers. Only because I can continue rooting against a guy who I just am not as high on as the rest of the community.
It likely will be.
I don't know.
It likely will be.
I don't know. I think tight end here.
James, I'm telling you, if it's a tight end, I'm gonna Bobby the shit out of this. If it's a tight end,
Alberto.
I'm glad that's becoming a verb.
Yeah. Yes, it is becoming a verb. I can't get my live stream to work, so I'm at the mercy of you suckers to let me know what the picks are.
It's
commercials.
It's Harrison Bryant.
Even better.
I can't do it. I was just going to keep announcing random picks and making Brian upset.
Brian,
Brian,
let me ask you a question. What if they take Jalen Hurts here? Would you be disappointed in that?
No, I'd be okay with that.
We were joking around earlier, and I was saying that's what's going to happen. The Steelers are going to take Jalen Hurts, and the Browns are going to have to deal with Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, and Lamar Jackson for the next 15 years, and we're stuck with Baker freaking Mayfield. And that would just be like so apropos, you know, like it just seems like that's destined to happen. So I just wanted to know ahead of time whether or not you were going to be on board with that when that pick.
No, I would be okay. I would be okay with Dobbins, Akers, Zach Bond, an offensive lineman. They can always use offensive linemen, a defensive tackle. Those are kind of where I named half the positions available.
He's about to say like James's cousin, pretty much anyone that's not Jalen Hurts.
No, I like Jalen Hurts. I mean, I would be okay with Jalen Hurts. I really would. I will not be happy if they draft AJ Dillon. I will not be happy about that.
I'll say it. I would hate it if they took Jalen Hurts right here. Like that's not a roster. It's not a roster for a rookie quarterback at this point.
But
Like-
you have a year to develop because supposedly Ben's going to still start for a year.
Well, and that's the big thing, and that's from talking to Dr. Ethan Turner. I mean, he's not convinced that you're going to have Big Ben this year, at least not to start the year. It was a pretty significant injury, and he has a hard time believing that Big Ben's going to be ready. So, I think that you're probably looking for somebody who you feel comfortable with starting the season. And again, I mean, you might not have much of a preseason. You might not have training camp. Like you've got to be able to prep whoever this is in very short order. I don't think you find that guy in the second round of the rookie draft. I think if that's the case, I think you just hang back and get Cam Newton
Or Winston.
Yeah. Yeah, Winston would be all right too if you, especially if you think that, the Big Ben is going to eventually be ready.
That's an interesting thought. Although,
All right,
anyone they get would be an improvement over Duck Hodges.
That's definitely true. Speak of the devil.
I freaking roll in like it's hot.
Just in time.
Ready for the Steelers pick. Here we go.
Gross.
It's going to be miserable. I'm on the ESPN stream, so I'm about 8 minutes behind everyone else.
You gotta shitting me.
The Steelers took, drum roll please, Chase Claypool, wide receiver.
Tight
Maybe
end.
Tight end.
Get the tight end. Poor Brian is going nuts.
Brian, as he said, is Bobbying.
That's it?
He's going full Bobby.
This is fantastic. As a Cleveland Browns fan, I just want to say thank you to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's yet to throw his computer out the window, or at least threaten to, so he hasn't quite gone full Bobby.
I feel bad for Brian because the man sat here and just told us if they take a tight end, he's going to lose his mind.
I mean, at least they took the best move tight end. I mean, that's good, I guess. I don't like it when you've got
Second best tight end. Second best tight end from
defensive need.
Yeah.
I mean, I was hoping Josh Jones would be the pick there. I'll be honest. I felt like that was good value. We do have a tendency as Steelers fans to forget that our team likes to draft redundant assets way too high. They're not exactly the greatest at drafting, but maybe they see something I don't see here with Claypool. I do like him as a big wide receiver that coming out of the slot, but you have to assume that this kills Deontay Johnson truther value there. Kills James Washington. I mean, I don't see how this doesn't hurt pretty much everybody at what they do well in this offense. I mean, truly.
I don't know, man. To me, this is a tight end. They're going to move him to tight end. He's going to be Eric Ebron's replacement, and I don't. Chase Claypool is the guy is a freak athlete. I don't hate the pick. I really don't for the Steelers. Unfortunately, I would have loved to hate the pick as a Browns fan, but I don't. I think this is a guy who has versatility. You can line him up a wide receiver, or you can convert him to a tight end. I personally do not hate this pick. Again, I wish I would because, but Pittsburgh has another pick coming up here, and there's two good running backs still on the board. If they address running back with either Cam Akers,
why do you need to address running back? That's
because James Conner can't stay on the field, bro.
Okay, well, it's not his fault. He had cancer. All right,
it has nothing to do with cancer. His ankle injury has nothing to do with neuroblastoma or whatever it was.
His body can't hold up, and that's okay. But I don't feel like that's the most pressing need for this team. I feel like this is it's a bad pick. I'm sorry. As a Steelers fan, this is a bad pick. It's a redundant asset, and that's why it's a bad pick. If you wanted to move tight end, why? I don't know. I just feel like at least it's not Zach Moss, I guess. But
well,
I tell you what, thrilled about it.
The Bears made a crappy pick their first pick. It looks like they make a good pick. Cole Kmet was their first pick, and I don't think any of us on this pod were thrilled with it. But they take Jawan Johnson, the cornerback out of Utah, and I think this is a good pick. I think this is a guy who dropped, and he's a value at this point. I know it's a cornerback; it's not a sexy pick, but when you're going against Davante Adams twice, Adam Thielen, now Justin Jefferson, and Kenny Golladay twice, you need to have some cornerback depth, and the Bears were lacking that severely. So using one of these picks on a cornerback, I think, is a good move.
Yeah, I like
starting
Jalen
to,
Johnson. He does have the highest cornerback injury risk rating in my database. He's had 3 separate shoulder injuries that all required surgery, all on the same shoulder. So that's not ideal. But as a corner, he's a freaking mauler. He just mauls people on the outside, especially in press coverage. So he has first round talent. So I think it's still a value as long as that shoulder checked out.
I was going to say, I'm starting to worry a little bit about Mims when Chase Claypool is selected ahead of him. That doesn't seem great for what the NFL thinks of him. Hopefully it was just the Steelers, no offense, guys, being dumb. But that didn't feel good as someone who's waiting to see where Mims
But here's the
up.
thing. I don't think the Steelers are drafting Claypool as a wide receiver. So I think they see him more as an Evan Ingram type, tight end, move tight end, however you want to say it.
I'm sorry. Brian, did you pick off your Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, he changed to civvies.
I was
He changed
hot.
to civvies so fast.
I was hot outside. I was hot, and it was hot in my basement.
To be fair, I did that last year
I
too.
feel like you were hot. I don't know if it was because it was hot in your basement, but I feel like it got really hot after their pick, and you came back not wearing that stuff. But
Brian,
no,
I understand. I took my stuff off after the Daniel Jones pick last year too.
I don't understand why the Steelers why have the Steelers
so
for 6 years since Heath Miller retired, they've been chasing a big athletic freak tight end. They signed frickin' what's his name? Ethan, help me out. The tight end that never ended up playing for him from the Chargers.
Vance McDonald,
No, not McDonald. The guy before him.
the guy before him.
Yeah, the guy before him. He had the neck injury. He never played for him. They signed him to a 4-year, $20 million contract, and he never played a down for him.
Yeah.
Why can I not? I can't. I'm totally blanking. I have no idea who you're talking about.
So that guy, somebody in the chat will help us out, I'm sure.
That
So they have
guy.
Then they get, then they get McDonald. Then they, now they bring in Eric Ebron. Like, what
Didn't
are
we
you doing?
take a tight end at the second last year?
thank you, Greg.
Didn't we take a tight end last year?
Yes, it was Ladarius Green. That's right.
Oh yes, yeah, he was terrible. That was
So
a terrible
I
decision.
just don't understand what is their deal with having to have a fucking tight end. Like the tight ends that have been successful for the Steelers for 3 decades are Mark Bruner and Heath Miller, and we don't need Jesse fucking James. We don't need Eric Ebron and Evan Ingram. We don't need that. That's not what we do. Get Ben the fuck out of here so that we can stop pandering to him. Run the football. I'm a boomer. No, I'm actually not a boomer, but I feel
I mean,
like
who
one
did you
tonight.
want? Did you want Dobbins there? I
Yes,
guess
I wanted J.K.
You wanted
Dobbins.
Dobbins. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I've been okay with that. I like Dobbins, and God, we need a running back to go to a spot where there's like you're the stud outside of Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Whoa. Did you see where Jonathan Taylor wound up, buddy?
Yeah. Do you know Marlon Mack is still going to be like a
Yeah,
thing?
I
He's
saw
still going to
Marlon
be in the
Mack.
way.
Couldn't pick up the blitz ever. That guy was he was terrible in pass. He might have been the worst running back in pass protection.
I mean, I'm thrilled personally. Like, I like Jonathan Taylor because he's way better than Marlon Mack. But what I'm saying is that team is still going to use Marlon Mack while they have him. They shouldn't, but I think that they will, and I think that hurts him.
But 75% of the time, they're going to use Jonathan Taylor.
You hope,
right?
You hope. I hope. The teams are stupid.
confident.
You cannot bank on that when they have a guy that's already there. You cannot bank on it. It is dangerous.
I was going to try to not drink tonight.
Oh,
Brian's
Brian,
already angry
Mr.
drinking.
Cheers, my friend. I'm on number 5. I have to drink 10. I have to do 10 tonight because I didn't hit 4,000.
That's bull crap.
So
I blame all of you.
Instead of drinking 12, I'm drinking 10. I'm going to get close.
James deserved that, and you guys took it from him. He deserved a full 12-pack, and I'm upset. I'm upset for you.
Either way, the Steelers still have one more pick. They can make it right by you, Brian. They can take J.K. Dobbins still. He's still on the board, and it might still be there with their next pick. So
They don't. I think they pick at what 102. Is that the next one?
No, they have another second here coming up.
Who? Pittsburgh?
Yeah, they have.
Nuh-uh.
Mhm.
When did they get another second round pick? Are you serious?
Oh, you didn't hear that we just totally traded Devin White for pennies?
No, I'm pretty positive. Let's check this out here.
I didn't
Sorry,
think they had.
Devin Bush.
I thought their next pick was the
Devin Bush,
was the
Devin White. God, I
compensatory
can never
pick at
get
the end
those
of the
two right.
third.
Can never get those two right.
I hope you're right, James. That would make my night a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the scroll on my ESPN to tell me who's coming next.
Yeah, Dallas,
Maybe they-
LA.
The Eagles. The Eagles are going to end up with freaking Denzel Mims and Jalen Reagor, and that just irritates me to all get out.
I kind of hope Mims falls to Packers pick because earlier on we had Robbie on as a guest, and he
The
was
Rams
talking about
pick
how he
quite a
wanted
few
them.
times. So do the Ravens a couple times here.
Ravens are going to get J.K. freaking Dobbins or something like that. And the
Yeah,
Steelers
I'm not seeing another Steelers pick in the second round.
Yeah,
here,
the
boys.
Steelers don't.
That
have
sounds
another
made
pick.
up to me.
James is getting my hopes up, man.
James is just trying to.
He's stepping on the throat.
I really thought Pittsburgh had 2 second-round picks. I'm happy they don't. No offense.
No worries, bro.
But I am happy they don't. But watch them trade up in the second. Watch it happen. Watch it happen. Now that I said that.
There goes Trayvon.
I feel bad for AJ Epinesa. They keep showing him.
Dallas
He's
is
probably going to get taken here because ESPN does this thing where they show a guy like sitting at his house, and then that's immediately the pick. I would not be surprised. He seems like a cowboy kind of player.
Yes,
Jerry
yeah.
Jones.
ESPN for best wide receivers available has my boy Devin Duvernay as the second best wide receiver available behind Denzel Mims. And I would be Ethan, I know you and I both see eye to eye on him. I would love to see Devin Duvernay go late second, early third, man. That would make my day.
The Cowboys took Trevon Diggs.
Yeah.
Trayvon Diggs.
And
Trayvon Diggs. That's a good pick.
That's
Solid
Stephon
pick as a corner.
Stephon Diggs' little brother. And I think it's a good pick.
That's weird though because they said that, and yet I feel like I missed picks. Maybe I just missed them. I missed picks 49 and 50.
49.
Or no, 49 was Chase Claypool.
I was going to
50
say
what?
49 was Claypool. And then 50 was the Bears, and they took Jalen Johnson. We talked about both those.
Yeah.
Where the heck
Got
have
it.
you been?
I lost track of the numbers. I was just paying attention to the team.
It's getting a little tricky because the second day, it's like picks happen right after one another. If the first day could be like this, I would not be nearly as tired as what I am right now.
Schefter and Rappaport are also tweeting the picks out of order too, which doesn't help because that's how I've been following along.
Well,
I think Dallas. I think
makes-
Dallas is having a heck of a draft on the outside. I mean, adding CD Lamb. I mean that offense is going to score, and then adding Trayvon Diggs, who I thought was a first-round cornerback in the second round, I think is a very nice pick for them. And it's a position of need. I mean, they can use another cornerback. Now they can go 3 strong at that position. So I like what the Cowboys are doing. I think they're having a very nice draft. And it's going to be interesting to see the Rams pick is in, and there's 2 good running backs on the board here.
oh my gosh! Please give me something here.
Give me
I
Dobbins. If Akers goes here,
Dobbins.
if Akers goes
That's
to the Rams,
clutch.
I am going to I'm going to have to move him up my rookie rankings as much as I'm going to hate it.
I'm going to get my live reaction to this pick, and then I have to bounce. I apologize. I will be back
Oh, good.
immediately. Tonight, I will be back.
We're tired.
Tonight, I will be back, but I do have another show. Just one more show. I have to
course
hop
you
on
do.
real quick.
Superstar status. We get it. Good.
Where did they pick Akers? That's all I need to know.
Well, you are correct because the Los Angeles Rams have selected Cam Akers.
Ah, what a pick. Dang it.
That is clutch. That's good.
Man,
We needed somebody.
Cam
I
Akers
needed-
up my board.
I needed something with just a no-brainer. And I loved anything to shut up people about Daryl Henderson. Oh my gosh. So much take lock
Ethan,
happening on Daryl Henderson this
You just
offseason.
redeemed yourself. Absolutely. I agree with you 110%.
So much take lock on Daryl Henderson. Here's the thing. I'm right there with you. I had Darrell Henderson as a top 12 pick. I had him later. I had him at like 12. Okay. But you have to look at what the Rams did last year and accept that they didn't expect him. If Malcolm Brown's beating you out for touches, he's not the guy. So that's my opinion. I have to bounce. I will be back.
We'll talk to you later, Ethan. John Hogue, I want to hear your response. Cam Akers going to the Rams. What do you think this does for him in fantasy? Is this a good landing spot?
Man, I'm not so sure. This is it's a pretty crowded running back room. I don't know. I mean, I think we were looking for a little bit more of an offensive share for Cam Akers than this. I think that he's I mean they have never given up on Malcolm Brown, for one thing. Darrell Henderson, I think we just barely started to scratch the surface with him. I don't know, man. This feels like a running back by committee. I don't think it's going to help Cam Akers' stock for fantasy purposes.
Does this pick being the first pick that the Rams had in the draft, being Cam Akers, alleviate some of that? I mean, does it make you feel like, boy, the Rams used their first pick in this draft on a running back? To me, it almost tells me that they feel like this is a hole. That they needed to fill this hole.
Yeah, definitely.
Disappointing.
Ooh,
the Eagles took Jalen Hurts
in, and they take Jalen Hurts. The writing's on the wall. Thank you. The writing is on the wall. Carson Wentz cannot stay healthy. Jalen Hurts is there just in case. They need a backup quarterback. Hey, when they won the Super Bowl, guess who won that? It wasn't Carson Wentz. It was Nick Foles, because Carson Wentz can't stay healthy. I love the pick. I think this is a great pick. If Carson Wentz continues to get hurt, you move on from him and you have a backup plan. Jalen Hurts is off the board. I almost wish Stompy was on here because I want to get his thoughts.
He's gonna hate it.
You guys don't like it?
I don't like it. I much rather would have seen him go to like a New Orleans where he would sit behind Breeze for a year and then be the starter next year.
Y'all are writing off Taysom Hill too soon. What do you think, Brian? You don't like it either?
No, I don't, because I believe in Carson Wentz. I mean, I think that's the whole reason they went out and got Jalen Reagor, is because they know that he needs weapons. I mean, he didn't have weapons last year.
That's true.
Yes, he's gotten banged up. I mean, quarterbacks in the National Football League get banged up. Cam Newton's gotten banged up. Aaron Rodgers has broken collarbones. Baker Mayfield gets put on his butt all the time. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger's hurt all the time. It's part of playing the position in the league. You know, all he's done is continued to put up high 20s touchdowns and under 10 picks every season that he plays. So I don't understand why people hate Carson Wentz so bad. You know, I mean, yeah, Nick Foles won him that Super Bowl. Carson Wentz put him in position where they had a nice ride at the end, you know, and Foles took him to the house. That's fine. I love Nick Foles. You know, but people are so fast to dismiss what Carson Wentz did for that team that year and what he's done for them since.
See, to me, the narrative for Carson Wentz and Baker Mayfield is totally different, and I don't understand why. Carson Wentz is a guy who gets hurt, and Baker Mayfield was ineffective his second year. His first year, Baker Mayfield was fantastic, but people are so quick to write him off, but they're not quick to write Carson Wentz off. And I guess I don't understand the difference, whether it's injury or whether it's ineffectiveness. If you're not on the field producing points, it hurts your team, doesn't it, John?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, in theory, of course, but
great, thank you.
Carson Wentz has never had a problem with the production side. And any analytics guy is going to point out to you that, you know, the way to predict a breakout is a breakout. I mean, we have to have already seen the top 12 type of season, and we got that from Carson Wentz. He was quarterback 2 overall, and that was only because he missed the last 3 games of the season with that ACL. In 2017, I mean, he was well on his way to it was that, you know, that year 2 mega breakout that we always get from one of these quarterbacks. We've already had that from him. We haven't had that from Baker Mayfield, and that's the number one indicator of sustained success.
Baker Mayfield, his first year, during the games he played, he started, was a top 12 quarterback. He didn't finish top 12 because he didn't play at the beginning of the year. That was Tyrod Taylor. But he was on pace to be a top 12 quarterback in the games that he played. So the games that you used him, the games that you started him, he was a top 12 quarterback his rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an analytics guy. I don't always subscribe to it, to be totally honest. But we've just seen trends of this where, talking about actual fantasy finish for the year. Once you have a top 12 season, then you can start to predict sustained success. And I mean, we haven't had that yet from Baker Mayfield is the bottom line, and it's kind of it's kind of along the same lines as what Bobby's saying about Drew Lock. It's, he only played 5 games, but at the end of the day, I mean, in terms of his actual fantasy production, it wasn't a strong indicator of a breakout.
Well,
I get
Drew Lock, just to go with my own take, it wasn't just that he was bad for fantasy. It was that from a statistical measure, even though, yes, it was only a 5-game sample, it was a weak 5-game sample compared to other rookies. It was just not good. That said, I did write about Carson Wentz a while ago. I was trying to pull up the article. I'm still trying to pull it up, but I do recall that he, within his first few seasons, was pretty high up there in terms of like passing yards and his adjusted net yards per attempt compared to other people who are like 2 or 3 seasons in. So it is more a question of health than it is him actually being able to produce. I will give him that. And I'm a Giants fan, so that means something, I think, coming from me being willing to acknowledge that an Eagles quarterback is actually a good player.
Yeah.
Okay, I suppose we've seen it once from Carson Wentz. We've seen him be a top 12 quarterback, so I guess that's enough for y'all.
In fact, I mean, I think he's done it. He's done it at least twice. Like he had a.
Oh, has he? I'm pretty sure he's done it once.
He had a much better 2019 season than a lot of people think. I don't remember exactly where he finished, but I believe he finishes a QB1.
Okay. I don't think he did, but maybe.
I'm using the DLF tool right now, so just give me 1 second and I will pull it up for you where he finished.
Just made an awesome pick. They took AJS Penza from Iowa, an edge rusher, really good player. Buffalo just adds. Buffalo's done well.
So James is right. Carson Wentz has only finished top 12 once in 2017 in PPG anyway.
No, I'm talking total overall scoring for the season.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Only rank versus PPG. I think we do have another tool for that, but I can't recall off the top of my head. But he was top 14 in 2019, which is relatively close. If there wasn't that much of a difference, it'd be interesting to look at. Regardless, I do think Wentz is a good fantasy quarterback generally.
Buffalo keeps making really nice picks over the last couple of years that fit their systems well. I mean, they don't. I don't know. Do the Bills have a chance to win the East?
I think they're the favorite to win the East at this point. Shouldn't they be? I mean, I can't think New England is at this point. With everything that they lost, it's an uphill battle for them. We're going to add...
dude, Rager's good.
Kyle, welcome back in. We got you for about 5 minutes before we bring John back in. But what's going on, man? We talked to you last night a bunch. What are your thoughts so far in the draft tonight?
Tickled pink by what the Cowboys did, getting Trayvon Diggs there in the second round. I mean, that was the target for the Cowboys. Sorry, I got a little cat dog behind me. Yeah, we've got a first round target of ours in the second round. So I just love that. But the other thing is, I love that Hurts goes to Philadelphia because that doesn't make them instantly better, which is great. Because they easily could have taken Mims or somebody over there that could have had an impact. I mean, I know you got Miles Sanders, but even J.K. Dobbins would have been an impact player there.
I suppose. I think this just makes the Eagles really, really good for a long time. That's my take on it, but I'm in the minority.
So we're behind apparently because people that are on TV stream or whatever are now saying Dobbins to Baltimore.
Told you.
Well, that makes a ton of sense.
J.K. Dobbins to Baltimore. Brian, I'm going to go to you because
No, don't come to me right now.
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, James.
J.K. Dobbins, though, was a guy that you wanted in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
He ends up in the division either way, which I don't love as a Browns fan. And he ends up going to the Baltimore Ravens, who
perfect.
This has to vault J.K. Dobbins' stock, doesn't it? I mean, going to
Absolutely.
a run.
Absolutely. He's Mark Ingram except 10 years younger. I mean, it's perfect. He's an AFC North running back. He's a running back that gets 4 yards in a cloud of dust and falls forward at the end of every run. He's an AFC North running back. It's perfect. That's why the Steelers should have taken him 6 picks ago. I'm getting so sick of Pittsburgh trying to I don't know. It's like they try to get the darling. They take Mason Rudolph. They take, and meanwhile, Baltimore's back here building Super Bowl championship caliber teams over the last several years. And it's like, I'm sick of it. I really am. I'm pissed tonight. So
Baltimore's first 2 picks in this draft have been
they're crushing it. They're crushing it.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I agree. And Brian, the only reason why I smile is because you sound like me every other year. Every year outside of this year so far, you sound like me as a Browns fan. I am always irate and just upset.
This may not make you guys happy, but one of my analytics friends ran because I said the Ravens always make a good pick, or at least it felt that way. So he actually ran, and it's Phil Watkins. It's Advanced Analytics on Twitter. I may not be pronouncing that right, but he ran the PFF's grades of the Ravens picks between 1996 to 2015 against the league average. Their average value was well above the league average. It was like a 36 to a 25.
Wow. Okay. Kyle, let's get your thoughts on this. Kyle on the couch. What do you think about the Dobbins pick here?
I just really like the way that they've been drafting there in Baltimore. Especially the fact that they go after so many good Sooner players. It's a lot of fun to see them because you got guys like that they were picking in the 3rd round and they picked up Mark Andrews and they're like, why would you do that? You just got Hurst in the 1st round, and people don't realize that a player like Andrews goes to college at Oklahoma because they'll let him play wide receiver. He runs a 4.6 40. He's a tall guy. He's just different than modern era players. And you've got a head coach that's like, oh yeah, we'll make you work, man. We're not going to call you a tight end to beat you up and make you block all the time. They play him off the line, but he's still a tight end. They do end up beefing him up a little bit. So he only runs like a 4.62 instead of a 4.6. But the dude's amazing. And I think Baltimore getting Dobbins, that just solidifies that backfield for a long time.
How did I know you were going to tie this to Oklahoma? Man, I could have called that. We got Kyle Senra here. Kyle, friend of the shows, you're doing your own thing. Real quick, before we ask you any questions, let everyone know, let all our listeners know, everyone who's tuning in, where they can find you on Twitter, where they can find your content, because I know that you are killing it right now as far as your content goes.
All right, well, thanks, James. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Senra. On Twitter, you can follow me at Yama_KS. That's spelled NYAMA_KS. I write for Full Press Coverage. I co-host the Full Press Coverage, the Full Press Fantasy Pod, Full Press Packers Pod as well. Like Robbie from before, also a Packers fan. And like Kyle, my name's also Kyle. So go with Senra if needed for simplicity's sake tonight.
Awesome. Okay, Kyle Senra, we're having some trouble hearing you. I don't know if your mic is working fully, but while you get that figured out, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think about J.K. Dobbins going to Baltimore as the Ravens pick here? What do you think that does for him fantasy-wise?
I mean, I think I think he replaces almost everyone in that Ravens backfield. Maybe this year he's probably going to lose some touches to Mark Ingram, but we saw when Alvin Kamara came into the league, if it's a productive offense, Mark Ingram being there didn't really stop him from doing well. So yeah, I don't know if this year he's going to produce as well as the other running backs that have gone, but I think long term it's a pretty good landing spot.
Yeah, okay. I definitely think the same. I think this is a guy who can step right into that Mark Ingram role and fill it, in an elite status there. So yeah, we got that pick in. It looks like Miami is on the clock. My stream is way behind, guys, so I might be late to react on some of these picks. But as of right now, I got Miami on the clock. Cam Akers is still there. Miami hasn't addressed running back. Is this where they do it, or do they look elsewhere? We know that
Cam Akers went to the Rams, James.
Oh, that's right. So Cam Akers is gone. All the top 5 running backs are gone. So that begs the question, man. Does Jordan Howard's value? I mean, Jordan Howard. We kind of whisper that. Does his value rise at this point? Being that.
What about Patrick Laird?
Oh, don't start, Bobby. Don't start with Patrick Laird. All right, so Robbie McPhee asks, time to put you on the spot, Kyle. Pick 62 for Curtis Samuel. Yes or no?
I think it depends who's on the clock. I don't mind it necessarily. Denzel Mims might be the only receiver I could think of. Although I do like Samuel's skill set. It does bring a different dynamic than what's already on the Packers roster. Just in terms of just body size alone, but ability to play in the slot, be moved around, something that I know Matt LaFleur really prioritizes. So yeah, I think I'd rather have Samuel than any other receiver at this point. Josh Jones still on the board, and I know the Packers did just sign Ricky Wagner, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be a long-term answer. And I know even the swing tackle job this year, right now it's Alex Light, and he only played one game last year. It was against the 49ers, so he was beaten pretty badly throughout. It wasn't necessarily the fairest showing, but I don't think he's the answer. So they can get Josh Jones. That might be the one player I'd be willing to kind of take over Samuel. But I think, yeah, for the most part, I have no problem giving up the second for Curtis Samuel.
Beautiful.
Raekwon Davis, by the way, is your pick there for the Dolphins interior lineman.
Davis, yeah, very, very interesting. They just keep building the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle on the couch. We want to get John back in here, but before we do, I'd like to know where we can find you on Twitter, and just one last thought as far as the draft and where we're at right now. What your thoughts are so far on the draft today?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Dogleg Brewer, and my fantasy podcast is at Dynasty Self Help with me and Jeremy Schwob. So you can find us there. We do some fun stuff. We actually have Stompy's co-host coming on Saturday with us. That'll be a lot of fun. And then, as far as this draft, I just think it's really interesting. One of the notes we can all take away is now the Philadelphia Eagles have 2 quarterbacks with similar naming scheme. You've got one who's Hurts and the other who's always Hurts. So it should work out pretty good for them, I think.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you again, Kyle, for joining us. We're going to get you out of here. We'll get John back on. But yeah, everyone, make sure that you follow Kyle on the couch on Twitter, and make sure to follow his podcast. Thanks again, Kyle. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
James, I have a new level of respect for you.
You do? My goodness.
After feeling this evening, I have a new level of respect for what you go through every year.
Oh my goodness. Well, I can I'll accept that because it has been brutal being a Browns fan, and I can tell you the 3 picks that hurt the most. The one was please, whatever you do, don't take Brady Quinn. Don't take Brady Quinn. Don't take Brady Quinn. Brady Quinn is the pick, right? Then it was I'm live at the draft in 2014. Do not take Johnny Manziel. They take a corner at number 6, and I'm going, yes, they didn't take Manziel. They trade back into the first round to take Manziel. Couldn't believe it. Then do not take Baker Mayfield. They took Baker Mayfield. I'm telling you, I have been there, Brian. I have been to the point where to the brink of jumping out the window and just saying I'm done with it as far as NFL fandom goes, and I held strong.
And after all of that, like, isn't it a little bit offensive to hear a Pittsburgh Steelers fan after one pick, and it's a wide receiver, which they've been very good at drafting.
Not big ones though. They draft little wide receivers well. They don't draft big. Lima Swede and Plaxico Burress, who was okay, but then shot himself in the leg.
Good. Yeah.
I'm just giving you a heads up that I did promise Robbie McPhee that if the Packers draft Mims, that I'd play the Avengers theme over the stream for him.
Nice. I hope it happens. Let's do it. So here's the other. Oh, and of course James leaves right as I'm about to say my piece with the Browns. The thing that's nice about being a Steelers fan with this. So the last time that I felt this way was the year that Pittsburgh picked Le'Veon Bell over Eddie Lacy, because I was hell bent that Eddie Lacy needed to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, and I was so pissed that he was still on the clock and they took Le'Veon Bell over him. So I was very wrong in that case. So that's the only hope that I have, is that I can be that wrong with Chase Claypool and he ends up being a beast and making me shut my mouth.
Imagine if Eddie Lacy and Le'Veon Bell traded places. Do you think they would have had the same careers that they did, or do you think like Lacy would still be in the league playing for the Jets, having stayed healthy, and Bell would have been the one who couldn't stop eating burgers?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, if he was a Steeler and just playing in that organization, would Eddie Lacy have continued to show the promise that he showed in his first season and stayed in shape? It's an interesting what if scenario.
I think with Lacy, the problem is, I don't know, we'll see what Robbie has to say about it too, but it was injuries, right? It was the ankle injury that really kind of kick-started off. Yep. That one training camp where he just kept dealing with it, wasn't able to work out, and then put on the weight, and then that season, even I remember 2015, he got hurt in that season, but his first run of the year was like an 80-yard run. It seemed like, oh yeah, ho-hum, just like 2014 is going to look good, and then just the injuries. So I don't know that he was injured because he was in Green Bay. I think that would have happened regardless and would have maybe started the spiral. Perhaps the Steelers would have been more patient than the Packers were.
He would have also been playing behind a better O-line, so the injury may have not even happened. I mean, there's a lot of like what ifs you can play out.
Although the Packers O-line has always kind of been top 10. Even at that point, I guess maybe his rookie year might have been one of the worst times, because that was pre-Bakhtiari. So
yeah, for sure.
But maybe he would have been better off with the Steelers.
So really, really cool that we got both Kyle Senra and Rob McPhee on for the Packers pick. Real quick, let's go over what are you guys hoping for this pick? What are you guys hoping does not happen this pick?
You can go first, Kyle. I'll send it to you.
I mean, I guess there's not really any glaring.
Hey, Kyle, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but your mic is still really quiet. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, no problem. So, Robbie, we're gonna go with you first while Kyle figures that out. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been pretty vocal in the chat so far that despite what you've been saying, I'd love to see Mims here. If it doesn't happen, like Kyle was saying, though, Josh Jones makes a lot of sense. Cleveland hasn't been picked yet either. Hey, I was gone for a little bit. Ezra Cleveland? No?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah, so, I mean, either one would be
Cleveland
awesome.
has been picked, I believe.
Who is Van Jefferson? The Rams just took Van Jefferson, receiver out of Florida.
Yeah, wide receiver out of Florida. Very good route runner. He's a guy that I like an awful lot. I really think the Rams are having a very nice draft. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Anyway.
On the fantasy pod, Alessandro, he likes Van Jefferson as well, James. So you're not the only one.
Yeah, I know some of the DLF guys and some of the guys, for example, like Nick Whalen, who writes The Graduates, as well as FF Ghost writes The Orange Report, are pretty high on Van Jefferson too.
Nick Whalen was on last year with our live draft, and if Nick Whalen says it, I pretty much take it as gospel. He's awesome when it comes to scouting these prospects. He's one of the few guys that I will listen to if I watch film and I come to a conclusion and Nick Whalen comes to a different conclusion, I'm gonna go back and rewatch the film. So that's how good he is. So I know we got Ethan waiting back. Ethan, we are. I know you can hear me. We're gonna wait until the Packers pick, and then we'll get Kyle and Robbie, on out of here. But we do want to make sure that they get on here during the Packers pick. So it might be a little bit of a wait for you and John, but we are definitely going to get you guys back in here. Absolutely. But yeah, so it looks like when do the Packers pick here?
They're at 62, eh?
They're at 62. We're at 58, I believe. It looks like the Vikings are on the board, or Vikings are on the clock. So we might have a I know Ethan's super busy. He's a superstar. He pretty much gets to pick which podcast he wants to go on. So I'm sure he'll be back when he has time. But yeah, absolutely. This should be fun for the Packers. Let's see if Denzel Mims makes it there. I think.
So,
go ahead.
What are the odds the Jets take him here? Because I mean, they passed on Judy and Lamb yesterday,
Decently
right?
high.
Do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I have the Avengers theme all queued up to the right spot for you.
I
too,
need
Robbie.
it. See, but are you going to play it if he's there and they don't take him? Because that's just
No,
that'll
then
be
I
the icing on
actually
the cake.
let me see if I can find the Avengers defeat.
Brian,
Right.
I have a question for you, Brian Har. Baltimore picks at 60 and Zach Bond is still there. If they take J.K. Dobbins and Zach Bond, can I expect to see you decked out in Ravens gear next time we see you?
No, never.
Okay.
But they would have absolutely killed the draft like
Wow.
they do every single year these days. So
The Vikings took Cleveland, which sounds
No
right.
way.
Cleveland.
Damn.
Wow, that's a great pick, and
Mhm.
I'm telling
Vikings
you,
have been having a nuts draft.
the
yeah,
NFC.
the Vikings are having a good draft. Yep.
I think them and the Lions are both having a good draft. I think the Packers and the Bears are to this point trying to drop the ball a little bit, right?
The Bears are. I mean, it's like comical.
Yeah,
I just can't. They have 10 tight ends on their roster now.
their second pick was okay. I mean, they took a cornerback that I was high on. Green Bay, I don't love their draft, but it's
Oh
early.
boy.
So we'll see what they do in the second round.
By
Yeah.
the way, apparently that took a Trent Williams trade off the table for the Vikings. So that's another big development.
Which is good. My goodness, the Vikings in their cap situation do not need to add Trent Williams. If so, they'd be cutting veteran players left and right, I would
To
think.
be fair, they do have probably the best cap person in the entire business. I don't know how he does what he does.
Yeah, that's true. But Jets on the clock here. Can poor Packer fans? Are your hearts gonna get broken with Mims here?
I'm sorry, guys, but I do kind of hope it's Mims selfishly because I'm in the New York market. So that means I
Right.
get to watch him. Even though I'm a Giants fan, I do watch the Jets games if they don't conflict with each other. So for selfish reasons, I hope that he lands here. But also, I want to play the Avengers theme, so I hope that he doesn't.
I want Mims to land here only because I'm not high on Mims, and I would be even less high on him if he lands in Adam Gates' offense. Where
Well, you
he's
know what, James? He
looking
was
at-
my highest drafted rookie in this one draft, and I don't appreciate you right now.
But Brian, I feel so bad every time I look at this screen. I just see you with this disgruntled face on this disgruntled look on your face, and I feel bad because that's me. That you are me, and you recognize that, and I feel for you, man. But the Steelers are going to make it up to you. Their third round pick is going to be. I'm
They're
telling
gonna
you.
make it up to me with like a tight end from Purdue or something like that.
Well, Bryson Hopkins is my boy. So
They're going to make it up to
there. I'm going to be
Harrison
pissed.
Bryant or Hunter Bryant. Or actually
Jacob
both.
Eason. They'll take Jacob Eason in the third.
I'm telling
Brian.
you, if they take Bryson Hopkins, I'm gonna be pissed.
Brian, that meme of Spider-Man looking at Spider-Man, that'd be Mason Rudolph looking at Jacob Eason.
Yeah.
I did a
Yeah.
spot on the Clock Dodgers podcast.
So that has to be accurate.
I did a spot on the Clock Dodgers podcast, and they asked me to record a 1-minute clip on any prospect. I chose Bryson Hopkins. His story is really cool. I mean, his dad, Brad Hopkins, was an offensive lineman for the Titans. When he was a kid, Steve McNair and Eddie George used to push him around in laundry baskets in the Titans dressing room. I just thought that was so cool. He grew up around the game. If Bryson Hopkins gets drafted anywhere, I'm going to be a fan. I really am. I just think he's a cool dude. I've listened to his interviews. He's a smart guy. He really is a good guy. He's a guy that I'm rooting for. So don't diss him, Brian. Don't do it.
I'm not dissing him. I mean, I like him as a prospect. I just hate that the Steelers always draft tight ends, and it's all that's all they ever talk about. It's like, oh, what do we need this year? Another tight end. Like they're it's just. I mean, they're getting close to Bears territory.
Ezra Cleveland kind of looks like Ethan Turner. Did you guys realize that?
Who?
What? Let's see.
Ezra Cleveland kind of looks like Ethan Turner.
Oh no. No, he doesn't. Ezra Cleveland is not a good-looking dude. Ethan Turner.
Let me rephrase. He looks like Ethan Turner's less attractive brother.
Yeah, okay. Because women rubberneck around Ethan. You know, like they're looking back at Ethan when he walks by. I don't.
Ethan's also a doctor. I mean, yes, Ethan's a good-looking dude, but he's also a doctor, so he's got those two things going for him.
That's true. That's true. He's got a lot going for him, which kind of sucks for the rest of us. You know, we're out here, we're sitting here just down in silver bullets and talking about Cleveland Browns draft picks. But you know, whatever, it is what it is.
Brian, what are the odds we can cheer you up with some Frozen 1 versus Frozen 2 content right here? How's that sound?
Well, it depends on how it depends on which direction we're going with it, because
hey. I'm
very passionate about these takes. So
I know you've watched Onward recently too. You've got to be pumped to talk about that. No,
I liked it. I should have been down here watching that stuff instead of this junk.
Brian, just to make you feel better, and I will try to convince myself that I actually feel this way. I will say that "Lost in the Woods" is the greatest Frozen song.
Oh,
and you now have
so good. It's so good. That whole Frozen 2 is like, I mean,
here we go.
I mean, I don't even care that it's a Disney movie and that's a beautiful sound. That helped. Thank you.
Hey, I did it.
You're welcome.
I did it just for you, man. I know
there you go. It was like simultaneous. It was beautiful. Great job, guys.
I love Disney movies, and I have yet to watch Frozen 2.
James,
it's a got to get on it.
Game changer.
Occasion. Like I
generational talent.
Yeah, I've been hearing that. I have to make.
It's the Saquon Barkley of Disney movies.
Yes.
Was it you, Brian, or was it Russ? One of you two were saying that, like, I heard it was dark. I don't know if I want to watch it with my kid. And I remember I was waiting on the answer, and I never heard, because I was like, if it's too dark, I don't know if I want to watch it. Like, Disney movies can't be too dark for me, you know? Like, it's got to be. Yeah,
Adam Gase is the funniest looking dude. Like, those eyes are just wild. I mean, he's like, whoa. Wait, I don't even.
He is.
That's pretty good, Brian.
Thank you.
Maybe a little too good.
All right, here's the Jets pick. Oh man,
Antonio Gibson's landing spot's going to be interesting too.
Yeah, that actually would be a player I wouldn't mind for the Packers, to be honest. Again, skill set's different than what they have in terms of their receiving core. Second round does seem a little early, though.
God, oh my God!
And here we go. And this is about what we kind of expected. Robbie, why don't you go ahead and announce the pick after you're done and after you're down?
Oh man, with the 59th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets are proud to select Denzel Mims, wide receiver.
Awesome. He gets to go to New York and waste away in Adam Gase's system until they hire a new coach. Like Kenny,
I'll enjoy that out of
Devontae Parker, like Ryan Tannehill and all the guys that play for Adam Gase. It just sucks for everyone, which is perfect for me because I didn't want Denzel Mims anyways. But it sucks for Packer fans who could have had Denzel Mims, Aaron Rodgers throwing him the ball. Instead, Sam Darnold is going to throw him.
Denzel Mims will be the guy to get rid of the Gase curse and still break out and be amazing because he's on my fantasy team, James.
So the Pats just traded up to the Ravens pick, hey? I don't know what the heck they're
The
doing.
Ravens are slaying this draft. They
Dude,
are
well,
absolutely slaying this draft.
They kill it
So
every
good.
year, and as a Browns fan, I'm used to it. As a Steelers fan, it sucks for you because you feel like your team's dropping the ball, and that normally isn't the case because normally you guys draft really well. So I understand it.
I mean, the only saving grace I have here is that, I mean, if I look at this in the sense of the Steelers traded their first round pick this year for Minkah Fitzpatrick. So they got Minkah Fitzpatrick in the first round this year, and they already have an all-pro year worth of production from him. I mean, if I look at it that way, it's like, the second round pick kind of didn't thrill me, but at least I can, hang my hat on that.
And that's the way the Bears can look at this, is that they don't have a first round pick, but you have Khalil Mack.
Right.
Like it's not a total loss. You're okay. Like and yeah, that Minkah Fitzpatrick pick looks better and better each day that passes. So yeah, you guys are fine. If you want to send him to Cleveland,
can they just do it? Like, I know he's just drafted, but they announced the Packers give up their seventh in this pick for Mims.
Dude, if the Packers take Devin Duvernay, I swear to cow, I will not be happy at all. Like they had better not do that. I love Devin Duvernay. I would have to.
This would be way too early for Devin Duvernay, James.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
ESPN had him as their number 2 ranked wide receiver behind Denzel Mims. So we can say it's too early, but Brandon Ayuk went in the first round, and Denzel Mims didn't go till just now. So
Zach Bond.
The Patriots pick or the Packers pick?
The Patriots.
Oh my!
They didn't.
God.
I don't know if they actually did it. I'm just saying that would be a New England Patriots pick.
It would be. No, that's a good call. It's a very nice call.
What's his name? Is old?
Nope.
Getting old?
They took
No, it's not. Yep.
Josh Uche.
Who?
Oh my God, Brian! I was just about to scream at you if that was true. Oh,
Who did New England pick?
Michigan outside linebacker.
Josh Uche.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I was just about to say Josh Jones or Zach Bond for 62 to the Pack. I was gonna lose my mind if that was true. Oh,
Can we?
They're guaranteed
That's-
one, and that's where they're going with 2 picks left. So.
Yeah.
Does New England ever get too cute? I almost feel like this year they're getting too cute. They're just getting too deep. Like, let's just go with this dude, But
like they traded up for him.
Like the safety they took was like from a school that I didn't.
Lenore Ryan University.
Yeah, okay. You probably could have had him in the 3rd, and then they take a guy in the 3rd that they probably could have had in the 4th. But it's New England, so I can't question it. Like, I guess I don't know, man. That team. I think New England's in trouble this year.
Apparently, the Lions really liked this pick
Of
too.
course they did. Matt Patricia loves whatever Bill Belichick loves. If Bill Belichick tells him to love it, he will. There's no doubt. I'm sure that the DeAndre Swift pick was like, man, Bill Belichick telling him, man, I like DeAndre Swift. We might take him here. And then Matt Patricia took DeAndre Swift because Bill Belichick loved him. I'm surprised they didn't end up with Jordan Love, to be honest.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Brian, someone just reminded me that the Giants were supposed to have an early 3rd round pick, and there's a lot of guys that would be good here, but they traded it for a rental year of Leonard Williams that they could franchise tag him.
Steelers are going to take Zach Moss in the 3rd, and it's going to just send me to Pluto.
Oh boy.
So you're not a Zach Moss fan, Brian?
I'm not a Zach Moss in the 3rd when you could have had J.K. Dobbins in the 2nd, or Cam Akers for that matter.
Okay, I get that. That makes a ton of sense to me.
If they take him in the 4th, 5th, whatever, I mean that's fine. You're just kind of taking a flyer on the guy, getting some more depth. But I mean, to have an opportunity to get an elite runner like J.K. Dobbins is, in my opinion, I've been high on Dobbins since the start of this. I mean, I've been as high on him as probably anybody. And to have him sitting there and have my team on the clock and have it be a team need, and then to get it rubbed in my face 6 picks later when he goes to the one team that I despise, it's brutal. It's a brutal sequence.
I really wanted Justin Jefferson for the Packers, so to see him go to the Vikings in the first round, that was pretty painful. I would
It's
say
killer.
I say it's more painful than seeing Mims go to the Jets. That's why I'm not feeling so bad right now.
He was just the last receiver that I thought was worthy of a pick here, so that's why it's extra bad for me. But
well, I like Brian Edwards. I don't know, maybe it is too early for him, but I think all the injury stuff aside, he was one of my top 5 receivers coming into the.
If they don't take Brian Edwards here, he's not getting back to them. I'm pretty sure he's going somewhere in the 3rd.
So, I mean, Josh Jones, Brian Edwards, I'm fine with either here, or again, trading that pick for Curtis Samuel. But I wonder, Curtis Samuel was a 2nd-round pick, and rarely do teams ever get what they drafted for, right? So maybe a 3rd gets Curtis Samuel. So if that's the case, you dress receiver with the 3rd. I would like O-line here. I think Josh Jones is solid.
Well, here we go. Let's see. How about Jake Fromm? Here? Let's double up on quarterback. You got to get that right in the future, right?
I don't necessarily view Jordan Love as just Aaron Rodgers' replacement. I actually think he's going to have a role in the offense. Maybe it's Taysom Hill, maybe it's Wildcat, whatever you want to call it. I think there's a plan there. So I'm not as disparaged by that pick. In fact,
man, you texted that to me earlier, and I wanted to smash my phone, just break it in 2.
He's going to have a role in the offense.
It.
It's going to be at quarterback.
In 4 years.
James, it couldn't be Jake Fromm because he would then be in a commercial for State Farm, Jake Fromm, State Farm, and that would be against Aaron Rodgers' discount double check. And so there'd be this whole narrative there.
Any quarterback that goes to Green Bay is going to be against Aaron Rodgers anyways. So
yeah, but their commercials would compete too. We just can't have it.
Oh, we can have it. That would be fine because Aaron Rodgers is going to. Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry. I know I'm here with 2 Packer fans. Aaron Rodgers is. He is an acquired taste as far as his personality goes. He is not always the most accepting of anything or anyone, especially coaching, and especially someone who, with as bad as Brett Favre treated him, according to him coming in, I have a feeling that he's not going to be very receptive to guys like Jordan Love. So yeah, it's hard to cheer for a guy like Aaron Rodgers if you know his personality. I'm just going to say that. That's just
all I'm saying is I will be disappointed. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say, thanks, Bobby. I was thinking Peyton Manning was notoriously difficult to coach as well, which, I mean, again, Adam Gase was his OC. He's obviously way smarter than Gase and things like that. But, I mean, you see Rivers yell at teammates, Cousins yell at teammates on the bench. Ben Roethlisberger, on radio shows is throwing James Washington, a rookie, under the bus. So I feel like Rodgers kind of gets a bad knack for not treating his teammates the best way, but that's kind of just how quarterbacks act in the NFL. Like, I know Tom Brady's kind of the exception. He's the exception to everything, but most other quarterbacks are just like Rodgers, if not worse. I mean, I don't think there's any. I don't think they measure closely in terms of being a human between what Ben Roethlisberger does and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, Jameis Winston, and I mean, Ben's got Super Bowl rings, but with Winston, you don't even get good quarterback.
Robbie, we just saw you react. Oof! What were you looking for, buddy?
So the Titans just took LSU cornerback Christian Fulton, and he's actually a sleeper pick for the Packers. Right there, I would have said where he fell that far. People don't think D-backs is much of a need, but I would have liked that a lot. So it's again, I'm cool with either of Jones or Zach Bond here for the Packers, but just that's great value for the Titans there too. I had James in the mock draft competition we were in. I had Trayvon Diggs going to the Titans at 28. So
okay.
to get an O-lineman there and then get a corner here, that's nuts. Sorry for cutting you off, Kyle, with the big oof right in the middle of your talking, but
Robbie, you were in that. Do you want to tell the podcast and all the listeners who won that contest? I would like to.
Honestly, I'm not really enthused to do that because I finished about like 20 points behind the winner, James DeBrain. So
Oh, that's right. I won that. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I like Kristen Fulton a lot. This was a guy who I thought had a first round grade out of LSU. Going in the second round here to Tennessee is great value. Tennessee is one of those sneaky teams too that normally drafts pretty well. At least over the last couple of years, they've really drafted very well, and I think this is going to add. This is a third year they've done really well. So we got the Packers on the clock, guys. I know that we've talked extensively on what we think the Packers are going to do or what you guys hope the Packers are going to do. It's interesting. Brian, Bobby, I haven't heard from you guys, non-Packer fans. What do you think the Packers should do, or what do you think they will do here?
Well, I can't really say because in the first round I would have said that they should have taken a wide receiver. So really, I guess they should still take a wide receiver if they didn't do it there. Although the depth at wide receiver obviously has taken a hit. So, and again, I've said this earlier, I don't pay attention to defense or who needs what on defense unless it's my actual team, which is the Giants. Because other than that, I don't care about fantasy stuff. So, of course, I want them to take like a wide receiver and see Aaron Rodgers be super angry and throw it to that wide receiver a bunch. But honestly, besides that, I have no clue. So if it's a defensive pick, great. If it's O-line, also great. I don't pay attention to anything that doesn't matter for fantasy for other teams.
Sure. Do you think
here
that
it
Jordan
is.
Love will target the wide receiver that they take? Never mind. Brian.
Zach Bond.
Oh my God! What are you kidding me?
Oh, what was that?
Yeah,
The Packers just took AJ Dillon. I'm gonna absolutely lose my dang mind.
Robbie,
goodness.
welcome.
Okay.
Robbie, welcome to the to the Superflex Super Show live draft show. We kill dreams here.
Except if you're a Browns fan tonight.
All right, so
okay.
Frozen 2.
Yeah. Back to the good stuff.
Robbie, I'm going to give you a second to kind of regroup. Kyle, you seem to have your stuff together. What do you think about A.J. Dillon to the Packers here?
I have no idea why they would do this. I think, outside the top five, I think that there's a good depth at running back they could have waited and gotten. I guess no one is similar to Dillon. He's so much different than any other running back in his class, but I don't know that this is at all. I was saying Zach Baldwin, Josh Jones. I was saying Brian Edwards. Trade the pick for Curtis Samuel. Like there were options there. I don't know that A.J. Dillon. I like the Jordan Love pick more than the A.J. Dillon pick, for what it's worth. But I'm also pretty optimistic about that one. But yeah, I know. Robbie was referencing with Chris Carlton at corner. Part of the reason they could have used the corner as well is because Kevin King's on the last year of his contract. Kenan Sullivan signed for only one season. If they do get Jamal Williams back, same thing with the running backs. Aaron Jones about to be a free agent. Jamal Williams about to be a free agent. But for A.J. Dillon this early, I don't like this at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's going to be the consensus here. Really interesting pick. Oh, man. Okay, Robbie, we're going to go to you. We're going to get your reaction. What do you think? Oh, you had to get another beer. I was wondering where you went to. Now I know. This is the Brian Harr reaction right here. It's grab another beer and let's start chugging. What do you think of the Dillon pick? Please, if you go ahead.
If the concern was censoring myself, I certainly will do my best.
You're good.
I'm looking at my rookie draft board here, just for dynasty purposes. I had AJ Dillon 31st. I had Keyshawn Vaughn ahead of him and Zach Moss and Eno Benjamin. If they were gonna take any running back, which I still find ridiculous, could have been one of them. I think that AJ Dillon is worse Jamal Williams. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Somebody in my chat just said that the Packers are just tanking for Trevor Lawrence. So look at it that way.
Okay.
If they were to do that, I would have appreciated them not taking Jordan Love yesterday. But I mean, yeah, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
I will say about Dylan, there are some traits that I do like. So in my evaluation for running back, he finished 5th in footwork, 5th in balance score, and 5th in burst. So those are all, top 5 and all those traits are pretty good. The elusiveness really isn't there, and obviously, big body, it's tough to be really evasive, but I do like his initial step to get going, and he fights through contact really well, as you would expect for someone of his size. He really needs to, that's kind of the minimum, but I really was impressed with his just to get off, and I do like the footwork. So those elements do translate well to the NFL. But again, I mean, Bobby, you referenced it. I think Brian Edwards is probably not going to be there for their 3rd-round pick. I kind of feel like Dylan would have been. So yeah.
Look, AJ Dillon. A guy, Kane Fossil, who is a guy who a DLF guy, a guy who I am teaming up with, a co-owner of mine on the DLF Championship Series, who's an awesome. He knows these prospects left and right. Dude, he has been on AJ Dillon. This guy is big and he can run. He's really, really fast. He's not slow. He is not slow. That is wrong. That is wrong. The Boston College cafeteria is funny, but he is not slow. He is actually big fast. The dude ran fast. His 40 was like 4.5 for his size. It was unreal. The dude is a quick guy. I don't hate the player. I just don't like the landing spot. I feel like Green Bay had other needs, but okay. So
to me, if anything else, Aaron Jones is done after this year because they're saying we're making an early investment. They're not going to pay Aaron Jones. I could see Jamal Williams coming back because he hasn't produced enough to really command a high paycheck, so they're probably going to get him. But if Jones wants to remain on the Packers, he's not getting the payday he may be seeking.
That's pretty smart by the Packers, though, because if they've learned anything from other teams, it's don't give running backs second contracts.
Sure. Kyle, Robbie, I want to thank both of you guys for coming on. I really do. We want to get John back in the chat, so we're going to bid you adieu. Kyle, first off, before we let you go, I want to let you know, thank you for always supporting the show. And I wanted to give you a second to let our listeners know where they can find you and your content and your podcast. I know you and Alessandro are still killing it. Where can they find you at?
Podcasts available anywhere you listen to podcasts, whether Apple, I guess iTunes isn't a thing anymore. It's Apple Music, and Megaphone is actually the new platform I haven't really heard much of. So yeah, check us out on Megaphone. You can also check out the Full Press Radio Network at fullpresscoverage.com, and my personal account, Nyama_KS, NYAMA_KS. Thank you guys a lot. Love the Super Show. Been enjoying this live stream. Be a part of it, and also glad to be on with Robbie.
Oh, awesome. Kyle, thank you again for joining us. We appreciate it. Robbie, let's go to you. Robbie, thank you so much for joining us. So let the listeners know where they can find you and on Twitter and any of your content if you're putting anything out.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate it. Sorry for losing my cool there. I had to take a minute, of course. But yeah. Before I did have the wrong Twitter handle, like I thought. It is Robbie McPhee 21, ROBBIEMCPHEE 21. Again, not really any content out. I'd like to get to writing or podcasting or whatever it is eventually. But no, I've been enjoying the live stream with you guys and getting to be a part of it. It's been really cool. So again, apologies for my outbursts, as you say, but I guess that's what it's all about. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
No, we appreciate you, Robbie. Thank you so much for joining us. And we will talk to you later. Again, if you want to dial in, you want to call in, or get a link later on in the third round when the Packers pick, let us know. We'll be happy to have you back on. Same thing with Kyle. We appreciate it. John, welcoming you back in. I did not appreciate Big Slow, but a waste is correct.
Yeah,
so
it's
what are your thoughts on?
My thoughts are it's time to get Aaron Rodgers out of there. Free AR12. Hashtag free AR12. Let's get the petition going to get him traded away from Matt LaFleur. It's quickly becoming one of the most the poorest run teams in the entire league at this point. They turned it over to Matt LaFleur, and he is just making a huge mess at this point. So you needed wide receiver help. I know it's a little bit of a reach for guys like Brian Edwards at this point, but that is the position of need. So the fact that they're going to just add to this running game and just go all in on sniping Rodgers on all these on all the goal line work. Just get him out of there. You're not interested in having one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time anymore. So just trade him. So pissed.
Yeah. Let's get rid of him. Let's trade him. The Calgary Stampede need a quarterback, and I think
get out of here with that. Get out of here with that.
I think he fits perfect. Come on, Cam Newton's a free agent. Cam Newton is younger. He's better at this point of their.
He's not better. He is.
He is a better quarterback.
No, he's not. He's never, not even for a second.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be 37 come the start of the come this season. In season. He's
that doesn't matter.
Come on,
he's still he's a better quarterback than Cam Newton.
Please
tell me you know that.
Newton is a better quarterback.
It's important to me that you know that.
Oh, the Stampeders don't need a quarterback. Kyle Sandra tells me, which sucks because I don't know where else he goes. The Alouettes, maybe Montreal Alouettes. I know a scout there. Russell Andy, if you're listening, Aaron Rodgers might be available for you, bud. So I'm going to pull some.
I'm going to jump into John's defense and say that Aaron Rodgers could start on a lot of NFL teams still.
Yes,
of course you are.
Thank you.
Of course you are, Bobby. Of course you are.
Thank you. You telling me that the Chicago Bears wouldn't absolutely love to have Aaron Rodgers right now?
No.
Instead of the mess that they've got?
You know what? There are certain teams that probably would. The Bears are one of the few that probably would, only because their head coach and their GM are coaching and drafting for their jobs. Because both those guys are out if they have another poor season, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And so there are probably coaches who say we have to win now or else, and those types of coaches are probably the kind of guys that would take Rodgers. Other than that, I don't think anybody else would.
I would.
That's the only one that wouldn't.
I mean, he'd
take him in Pittsburgh, right?
If Aaron Rodgers was a free agent, he would sit out there like Jameis Winston.
No, that's
at this point of his career. Come on, are you serious?
No, yes, there's not a chance. If he hit the market, it would last for all of the day.
Are you putting Aaron Rodgers in the category of Peyton Manning?
Yes, of course.
No, there is no way. There is no way. Aaron Rodgers is not Peyton Manning. And there has been a trade. It looks like the Seahawks and the Carolina Panthers have made the trade.
Aaron Rodgers' head is fully attached to his neck. That's like the number one difference.
So I'm not as hot. So I can acknowledge that Aaron Rodgers in 2020 isn't the same Aaron Rodgers as he was in 2017 or 2016 or whatever.
Sure.
But I also think, James, that you're talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer who's still playing at a pretty high level. Is it the same level that he was playing previously? No, it's not. But guess what? 37-year-old quarterbacks typically don't play at the same level they played when they were in their upper 20s and early 30s. So, I mean, I think there's somewhere in the middle of where you two sit on Aaron Rodgers that is probably more realistic about it. There would be some teams that would pass because of his age, because of his attitude, because of his the contract they'd have to pay him to come. But there are also.
Here's my counterpoint to James, and also I agree with Brian. We just saw an offseason that saw 42-year-old Tom Brady signed to be a starting quarterback.
No. I will not.
However old he is, Phillip Rivers to be a starting quarterback. Okay. And you're telling me that first ballot Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers is not getting a starting job somewhere in the market?
You're probably right. And Brian's probably right. He's the voice of reason. You guys both are. The truth probably lies in the middle. He probably wouldn't last one day, but he also wouldn't be Jameis Winston. He'd find a starting job somewhere. Jeremy Chin is the pick for the Carolina Panthers, and that's a really nice pick out of Southern Illinois. He was a guy the Bears were going to take. But yeah, it is a boring pick for fantasy, so we can move on.
They've picked 3 defensive players: Derek Brown in the first, Yetur Gross-Matos in the second, and then Jeremy Chin in the third. So they are stocking up on defensive players.
Well, yeah, I mean their offense is pretty much stacked, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I guess you don't really need anything on that. All right, we're gonna welcome Ethan in, and man, it's another Steelers fan, and I know he's gonna. Well, you know what? I want to get his view on some of these picks. So let's get Ethan in here.
Yo.
I have,
check it.
You decided to leave because we had to wait, and I told everyone, I'm like, he's a superstar. He could pretty much go to like any other podcast he wants and just.
I have graced the Superflex show once again as my home squad. This is where I want to be all night, but of course I'm obligated to do the book rounds to sell this guide that I worked so hard on.
Finally, Stompy has come back to the Superflex Super Show. That sounds like what you were doing.
Is Stompy back?
Oh.
Who the hell is who's that guy?
Okay. All right. It's Ethan.
Is that guy?
All right. Well,
who is that guy? I hate that guy. He's not in here, is he?
All right. Anyways, what do you think about the Steelers' second pick? Because Brian is about to jump out the window, and we need you to kind of talk him off that ledge.
Did the Steelers make another pick, and I just haven't seen it yet?
Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Brian, would you like to fill him in?
Dude, I'm on ESPN. We're about 30 picks behind.
You better get caught up, Ethan.
They have not made another pick. The Baltimore Ravens have pretty much made the Steelers 2 picks that Brian wanted, and that's kind of the problem here.
Well, that sounds like the Ravens. They're always trying to freaking copy us.
What I'd like
wish
to do,
they could be what we are.
I'd like.
They're doing us better than we're doing us right now. So
nobody does me better than I do me, except maybe my wife. Okay.
What do you think about Jalen Hurts to the Eagles, Ethan? We talked about that.
That's terrible. Denzel Mims on the board. You go for a backup quarterback. That's trash. If I'm Carson Wentz, I'm filing a complaint with the boss. But here's the thing. Carson Wentz has not shown that he can remain healthy for a full season. He hasn't done it since he tore his ACL the year they won the Super Bowl. And this team has to basically decide, and they did decide, that they cannot continue to try to build a Super Bowl caliber team behind a guy that cannot stay healthy. So what they've done is they've given him a backup that could carry the load if they needed him to. And it gives them some flexibility down the road to not have to pay Carson Wentz. If basically Jalen Hurts, plays out, they could potentially get away from Carson Wentz. I'm not saying that's the right move, but I think that it's the move that I think that's the thought process going through their head when they made that move. So, I mean, it's not a good pick for winning right now, but to them, I can see where the value is. Oh, how about so I just got this. I don't know. This probably happened like 4 hours ago for you. But I kind of love Antonio Gibson going to the Redskins right here. I love that. I think everyone's saying he's a running back. I truly believe he is a wide receiver that should be used out of the backfield often, a la like a Deebo Samuel. There's no reason that Antonio Gibson shouldn't be getting, 5 to 8 targets and 5 to, 10 carries every game. So I dig this. What do you guys think?
No, I like it. I agree with you. I think he's a receiver first, but I think he has versatility. I think this is a guy who can take those end around sweeps. He can line up in the backfield and be a mismatch against linebackers. So I think it's a very nice pick for Washington. I think I don't know that I have a lot of faith in Ron Rivera to use him correctly, but I hope they do. I really do.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't think that they're going to use him as a running back, which I've seen a lot. He's actually in my rookie guide as a running back, but I don't truly think that's his position. But that's where I decided to put him with in the guide. So, but yeah, I think that's a good pick.
You also know that guys just can't stay healthy. So if they decide to use them out of the backfield.
So, guys, let's go around the board, and I want to know both Superflex and regular. Who's your 1.01? John, let's start with you.
I think it's still got to be Jonathan Taylor, right? That's about as good a landing spot as we could have hoped for. And I mean, I've been saying, all offseason that I think, if you took that quarterback heavy approach to your startup, then you're fine at quarterback. You don't need Joe Burrow, and Jonathan Taylor is the type of guy who, kind of details your roster, kind of puts the finishing touches on it. So, with a little bit of a caveat there, I'll say Jonathan Taylor. Although if you didn't take that approach and you're kind of hurting at quarterback, I still think it's Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I'm going to say Tua, and I'm going to say that because I think he has the highest upside of the two quarterbacks.
Nice.
And I'm surprised John didn't pick a quarterback, because even if you think it's Jonathan Taylor, the thing is, and even if you're set at quarterback, if you take that quarterback and they play well, you're going to be able to flip them for Jonathan Taylor plus. So,
oh, okay.
From a pure
Jonathan
value
Taylor plus.
perspective,
Possibly.
I
Yeah.
would take the quarterback, but that's just me. And of the two quarterbacks, I'm going Tua, and that's also with the belief that Miami is starting to turn things around, and also that I just think Tua was the better college quarterback than Burrow.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, actually. I might even switch from Burrow to Tua.
Wow. Okay. Ethan, what do you think? 1.01 in a super flex and then in a non-super flex. Who are you taking?
This is tough for me. I tend to be the most, even though I probably know the most about these players and their injuries and their injury histories, I probably am one of the more risk averse fantasy drafters, maybe because I know too much. But when it comes to drafting injured players, I am skeptical. Let's put it that way. I would say Superflex, I'm still going Joe Burrow. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be, an immediate solid quarterback for fantasy, with the potential of being an incredible quarterback for fantasy. They've doubled down now. That they got T. Higgins. So now you're looking at an offense with Joe Mixon, Jonah Williams that's coming back this year. You've got now Ross, you've got Boyd, you've got Green, you've got Higgins. Auden Tate's still floating around out there. So, I mean, there's no reason for him not. This is probably one of the better situations that I've seen. Throwing stuff around. Better situations that I've seen a quarterback walk into as the number one overall pick. Tua, I think, has some, I think they are making some moves that I like to make that offense better, but, they still don't. They haven't taken a running back yet, have they?
Negative.
No.
Not
So
yet.
we still don't have a running back. They have nothing at running back. Kalen
Jordan
Ballage.
Howard. Jordan
Okay.
Howard.
Okay.
The bulldozer.
And Patrick Laird, who can catch passes.
Barely. Okay. So you got a white dude that runs like a 540, and then you got freaking Jordan Howard. Great. That's going to really saving Tua there.
Kalen
Okay?
Ballage, who can't catch a pass that's thrown.
Kalen
directly from
Ballage looks like a superhuman and plays like a 4-year-old toddler. So I don't want to hear about it.
Myles Gaskin.
He's got Preston Williams and Devontae Parker. I think those are two reasonable wide receiver options, but they're no AJ Green. They wouldn't even probably be top 3 wide receiver options if they were on the Bengals right now. So that's a kind of a moot point. I guess he's Tua does have a tight end that I like better than whoever Drew Sample, I guess, is is starting. He's the only, so Tua gets one tight end and some okay receivers behind a line that has got a prospect that I like in Austin Jackson, but is not a finished project. You know, he is not one of the top 4 tackles in this class. I don't see any way that that's a reasonable argument. I think, again, we can argue talent all day, but at some point you have to look at the facts. And the facts are that Joe Burrow is the one that has all the weapons, and he is set up to succeed. He has no injury risk. So for me, Superflex, that's an easy 101 for me. As far as non-Superflex, I'm still going to go Jonathan Taylor, but man, I do like some of the landing spots of these guys in this. You know, I like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, landed in Kansas City. I like J.K. Dobbins. You know, I like him landing with I'm going to get this wrong. Dobbins is the one that landed with the Ravens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then I like where Cam Akers and Jonathan Taylor landed. So these running backs are kind of the inverse of the wide receivers. I think I was pretty down on all the wide receiver landing spots from yesterday. And a little bit today, and I have turned around. These running backs have really improved my mood because they are landing in some primo spots. I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor here. I think that all of the running backs so far have landed in spots that I think they can succeed in. Swift is maybe the one question mark. I like the landing spot. I think that he will beat out Kerryon Johnson. I've never been a Kerryon Johnson stan at any point because his injury history coming into the league indicated that he was probably going to get hurt. And guess what? He's gotten hurt for 2 straight years. So go by my injury guide. But yeah, I mean, I would say Jonathan Taylor is still, he was my 101 beforehand. I still think that behind, you know, arguably one of the 3 best offensive lines in the league, he's just going to freaking eat, and they're going to let him eat.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with that. Real quick, to update the draft, the Lions took an outside linebacker out of Notre Dame because he's from Notre Dame. I could care less. Ashton Davis goes to the Jets with the.
Whoa! I actually care. I know the Okaro family.
Okay.
Okwara.
Yeah. I knew Romeo. It's a long story, but I knew him through the Robinson family with the basketball family, which I think I've mentioned on this podcast before.
Okay. Real cool. So he goes to Detroit, and he's a high draft pick going in the 2nd round. So
yeah, his brother was undrafted, by the way. So I'm sure he's going to rub that in his face.
Or the early 3rd round, either way. But Brian, we didn't get your thoughts. You kind of stepped away. Who is your 1.01 as of right now in Superflex? And who is your 1.01 in non-Superflex?
Brian's it's so sad. I'm sorry.
I am
just
sad.
Like,
it's
just sulking. He's just over here, just like.
Well, I mean, it's just depressing. The Ravens get better. The Bengals get better. The Browns at least think they get better, and probably did get better.
Think they get better. They got better. Come on now.
And the Steelers draft another tight end. So
salty. That's amazing. And the Steelers draft another tight end.
It's Burrow for me in Superflex. I mean, I think wouldn't have a problem with somebody taking Tua if they believe, you know, in Tua in the long term. You know, Bobby and I have had several conversations about this on Twitter. You know, in DMs and whatnot. But, you know, if somebody has watched Tua for all of the years and, you know, is more confident that he's going to be able to do that in the National Football League and be the type of player that everybody was tanking for Tua and all of that, you know, I don't have a problem with somebody selecting Tua 101. I'm kind of like Ethan. I'm a little bit more risk averse, and I think the injuries are enough of a concern that it would push Burrow. I mean, if Burrow had done what he did last year, one additional season, nobody would have any question marks about Joe Burrow either. I mean, the year that he had last year was, I mean, it was literally the greatest. You could say it's probably the greatest quarterback year ever in college football, in the hardest league there is to play in. So, I mean, I think Burrow, I like the Cincinnati situation, you know, that he's stepping into as far as the offense goes. I think that, you know, they've put some nice skill position players around him. The offensive line is getting beefed up. So I think I would personally lean Burrow. Typically, but and then as far as non-super flex, I mean, I probably still go Jonathan. I still probably go Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, I mean, he's talent wise, I think he's the best running back out of this class. But I do love some of the other. I mean, the running back landing spots have been really good. The only one I don't love is DeAndre Swift to Detroit, AJ Dillon to Green Bay as well. But
gosh, don't even. As someone who has Aaron Jones in any leagues, I am devastated by that.
But those other slots, I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire to the Chiefs is beautiful. J.K. Dobbins to the Baltimore Ravens is disgustingly beautiful. So I would go Taylor, but I like those other guys right off the board after him.
Cam Akers to the Rams.
Yeah, Akers to the Rams.
That's hot.
So good. There's
no way the wide receivers, any of them, should be going like earlier
before any of these running backs. Maybe before, except for AJ Dillon, I guess.
It's the two quarterbacks and then the 4 top running backs, and then you take a wide receiver maybe.
I said yesterday that I felt like it was 8 guys basically. I think you take all 5 running backs. I think you take both of the quarterbacks, and I think you could argue Herbert before you take a wide receiver. So
yeah, you could.
To me, you go until pick 8, you are taking a running back or a quarterback in Superflex. I just don't see any reason why you would wait to get production unless you absolutely needed a wide receiver. And then I guess you go Judy, because I think he could produce early in his career. I mean, I don't know. CeeDee Lamb is going to be competing for targets. I still think he's an alpha, but how long do you have to wait? There is a cat on James's shoulder. That was baller. Gosh, see, you can see my ADD popping in here just whenever it feels like it.
So if you had
I do that from time to time.
I have pick 6 and pick 8, and I'm just praying that one of the running backs.
If you need a wide receiver, let's say you were completely set at running back and quarterback, and you had pick 6, and you knew you needed a wide receiver. Wouldn't you just try to trade back a few spots, pick up extra capital, and go, yeah, I'll just wait for one of those guys?
It would be, yeah. I mean, I would try. If there's somebody that has 2 picks, one an early second and a late first, I would probably make that deal for 6. If I did need a running back, I would probably. I would think that would be reasonable. I'd probably take a first next year and a later first and try to spin it that way. Because, I mean, here's the thing. These running backs are going to be worth 2 firsts. We can argue like what they're worth right now, but if you're taking less than 2 firsts, you are probably going to sell them short, because I don't see any way that any of them decrease in value in year 1. The running backs. Now, the wide receivers, I absolutely could see decreasing in value year 1. CeeDee Lamb gets stuck behind Amari Cooper. They don't use him correctly. He doesn't get the targets. Basically he becomes, somebody that you can move or trade for next year, basically for the same price. Jerry Jeudy, I think it lands well, landed in a good spot, but he's still got Cortland Sutton, and we don't know what Drew Lock is yet. I like Drew Lock. I know Stompy loves Drew Lock, but we don't know. We don't know how that offense is going to look. Drew Lock won games, but he wasn't necessarily like an amazing thrower in those games.
I've been on this podcast while you weren't here, Ethan, and they were all typing up Drew Lock and how amazing he was. And I said, it's only because he won games, but no, he's going to be a QB1. And and actually, I probably made Stompy leave because he was so upset by me hating on Drew Lock. So
yes. So I mean, I guess Ruggs, but here's the thing, like even with Ruggs, are you expecting him to be instantly Tyreek Hill? I mean, he doesn't have Mahomes throwing him a football. I don't necessarily know if he is ready for a full-time volume workload as a wide receiver 1. I mean, I think of all these guys, he has the highest upside because he is a big play threat, and he probably is going to have some super boom weeks. That offense as a whole is not going to boom every week. It is not the Kansas City Chiefs. So you take him out. Justin Jefferson is sitting next to Adam Thielen. Okay, I like Jefferson. I think that he absolutely could have a ton of volume and be the best PPR back, but you're not taking him before the running backs. Jalen Reagor, I guess, has a pretty good landing spot. He's going to get volume. But are you taking him before any of those running backs? I just don't see that as a viable option. I think if you need help right now, it has to be, it has to be running back. And if you're trading out of it, I would expect an absolute haul. Let's put it that way, because whatever running back or quarterback is sitting at 6 is probably going to be a damn good player in a good situation, unlike most of these wide receivers.
Hey, James, who would you take 1.01 in Superflex and non-Superflex? Thanks for asking. I would take Joe Burrow and Jonathan Taylor. Not that anyone.
I knew that James was smart. I always knew.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a Browns fan, so we can't give him 100%. He's not a doctor, but those are good choices.
By the way, Miami just selected Brandon Jones. I don't know if we mentioned that yet.
Miami selected Brandon Jones.
Baltimore is on the clock, and their pick is in already, so we are waiting on that one.
And it's a good pick because it's Baltimore.
Justin Mendubuki. Say his name. Ethan, you're good with the names.
Oh, I love this kid. Let me pull him up.
And of course, he's going to Baltimore.
I do. I actually love this kid. He is. Let me find him here. It's how do I say it? It's
Matabuki.
It's Matabuki. Yeah, Matabuki, and he is a super interesting prospect. He's a big boy, and he runs real quick. Interestingly enough, went back and found that he missed basically his entire senior season in high school and took a medical red shirt. He had a back injury, which is not ideal, but it hasn't given him any trouble since. But I thought that was interesting. They missed basically 2 full seasons with a back injury.
My God, is he a tank?
But once he started playing, he is he's a big, quick boy. I wanted the Steelers to pick him in the second round. I'll be honest. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you here. He was on my list of dudes I wanted because I do think he could be a really good a defensive tackle. I really think that. So I'm sorry. I know you're fuming, and I trust me. I am upset too, but I share my emotions off camera. So,
guys, I want to welcome in a listener, Nathan Broughton. Nathan, what's going on, bud? What do you think of the draft so far?
Oh man, I'm pretty happy with what Indianapolis has been doing.
Oh my goodness!
You are
absolutely Jonathan Taylor. Thank you. I personally will be donning an Indianapolis Colts jersey come week 1 because Jonathan Taylor goes there. Fantastic! What a great pick. What do you? So you're happy with that pick and what the Colts have done?
I mean, I'm a Bear fan, so I'm never happy with the draft as a whole because I think one of you mentioned that the Packers might be making one of the worst moves, but no, our upper office is the worst for sure. So, but my fantasy, stocks are all doing pretty well. Although I knew Mark Ingram, I had Mark Ingram in a lot of my dynasty the last couple of years, and he's helped me get the playoffs. But I figured that end was gonna come this year. So,
Nathaniel, let's get your Bears thoughts. Colt Kmet, and then you guys took a corner in the second. What was it? Josh Johnson, I believe.
Jalen Johnson, I think is his name.
Yes, you are right. What do you think of Colt Kmet first? That was their first pick. Tight end out of Notre Dame. What do you think?
Never heard of him. No, I think it's a waste of a pick. The Bears are so bad that taking a tight end at the second round just doesn't make sense.
In a bad tight end class. As a Steelers fan, dude, I'm with you. With you. The Bears and the Steelers have this thing for tight ends where we just can't get off of them. Yeah. So I feel you, dog.
Poor Brian. Poor Brian. As soon as you said that, I felt my heart went out to Brian Har. Oh, man. All right. Go
Well, I'm
ahead.
excited about the Steelers not taking a running back because in the Vampire League, the Superflex Super Show Vampire League, I got James Conner, and I'm hoping he can last me another year. So I know, Brian, it says it hurts, but
No, you said James Conner. Oh my goodness. So the Vampire League is a Superflex Super Show listener league, and we have 5 different divisions with different podcasts as the Vampire teams. Superflex Super Show is one of them. So is the Trade Addicts podcast with Brian Har and with Russ. Where is Russ? Where is Dynasty Outhouse? I want T. Higgins' thoughts right now. Like, I am ready for him, but yeah, no, that's one of the other podcasts in there. We also have we have several
open bar. Bar.
We have Open Bar. We have the
DGN.
The Dynasty Game Night and the Dynasty Trade Headquarters is the other Vampire League. Vampire team and really fun league. I am out this year.
Oh, really?
I had some interactions with some people that weren't so positive, and I
was actually
to wash my hands of that. And Mr. John Hogue and Stompy are going to be in charge of the Superflex Super Show team. I went a little nuts.
Was that from my division? That Twitter thread or Twitter group?
I have no idea. There were several people who wanted to know like payouts right away, like before we even started, and that's really what got me was like, we haven't even collected fees. We don't even know what the site fee is, and people were pushing. So I washed my hands of that, but definitely interesting. A fun league to be a part of, and you are part of that, Nathan. So that's awesome. And yeah, it looks like you're going to get one more year of James Conner until Benny Snell takes him over. So
I actually have him on the team too.
Okay, well there
I did a trade with you guys to get him. I sent who was it? Mostert right before he blew up. I actually could have helped him on my playoff run, but I sold him to you guys. So
John Hogue was probably very, very active in getting that trade approved because I was a Benny Snell guy. He was a Mostert guy, and it worked out. It worked out well for him. He's later in the year, it looks like. But yeah.
Are you not? I mean, I'm a commissioner in a different dynasty league. I'm wondering if you commission any leagues, and how do you handle the headache that is some nagging owners?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I commission several leagues, and to me, it's important to have rules, guidelines, look ahead, try to get everything that you can. I have a rule book that I'll send out to every owner, email out to every owner, and basically it addresses anything and everything that I can think of. There are obviously things like what if there isn't a season next year that you kind of have to deal with. A lot of things I'll put to a league vote, but most of the time it'll be addressed in that rule book. To me, preparing for it is important, and if it's set out in a rule book, that's the way to handle it because everybody got it beforehand. So. Yeah, it's interesting. Jacksonville on the clock, and then we have Cleveland and Indianapolis. As a Browns fan, I am definitely interested to see what Cleveland does here. What do you guys think for Jacksonville? Does anybody have any thoughts on what the Jaguars do here?
I, Gardner Minshew, think that they should do whatever makes the team win more. That's my great insight.
Awesome.
Jacob Eason.
Grow a mustache if you want to be called Gardner Minshew. All right.
Listen,
it's quarantine. We all are starting
except that the CDC said you're more likely to get sick if you have facial hair, which is why I've been shaving regularly.
Oh,
just an FYI.
Look at this guy quoting the CDC.
Well, I think he lives. I'm pretty sure he lives in New York, so he probably should be listening to the CDC. I live in the middle of nowhere and have had no human contact.
He lives in New York, but everybody's out and about, so who cares? They're No, I'm sorry, Bobby.
I mean, I'm not shaving my beard. Don't get me wrong. But I can understand why Bobby, being in the war zone that is New York City,
Well,
It reminds me. Have you guys seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Anyone? Brian, have you seen the quarantine episode where Frank just douses himself in sanitizer and he's naked? And that reminds me of what Bobby's going to be by the end of this quarantine.
I mean,
He's
that's
just going
pretty
to have
accurate.
sanitizer all over his body. His head's going to be shaved. He's going to be clean shaven, no hair.
You guys can't see on camera, but my hands are like beat up from basically how often I wash them.
There you go. There you go. See, I think I'm calling this.
But also, I'm not in New York City anymore. Just an FYI.
You're at your parents, right?
I've been at my parents' house for like over a month now. I'm podcasting from my sister's bedroom. Even though this was not the house we grew up in, they still gave us our own bedrooms here that are designated for us. But her bedroom, since she's not here, has become my wife and I's office. So yeah, I'm in the burbs.
I was like, bro, are you just hanging out in your sister's room? Like that's kind of weird. But
it's not really her room because we didn't grow up here.
Ethan, I do recall a podcast episode with you that I was on where I believe you were podcasting from your mother's house.
Yes.
There you go.
You know where I was in my mother's house in the office. Okay. So it looked like shit, but it was in the office. Okay. It was not in my brother's bedroom.
It was one of the
actually
funniest.
My parents' house is huge. So it's like 4,000 square feet. I'm like massive. That's how you know I live in the middle of nowhere, because normal people can afford 4,000 square foot houses. That's how you know. But basically, we have an apartment. My parents have an apartment on the side of their house that they will occasionally rent to people that like need like temporary housing. But for the most part, they just use as like extra rooms. I think there's like a bedroom. We have 2 kitchens, it has a full bathroom. That's where I used to stay when I was in college, because I didn't want to stay in like my old bedroom because my little brother wanted it. And then the other bedroom was too small. So I moved to the apartment, made me feel really independent as a college student. But there's an office in there. So I just hung out in the office. But the office was like, our house was we were remodeling our kitchen when we recorded that episode.
That's right. I remember that. Yep.
So the office had like this big ass ladder behind it that we had moved because they were doing it like electrical stuff. My parents' house is huge. So it has like 12-foot ceilings in it. So like they can't just like go up and do wiring on the roof, like of the ceiling of the room. So they had to have a ladder. Well, the ladder was like stuck behind me, and I've podcasted for like 2 hours on the open bar. And the whole time everyone was like, yo, dude, what's up?
Brian, what's early on?
What's up with that ladder?
Yeah.
The one that Brian
using
freaking
office,
dipped
Ethan.
on.
Yeah.
What?
My dad is currently watching the draft in what is the actual office.
Dude, just
but
admit
I
it.
figured it'd be
Just
annoying
admit
to
it, Bobby.
pod around him.
Just admit it. Like, he is the man, and you are still just a small child in his eyes. And he kicked you out of the office because he doesn't think you're big enough for it. And that's, power to him. Because if my kid showed up and was like 30, I'd be like, you can stay in your sister's room. That can be your office. Use my office? Are you kidding me?
All right.
Bull crap.
That's enough.
So Nathaniel, I just want to know what kind of issues you've had with members of your leagues that you commissioned. Do you have any good drama from this? Is this like a good podcast story?
There's not a great story. I did have to kick a guy out.
That is never a good time.
It wasn't high drama because he wasn't a guy I knew, but it was. I was trying to build my first dynasty league ever, and I was going to commission it. And so I needed 10 people minimum. Me plus 9 came to mind. I needed a 10th one. And so they referred me to a guy. He was terrible.
That's never good.
So I said, hey, I don't think this is for you. And he's like, I agree. So it was pretty amicable.
That sounds pretty not bad at all.
Hey.
Nathaniel, I actually almost quit fantasy entirely once because of a bad experience. There's this guy. I'm not going to name names because they're still kind of involved in the community somewhat. But there's this guy, I got in a league, and my friend started inviting a bunch of like randos from Twitter. And this one guy started like more or less just threatening people in the league. Anytime like a trade was first, it started with just like a trade not involving him, and he would just like go ape shit about how bad, and sorry for the slip of the tongue there, but he would go off about how bad it was or whatever, and like
Yeah.
start just like personally attacking people. And then he started basically like stalking people and like threatening to show up to like their houses and stuff. So eventually I quit that league. But after quitting it, I was just like, man, fantasy is not fun. You have to deal with stalkers. Like, what is this?
That is not okay.
But then I decided that it was just that one league, and I'm glad that I did.
Guys, I totally missed this. Did the Browns trade with the Saints?
They did, and Zach Bond was the pick for New Orleans.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Yeah,
I like Bond.
And Kyler Murray got some protection, which we didn't talk about.
Nathaniel, real quick, we want to get John back on here, but before we do, I want to ask you a couple questions. First off, as a Bears fan, what kind of hardships have you been through? And let me ask you, who do you want to start? Because look, I live right by the border of Wisconsin and Illinois, and I hear a lot of Bears fans, and this is a lot closer than people think. Who do you want to start between Foles and Trubisky?
Okay, well, the heartache first. My entire family are Packer fans, all extended family. So I grew up with Brett Favre all the time, and it was just awful. I grew up near Rockford, Illinois, so it's kind of there's plenty of Packer fans down there. Now I live in Minnesota, surrounded by Vikings fans. Who think that the Viking-Packer rivalry is the most important rivalry in NFL, and just blows my mind. But yeah,
the Vikings would make up a rivalry to think that it's the most. Vikings fans are the worst. No, I'm just kidding.
Cowboys fans.
I'm just kidding. Cowboys fans are pretty terrible.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of Eagles fans either, but
Steelers fans are like you can't even talk to them reasonably. They're go ahead, Daniel. What were you going to say?
Yeah. So then the heartache continues with Favre to Aaron Rodgers. So basically, I kind of gave up watching football for a long time, just playing fantasy. So fantasy football has actually been therapeutic for me because I don't care that much about how bad the Bears are. Because I'm just more of a fan of football now. As far as Trubisky versus Foles, Cam is still out there. Let's get Cam. And well, honestly, maybe I don't want that because
Foles, dude. You're in it. You're in it.
Right. But I want the GM and the coach to get fired, so maybe I don't want Cam, so that we can go, 5-11 or whatever, and then they can just get the axe.
And
That's
you
what I
get
want.
Trevor Lawrence, maybe.
Hey, there you go. I like that idea.
Nathaniel, thank you so much for joining us. But you're a great owner. I'm in leagues with you, and you're fantastic. Thank you so much for supporting us, and thanks again for joining us. Later on in the draft, after if the Bears make another pick, let us know if you want to come back on here, man. We'll send you another link, and we'll get you back on here. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Take care, Nathaniel. All right, so let's bring in John. Mr. Superflex dude, John Hogue, is back with us. John, you haven't really missed much, man. It's been a lot of defensive picks and offensive linemen and
boring. So boring.
Garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like there's more players on the team than just like fantasy players. This is bull crap.
So dumb.
Hey, I actually did like the Cardinals getting Josh Jones in the 3rd round. That's a pretty baller pick. They took Isaiah Simmons, good value pick.
Oh my word!
In the 1st,
the Bucks just drafted a running back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ethan. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
this is big news.
It's Keyshawn Vaughn.
They had to wait.
Thank God it's not Zach Moss.
That's nice of
Bro,
Zach Moss.
It's beautiful.
This is great.
This is
beautiful.
As a Keyshawn Vaughn truther, the whole way through, this is a freaking creme de la creme.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
And it's not Zach Moss. So I don't have to hear anyone on Twitter talk
I
about
love
it.
Keyshawn Vaughn too, but I also love Rojo. So
they can coexist. Keyshawn Vaughn is a good pass catcher, but he can't stay totally healthy. It's going to be an amazing combination of both of them. Keyshawn Vaughn's going to win that job, and I'm so freaking. What did Keyshawn Vaughn just come into the 1st round of rookie drafts?
No way. No.
You see.
No.
So
into the 1st round at 12. Okay, non-super flex.
I don't think it's
non-super flex.
I don't think it's that crazy. I really don't.
At 12, he was going early 2nd.
No.
in most of the mocks that I
Yeah,
did.
he's still an early second pick for me.
Did you take Henry Ruggs over him, James?
You're drinking too much Rojo juice.
Would I take Henry Ruggs over him? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh! Look at these highlights from Illinois. You know, I remember when
good,
Keyshawn
man.
Vaughn was in
Against
Illinois as a
Illinois?
true freshman
I
and
couldn't
got
run
absolutely
against
shafted.
No, he played
terrible.
he played for Illinois. He played
Yeah.
for Illinois before he went to Vandy.
Yeah, and he got screwed at Illinois. I think he had 700 yards as a true freshman, and they freaking let him walk away. That is terrible. Illinois is terrible when it comes to player recruiting.
It is awesome to see John Hogue with his hat tilted a little bit to the right, almost like he's almost.
John
like
Hogue's a baller. Don't lie.
Absolutely.
And then we got Bobby, who's got his hat almost down all the way, like Vato style, like lowrider. He's a lowriding.
I just love that all of you are covering your quarantine haircuts. And
Oh, you want to see my hat hair
I'm just
quarantine?
Absolutely.
love letting her flow, baby. I'm letting this flow go.
I just
That's the
I
first
just
time I've seen the top of James's head. I'm 100% sure. I'm not sure I can even get to his hair. John won't take his hat off because he doesn't trust me. Brian Haar, look at that. Now that is something. And Bobby, let me see that top of that head, Bobby. Bobby B. See, Bobby's got a good hairline. I don't know why you got to wear the hat, but probably because he didn't want to dress up for us tonight. It's cool. James, for the love of God, dude, put that hat back on. You know I love you though. That's you got to keep that hat on, keep that brain in, right?
Well, yeah, but the hairline's okay. I mean, the hair itself is.
I didn't think the hair was that bad.
Disaster.
It was
The hair
just,
itself is not good. But the hairline, I mean.
John, could you look a little bit more enthused to be here?
I'm so busy with these. I'm making up these cool banners and stuff. You guys didn't even see the one about you guys lobbing bombs from your parents' bedrooms.
John is so pissed about Aaron Rodgers and the way he is treated.
I'm still tilting, and I'm kind of taking it out on you guys.
It's really
it's so mean.
It's so mean.
Right next to each other, and they're both so pissed at this draft.
Yeah.
And I for the first time in years upon years, I'm actually enjoying the draft, which.
This is how it goes every year. Like it was the same way last year. You were
James, you were the only.
You were
one
having
that was happy last year.
You were having the time of your life last year, and while we were just watching our teams take quarterbacks that we hated.
To be
Joke
fair,
was-
though,
Hold on. That worked out for both of you. Both of you
true.
this
Well,
year have said
that worked out for me,
our
not so much
quarterback-
for John. Not to pile
No,
on John.
Ask John. John will tell you he was wrong. He Drew Lock is a buy for him.
Yeah, I got that wrong, but man, at the time, it was just that was just awful. I was like,
Also-
get me out of here.
And John, can I make a pitch to you? My pitch to you is results are still greater than process, because the process of that pick was still, I want a big, stupid quarterback for John Elway. But the results were, hey, look, Drew Lock is actually good. And the results
we don't know
were
that
in the
yet.
process, right?
Yeah, I'm with Ethan. We do
We
not.
don't- we
In
don't-
fact, the sample suggests that he's not. It's a small sample. But
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If they suck this
year,
year, they will drop Drew Lock like it's hot. And that's how you know. that
Drew Lock is going to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. There's no Cortland Sutton, Jerry Judy, Noah Fant, and two fantastic running backs.
This is exactly what happens. If
kidding
he
me?
doesn't, if
With a
he
good
isn't
offensive
that
line?
though, if he isn't that, he will fall off the face of the earth.
If Patrick Mahomes isn't that, he'll fall off the face of
That's
the earth
not
too.
the same argument
Come on.
at all.
That is
Because
not
Patrick
true.
Mahomes was
If
actually
Patrick
good.
Mahomes is quarterback 18 this year, he's going to go down in value too.
That
You-
no.
He's not. He'll be quarterback one.
Patrick Mahomes has more.
No. If Patrick Mahomes finishes,
He was invested
QB 18,
in.
he
They
will be
traded up for
QB1
him.
next year, right?
They traded up for him.
No, that's not the question I asked. You're just spouting up.
Look,
Will he be
man,
QB1? If he ends up QB 18 this year, will he be QB1?
Why did he end up QB 18? Did he get hurt?
No, ineffective.
No, he just ineffective.
Because that's what you're telling me Drew Lock's going to be. So
I'm
so
saying that we
Patrick
can't,
Mahomes
we
is-
cannot treat Drew Lock like he's already a top 10 quarterback. We're saying he might become that. We have to be realistic with
but
this.
we have to project. Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
Yes, but we have to
The fantasy
project
community, we have to
reasonably
project.
for the people.
Dude, okay, so Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, and those running backs, it's not reasonable to project that Drew Lock could be a top 10 quarterback?
I don't think that it's reasonable based on 5-game sample in which he only threw for 300 yards one time.
You're telling me it's a 5-game sample that Drew Lock played. 5 games.
Did he not play just 5 games? I mean, like, I'm sorry. Like, it's not that I don't think Drew Lock can be good. I do. I'm saying if we hype him up to a top 10 quarterback and he underperforms and gets replaced next year, I would not be surprised. Top 10 quarterback is locked in, going to be the starter for at least 2 years, maybe 3, probably 3. Who are you taking him in front of? Like, okay, James, come on. Like, let's just do an exercise here. Like, you start naming quarterbacks.
This is my game. I got this.
Dude,
I'll do this.
This is my game.
Brian, start naming quarterbacks, and we will play. Brian will name out the top however many quarterbacks he needs to until we are taking Drew Lock for sure over that dude.
Yes. Working on it. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this, but I'm getting prepared.
Brian, pull it together. We only have like 6 more hours for this draft.
So, all right. So,
Derek Carr.
No. You start at the first. He said top 10. So you start at 1.
Patrick Mahomes.
No.
I mean,
Lamar,
James, you have to play 2. This is your game. This is a game for you.
Okay.
Come on. Play the game.
Lamar Jackson.
No.
Kyler Murray.
No.
Deshaun Watson.
No.
Dak.
No.
Russ.
No.
Carson Wentz.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but
I'm taking him over Carson Wentz.
James, you hate Carson Wentz so bad.
I'm gonna still go. I'm gonna still go now.
Jalen Hurts didn't hurt his value at all.
Jalen Hurts is going to be Taysom Hill.
QB6.
That's okay. That's okay. Keep going. We're gonna know.
Okay. Josh Allen.
No.
Burrow.
No.
What?
Baker.
No.
You guys are taking a rookie quarterback
Yes, absolutely, John.
and a running back with a strong arm.
Leave Josh Hill alone. He gets fantasy points, but I'm not taking Baker over him. No.
Over Drew Lock?
No, I'll take Drew Lock over Baker.
That would be the one for me too, I think.
That's got to be close.
That's QB8. But go ahead.
All right, we'll keep going. So again, I mean, I already know the answer to this for James, but Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. No doubt.
No, I would rather have Rodgers right now.
It's a slam dunk.
Daniel Jones.
Yes.
You would take him over Daniel Jones, James. You are drunk.
No, I have
Bobby, as the resident Giant fan.
I had Drew
Bobby,
over Daniel Jones.
Bobby, this is your moment.
Wow, really?
Come in here,
I know
Bobby.
you really like DJ too.
Daniel
Bobby.
Jones is significantly better than Drew Lock.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
I don't think that's
Nobody knows it better than Bobby. Continue.
Even Mr. Hogue. See it?
So here's the thing for me with these two guys. So if we're talking about fantasy production, that's one thing. If we're talking about which guy is going to win more games and be a better team quarterback for the place that they are, then that's a different conversation. Because I think
tell me between Daniel Jones and Drew Lock, who has better supporting cast. What do you have? Your Daniel Jones. You have Sterling Shepard, who's one concussion away from being retired.
You have Evan Ingram.
Okay.
Saquon Barkley.
And Darius Slayton.
And Darius Slayton.
And you can hand the ball off 30 times to Saquon Barkley, which does nothing for you fantasy-wise, right?
Well, you can dump it off.
1 yard.
You can dump it off to him 16 times.
Noah Fant, Philip Lindsay.
All right, James, I will give you this bet right now. $20. Daniel Jones outscores Drew Lock by at least 2 points per game in this season.
2 points a game.
Per game. I will take that.
Take that for sure.
2 points per game, no doubt. I will take that.
All right, done.
I just watched the Falcons' Thomas Dimitroff strangle a small Asian boy on TV. I don't mean to break up this riveting conversation about Drew Lock.
I was wondering what
did anybody see that? Because I just watched him have a small Asian boys by the throat. Like, do these guys not remember that like there are cameras in their houses? How did you? That is going to be on me. You just wait. That's going to be hitting Twitter.
Mike Vrabel definitely forgot yesterday because not only did he have someone taking a crap in the background,
which was amazing,
which still to this day, like I don't know that can be beaten as far as draft day, whatever. Even the dude at the combine who had his pants fall down, like that doesn't even play to where the Vrabel thing played. But yeah, I saw that out of the corner of my eye, and I was wondering what was going on. That was Thomas Dimitroff, which he must have been upset that he couldn't trade up. So the thing with Vrabel, I learned this today. So Vrabel had his two sons behind him, and they were like super weird. And then you got the one kid that's like crapping in the mirror, whatever. So one of the sons was dressed up as Frozone. I don't know if you guys got that reference. Oh, that was okay.
It's Frozone from the Incredibles, and then the other one was dressed up as Mike Vrabel, like when he was a player. Like
the one with the mullet and
so go look it up. Like there, I can't remember if it was a Super Bowl or a championship game, but in one of those games, like he is dressed up basically as his dad from like when he used to play. But I think he did a spitting image of every single Titans fan that I've ever seen.
By the way, I pulled up my bet sheet, and it turned out I already had another bet with James, and it's not looking so good for you now, James. That other bet that we had was that in 2020, I bet you that DJ Moore would outscore Michael Gallup by at least 1 point per game.
I'm still okay with that.
Yikes.
I don't buy DJ Moore as much as everyone else does.
You better hope DJ Moore like tears his ACL like before he scores a point, because you are so screwed.
That would negate the bet.
My whole thing was John Hoke. You pointed out how the girl in that was holding the toilet paper.
the last little bit of toilet paper that they have in the entire and he's going to be looking for it any second. So I wonder how that turned out. I'm actually pretty curious about how that played out.
That pick just happened like 2 minutes too early. Could you imagine this guy walking around with his pants down to his ankles looking for the TP, and she's just got it hidden, like.
And all she sees is the Frozone cape, and he sees a Frozone cape and says, that'll work. We're out of toilet paper, so I'll just use that.
And she's bracing for like a big hitter to come by, she's got the two arms, kind of like bracing the ball, and you go, that's textbook. That's what you want to do. To me, that would have been great, but it's sad.
Yeah. So Drew Lock, do we go back to that?
Absolutely.
No.
Drew Lock or Tua Tagovailoa.
Drew Lock. Are you kidding me?
Drew Lock.
Yeah. Drew Lock.
Yeah, give me Tua.
I already
so too, Ethan. I think so too.
Do you think you could trade? I think you could trade Tua for more right now.
So do I.
You think you're trading Drew Lock for the 103? Maybe.
Are you kidding? We have Tua throwing. No, I'm taking.
If I could trade Drew Lock for the 103, I would do that 100 times out of 100 right now.
And I would accept that 100 times out of 100 right now.
I would absolutely move off of him for the 103. That is peak value.
John Hogue, what are you doing? You taking Drew Lock or Tua?
Yeah, it's Drew. It's Drew Lock. I mean, you got to look at the offense.
By the way, the difference in points per game between Daniel Jones and Drew Lock last season, over 5.
Yeah, and we just took away your entire offensive system that Daniel Jones ran. Now
John, you're drinking the Broncos Kool-Aid way too much.
Also added a first-round pick to the Broncos wide receiver core, so I don't know. That should do something, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the system, you look at the weapons. I don't know. I don't.
The weapons are there, but you still got to look at what he actually did. And yeah, he won games. To Brian's point, yes, he won games. For fantasy, Drew Lock was absolute trash because statistically his numbers were bad.
They really were. I mean, he had one game where he scored 27 fantasy points. So 15, 27, 9, and 14. So it wasn't terrible, but it's not like, I mean, it's not like,
well, in that
I think the 20
he was QB 32 in point per game.
Rookie year, then Le'Veon Bell would have been people would have dropped him because he sucked his rookie year. So to me, it is what it is. It's his rookie year. We expect him to.
Rookies are getting on the field much faster and producing much faster. You can't compare it to past era. Even era adjusted, Drew Lock was bad, James. He was just bad.
No, he was hurt. He didn't get on the field early because he was hurt. Like it's hard to quantify the fact that
I cannot deny that he was hurt.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he broke his thumb.
Get on the field early.
That's a great pick by the Raiders. That's a great pick by the Raiders. They just took Lynn Bowden Jr. That's a great pick.
And there you go.
That's a good pick by the Raiders.
The Raiders are looking a lot like discount. They're trying to be discount Chiefs right now. I really feel like they're adding so much speed in this draft, which I love.
I wanted to see where Bowden Jr. was going to go, and I wonder what he thinks about this landing spot. What do you guys think when Bowden Jr. Going to the Raiders?
I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's a good pick for them.
Mm-hmm, sure.
You know, I don't know fantasy wise. I'm not sure. I'm going to need to see how they're going to use him. But I think, I mean, you know, for me, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's their wide receiver too. I mean, I'm not Tyrell Williams. God bless the Gazelle, but like, I mean, it's time, right? Man. I mean, he's not. He's Tyrell Williams. He's not, you know, Jerry Rice out there. So like, we need to kind of, I'm just
picturing Gruden like looking at Lynn Bowden tape and just being like, now here's a guy that I love. He could be our Taysom Hill. The guy is amazing.
He's so good, man. Watch this tape.
If he could play all the positions for us, we'd let him because he is electric. He's a good hard worker. He wants to win. And that's the kind of guy led the SEC in rushing last year. Okay. That's the guy. That's the kind of guy I want on this. That's Raider football right there. That's what that is.
That's
my favorite impersonation.
Well, it is interesting that they announced him.
I know that it is terrible, but
they're back on too.
Well done. Yeah, they have back-to-back picks here, and that's.
Let me tell you guys.
Oh, another one, back-to-back wideout.
Who'd they take?
Brian Edwards.
Oh,
wow. God,
let me tell you guys
Tyrell's
about Brian
gone.
Edwards.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Brian
Edwards is
Brian Edwards.
So, John, before we move on from the Drew Lock thing, I want to ask you because I know. I mean, James has been a proponent of Drew Lock ever since he came out of school. I mean, he liked him as a prospect. Yeah. You didn't at first. So what has changed for you that makes you look at him differently than you did when he was coming out?
It's his entire mindset. So my problem was the process that led John Elway to Paxton Lynch is the exact same process that he used to find Drew Lock.
Okay.
And the issues with Paxton Lynch, I mean, first of all, you know, very stupid, very lazy. And you know, those really kind of played out when he was on the field. He was unable to read defenses. He was unable to, you know, memorize the playbook. And all of that led to him just kind of standing in the pocket and either taking a big hit or taking off and running. Like he would hold the ball way too long. And he never made accurate throws. The big arm that was supposed to, that was supposed to be a key feature, you just never really saw it because he couldn't process information fast enough to even attempt those throws. When I watch Drew Lock, though, what I see is a guy with some mobility, but when he uses his mobility, it's to extend the play. He's still looking down the field, looking to throw, as opposed to, you know, just taking off and running because he can't figure out anything else to do. You are also seeing a guy actually processing the information, actually running the plays as they're designed. and it's just an absolute night and day difference in the mindset between those two players. So that's where I did a total about face on Drew Lock. It's the fact that he's looking to throw down the field and he's running the plays that are being designed for him. He's processing information like a normal freaking person without a learning disability. Like, these are all things that Paxton Lynch was never going to be capable of doing.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it's important to point out because it's the thing for me with Drew Lock is I didn't like him as a prospect coming out. It wasn't necessarily his mindset or his mental makeup. It was just more, he was very raw coming out. I mean, he could make some big time throws. There's no doubt about it, but the consistency wasn't there. So I think that's why I had the question marks looking at him as a prospect. Now, again, he did really well managing the games that he was in, at the end of the season. And yes, I think there's some potential there. I just don't know. And obviously the weapons are beautiful. I just don't know that. I don't know that the upside is maybe that's where the disagreement is about Locke is what's the upside? Do I think he can sprinkle in, in fantasy, do I think he can sprinkle in QB1 seasons? Yeah. I mean, I could see that. I just don't know that you can put him in. So this is another one. As I'm going through these, looking at these, the other quarterback that I want to ask you about, John, because we've had conversations about him, is Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Right. And the consistency of Jared Goff. He's consistently a back end QB1.
Right.
So is Drew Lock in that mold for you, or do you think he has more upside than that? Or
I think that Jared Goff has more upside than that, but I think that Drew Lock has more upside than that. I think that ultimately Drew Lock kind of settles into that range.
Okay.
But, another part of this is, and me, it's a lot of my analysis is kind of narrative driven. It's based on trends. And one of the trends that we've seen over the last, several years has been that second year quarterback breakout. And it's usually not the guy that you expect. So you take Kyler Murray off of the table. It's not going to be him. So we're kind of down to Drew Lock, Daniel Jones, and Gardner Minshew. I look at the three of those guys. I see comparable talent, but you put the rest of the puzzle together. You've got the system, you've got the weapons, and to me, Drew Lock just seems like the most likely to be the guy that has that second year breakout. To the like into the top 5 type range. I don't think he's going to stay there. But I think that if somebody's going to do it again this year, the way it's happened the last 3 years, I think he's the most likely candidate.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you explaining that.
I pissed Bobby off for sure.
No, you didn't piss me off. I disagree, obviously, but I do think you're wrong.
You didn't piss me off. I disagree and I'm pissed, but it's fine.
I'm honestly not pissed. I think
don't worry about it.
I have different opinions. I do think that a lot of what I've seen of people hyping Drew Lock, I think to Brian's earlier point, has been people getting excited about the fact that he was good from a real life perspective. And that matters because that helps you keep your job if you win games.
For sure.
From fantasy, he was really, really bad. And so I'm just not seeing it for fantasy, and I don't see an upside. And when I watched his film, I saw a lot of, and I'm not saying I'm a film expert by any means, but I saw a lot of things that I didn't like.
Bobby, what did your model say about
Ethan, you're such a what did your model say?
What's your model say about it? I'm just curious.
What did your injury?
You're so ridiculous.
Good question. Let me pull up my 2018 injury or 2019 injury data here.
Oh
my god!
Oh, look at that! I'll be damned. I have it right here.
Got a clean bill of health.
Drew Lock. Let me see. Let me just find him right quick. 215 players.
I'm gonna go buy
150
some.
this year, but
I'm gonna go buy some George Kittle right now. That man is a man. Oh my word! I just watched a highlight commercial of him, and I've got to get another share.
Oh, Drew Lock. No major injuries reported. He was a low risk. So
Yeah.
There you go.
Um,
There you go.
Brian, I my goodness, my brain hurts. Did you just say you're going to buy a George Kittle jersey?
No,
After complaining about the Steelers taking tight ends, you're going to
not
a jersey of a tight end?
no, not a jersey. I'm gonna actually
If
go
Chase
buy some
Claypool
George Kittle
becomes-
chairs.
Oh my goodness.
if Chase Claypool becomes George Kittle, or even
I'll buy his jersey.
80%
Yeah,
of George Kittle. You bet your ass I will
Oh, yeah.
have a Chase Claypool jersey.
Ethan, this was between Brian and I, and you
Oh,
interjected.
well, why don't I just freaking leave then? I finally make time for this show, and then you guys freaking kick me out.
I'm going to say the same thing.
You didn't kick Bobby out. He's not even part of the show. This is bull, and he was talking way more smack to you.
That's true. Okay, it will not.
This is bull crap.
He's used to it, Ethan. I've been around.
I see
OG
Jamal
days.
Adams is on the TV. I can only assume he is begging to be traded.
Mhm.
That's all I saw was just him making a passion plea to get out of New York. I think they might be talking about this COVID relief fund thing that they're doing. But in my head, Jamal Adams is begging to get away. We should probably answer this question. What do we have here?
We have a
What is
question.
this? Is that a question? What do you have on the screen right now? Las Vegas Raiders, Lynn Bowden Jr.,
That's not a
offensive
question.
weapon,
That's a ticker.
Kentucky. Question: do you like Bowden or do you like Brian Edwards more as a fantasy asset?
Brian Edwards, but I hate it because I like both.
They're going to cannibalize each other in some regard.
That's why I hate it.
I like Josh Jacobs.
Mm.
That's my answer.
This feels a little bit like what the Cardinals did last year with
Mhm.
just so many wide receivers that it's like, how are any of these guys supposed to do anything consistently?
Don't do that to me, John, because that means Brian Edwards, Hakeem Butler, and I can't handle it.
that's kind of where we're at with those two, unfortunately. Although, I loved Hakeem Butler and I loved him in the landing spot because he would have played a unique role if he had just stayed healthy. I mean, now rip because Hopkins is kind of that. That chain mover, that big body guy, but I think Brian Edwards still serves. He's got a pretty unique role. Like to me, Bowden is more. He's going to cut more into Ruggs than into Edwards.
Yeah, they're all going to cut into each other, though. I mean, the other thing that we have to keep in mind with the Raiders is Derek Carr is probably not good. Marcus Mariota, while he may take over, is also probably not that good. So
No. Marcus Mariota.
You're doing this on purpose now. You're just trying to hurt me.
no, I think Mariota will take over because I don't think Carr is good. I just think that neither of them are that good. So it's hard to get that excited about wide receivers landing with the Raiders right now. Or
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you think that Mariota is taking over anybody's spot?
I mean, I hope that all these guys blossom into whoever the quarterback is next year for the Raiders.
Mhm.
They'll probably pick the wrong one because I have not and will not trust anything that John Gruden does as a coach or as
John Gruden
anyone
loves Marcus Mariota. So
that has any kind of sway in that organization. I actually like Mike Mayock when he was doing draft coverage, but I don't. They have made some pretty bonehead first round picks and just absolutely blowing this rebuild after getting rid of Amari Cooper and Khalil Mack. I just feel like they're just really, really blowing some picks right now. I mean, I liked Ruggs where they took him, but like Damon Arnett, are you kidding me? Like this is garbage.
Garbage? Is that what you said?
It's garbage.
It's garbage? Is that Yinzer, Brian? Garbage?
That's
No.
garbage.
No?
No, that sounds
Just
more
poor
like
pronunciation.
northeastern. Yeah, like Boston area or something.
Garbage.
Garbage.
No, it's garbage.
We say trash.
Boston-
Take out the
The
trash.
Boston Red Sox was a second round pick. That's garbage. Is that about right? No? All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you leaving me out there.
Left James
Fine.
hanging.
Was that your
That's fine.
Massachusetts accent?
I don't know. I don't know what that was. I was trying to pander to the crowd. That's all I was trying to do. All right. And that worked very poorly. So I'm just gonna go sit here in the corner.
My
Thinking
God,
about
guys, we have like
Taylor.
30. We have like, how many picks do we have left? Like 20 picks or something?
Yeah, no, we have a lot. We still have a good amount, which is good because I have one more beer that must be drunk. That must be drank.
Look at McVeigh looking into the camera as he's stretching on his boardroom table in his house with the rooftop patio.
Dude, did you guys see who's the Arizona coach? What's
Cliff
his name?
Kingsbury.
Dude, did you see his house? It was ridiculous.
Dude, Cliff
I was
Kingsbury.
I'm not jealous of very many people, but I was jealous of that.
My wife saw that house and was like, "Really? You can't do that?"
Mm-hmm. I know.
Like,
yeah.
he's a handsome fellow, and he has like, could you be any more freaking chill than that photo? He's got a freaking fire going. It's probably 1,000 degrees in Arizona right now. He doesn't give a crap. He's got the fire going. There's probably a pool under all that greenery. Who knows? He's got the mountains in the background.
Remote control that will like open up the ground in his.
I just imagine that
to open up a pool. Like,
I imagine that he had to remove like 20 beautiful women from that couch so he could take that photo and look professional, and then they all just swarmed him again. That's what I would do if I looked like him and had a house like that. I'm just saying.
Cliff, you can keep him here.
That's
You
going to
can
get me in
keep him
trouble
at
with my
my
wife.
If-
Sorry.
if-
I shouldn't say that.
if you're going to get in trouble with the wife, you can keep him here at my place. I'm good with it for a week or so. That's fine.
I'm going to be podcasting. If I'm podcasting from my parents' house next week, you know that
Again? You mean again?
you know that my wife definitely heard that. Definitely heard that comment.
If you're
I
in
will
your
not.
mom's office, we know. Okay.
Is Brian taking a bathroom break for the 30th time?
I have only gone 28, so I have no idea what he's doing now because it's ridiculous. It's a bit much. Guys, there has not been a fantasy relevant pick in quite some time.
But the Raiders.
We're gonna get a little bummed. Like early in this draft, it ruined it. Like wide receivers, running backs, they all went, and now we're just like,
Have we still not seen a landing spot for Zach Moss? Because he was my guy that I thought could slip to the third round.
What's a Zach
or
Moss?
slip past the third round
Well,
because
the Bills
because I thought his injury history was no bueno. He's got a mysterious knee injury that teams are not going to dig because he isn't talking about it, and they aren't talking. His agent wouldn't answer me when I tried to Twitter him to get an answer for that.
You know who you are?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I asked a question. He was answering questions about Zach Moss, and I asked a question, and he totally blew me off. And so,
Pretty ridiculous.
nobody seems to know what happened. There's been reports that it was an ACL tear, but I don't think it was. So this mystery is not. It's not good for Zach Moss, and there are going to be some people that Zach Moss, you better hope he lands in a good spot because there are some people that are hyping him right now in the Twitter sphere that are sweating bullets because their analysis is about to be absolute down the drain.
Can the Bills take Zach Moss? I mean, they have.
Oh God, I would hate that, but they probably could.
I don't know that I would hate it, man. I don't know that it's a terrible landing spot. I mean, Singletary is okay, but Frank Gore. I mean,
I think Frank Gore's gone, isn't he?
What's a Frank Gore?
He retired? He didn't retire, did he?
Not retire. He's just hanging out on free agency.
Frank Gore, they're not.
Apparently, it is Zach Moss Bills. I don't know if this is an actual trustable tweet or not, but that's what I'm seeing.
Zach Moss, Buffalo Bills is correct.
Yep, Zach
Moss.
Landing spot. Wonderful.
Wow. See, that's what I get for talking smack. I start smack talking.
Sean Vaughn.
And that's where he goes, which is killer for anyone who likes Devin Singletary like me.
Yeah, I like that Singletary too.
Well, I like Marlon Mack, but it is what it is.
Devin Singletary is going to absolutely eat Zach Moss's lunch. They're going to find out that they made a huge mistake there. I'm sorry.
I don't agree. I think that's going to be a split backfield. Zach Moss is going to be good.
I hate it.
Tackles. Devin Singletary would be a good third down back, in my opinion. But yeah, Brian, what do you think? Nice. Kyle Sender.
Nice.
not nice at all. What about you, John? What do you think about Zach Moss here? Does he move down or up your draft board, or is he pretty much stayed where he was at previously?
Yeah, I guess he pretty much stays. I mean, it's probably a committee approach with those two guys in particular, but the draft capital I think helps going on day 2, going in the third round. I think that you get a certain amount of cachet out of that. So I think he's going to be pretty involved, and it's going to be a run heavy offense. It always is. I just don't think that they want to. I don't think that they want to put this completely in Josh Allen's hands at any point. So you just need they need a lot of running backs, and they've got all of a sudden they've got 2 very, very quick, very elusive ones.
Zach Moss is quick. Didn't he run like a 4.65?
Did he?
Yes. He said he had a hamstring strain, but I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I think he's just slow. That's okay.
Where'd Moss go?
I think they will complement each other well. Buffalo.
Ooh.
I think this is a classic case of Singletary is probably going to be more efficient with his carries, but Moss will probably end up leading the backfield in touches, which is a shame for both.
Hi, Bobby.
Hey.
Is Bobby still in here? Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still here.
He's still here. New England, their pick is in. What do we think? What does New England do?
Quarterback.
Jacob Eason.
Oh, I hate that. Don't do
Man,
that.
Anthony Jennings, that's a good pick.
Anthony Gordon.
Nice. Yeah, no, I like that pick too. That is a nice pick. Might be New England's first pick that I like, to be honest. But what do I know? They're the Patriots, and I'm James the Marine. So
That safety from like that D2 school that they took in the second round early there.
Kyle Duggar.
He's going to end up being a Hall of Fame player. I mean, it's just that's what happens in New England.
Kyle Duggar is a fascinating story. You should really go look it up. But he was basically like 5'10", 170, like basically didn't have any offers at all. And then he got to college, started taking steroids. I don't know. I joke. He's like 6'2", freaking 220 now. Like he exploded when he got to college, and now he's just like a super athlete at D2. And I think that's really fascinating.
nice. New England.
I thought that would happen to me personally.
New England.
I was like, yeah, I'm 6 foot now, but I'm probably about 6
New,
foot. by the
New
time I
England
get
takes a guy. His first name is Anthony, and I just love it. Anthony. It's not Anthony. It's Anthony.
Yeah, it's like Anthony Hardaway. Penny Hardaway. That was his first name, Anthony.
Yeah, but they call him Penny. Like if your name is Anthony, you normally don't go by it. But Anthony.
Maybe they call him Penny,
Cool.
and we just don't know yet.
Penny Jennings. No, I like Anthony better. I'm gonna call him Anthony. Man, the back part of this third round has been brutal.
Just picturing like his poor mother, just like totally doped up, like trying to describe what this baby is going to be named, and it's just like, call him Anthony. The person wrote it down. The person wrote it down like that, and she gets it later, and it's just like, did I write this? His name's Anthony. Yeah, that's terrible.
It's not funny. It's not funny, Ethan.
It was funny, okay? It was funny. Don't judge.
All right.
Don't judge. Can we go back to Zach Moss? Because
We can, but I don't want to get your thoughts anymore. I've heard enough of you. I want to get John's thoughts.
I'm leaving. I'm mad at you.
Well, that's fantastic.
Good. I'm one out.
Fantastic. No,
I'm on lunch.
Don't leave. I'll leave.
Don't-
Just
don't.
stay here. I'm sorry.
Please don't leave.
Please don't leave.
Let me leave first.
Hey, I like you. John, though, what do you think about Zach Moss? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I think it's going to be that committee approach.
I know it's bad for you. So if you could bring something hot to this, that would be great.
About Zach Moss.
Yeah, like just something like
Something
cool, not like Zach Moss.
I don't know.
When you describe it, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been that excited about Zach Moss throughout this entire process, and
Sure, but
I thought that this could have been a good landing spot for any running back, but I don't think Zach Moss has the chops to really pull away from Devin Singletary. I don't know. It feels like about a 60-40 split, and I wouldn't be surprised if Singletary's on the heavy side of that.
I kind of want to get the takes from the FF Ball Blast crew, because they both really liked Zach Moss, and I know Michelle really liked Devin Singletary too. So that's going to be interesting to kind of hear their thoughts. But Brian, what do you think? What do you think this does to him in fantasy? Where would you take him? Is he a second round pick?
No,
pick? What?
I mean, late second, maybe.
You even
early third?
Is that
what?
Is that going on here?
What?
You gobbling down some peanut butter over there? This is
hummus.
Oh man, I am so jealous. Hummus is fantastic. Are you eating? Is that pita bread?
No, this is cauliflower.
And you're doing it wrong. Pita bread with hummus is.
Hey, I have lost since March 12th. I've lost like 14 pounds, so I am not doing it incorrectly.
I don't want to tell you how much weight I have lost over the past 9 months, but that's okay. You go ahead.
I also have hypertension, so I mean, I have to do something about it.
I had a lot of weight to lose, so that's something too. But go ahead. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I like Singletary better than I like Moss. So, but it just depends what the workloads are like. We're gonna have to see how they use Moss. I know that's a cop out, but he's not a prospect that I was overly excited about. I'm kind of glad he's off the board because that's something that Pittsburgh would have done just to piss me the hell off. So, the more I think about this whole Pittsburgh thing, the more upset I get about it. I mean, they take a wide receiver, a big wide. They could have gotten Isaiah Hodgkins or what is that? Hodgkins?
Hodgins.
Yeah, they could have gotten him in like the 5th round, and he's. I mean, and then they have J.K. Dobbins too, and Baltimore doesn't have J.K. Dobbins. So this is ridiculous.
I absolutely. I love how sometimes we throw it to Brian for just a fantasy take, and somehow it just turns into how he hates the Steelers draft. It does a complete U-turn. It's like, yeah, Zach Moss is not bad in Buffalo, but I just can't help but to think about the Steelers and what they've done, and it just comes back to us, like tenfold. So the Browns are on the clock. I would
selected Jordan Elliott.
That's a good pick.
That's a nice pick, very nice pick. I would tell you, the only pick that would have made me more excited would have been Devin Duvernay. If they took that, I would be a tripod right now, and I'd have to excuse myself to the restroom. But that didn't happen. But I do like this pick. This is a good value pick, in my opinion. So we got Minnesota back on the clock. It seems like Minnesota's been on the clock a lot.
Got a lot of picks.
What do you think with Minnesota?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't either. After them taking a wide receiver early, seems like they addressed that need. Tight end, I mean, they have Irv Smith kind of in the wings. I don't think they need quarterback. I don't think running back's a need with Alexander Madison backing up Dalvin Cook, and wide receiver, like I said, they addressed earlier. I think this is a boring pick. It's kind of my prediction here.
Who for the Browns?
They're going defense, so
Yeah, they're going defense or offensive line. But who cares about
I
that?
mean,
Right?
I think the Browns are filling. I don't know. I've liked their first two picks. I thought they've done well.
Minnesota. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was like, man, Jedrick Wills is a good pick. Grant Delpit's a good pick. Like, what's the freaking problem here? Did you say the Browns, have they already picked yet? They've already picked?
It's in now.
They're on the clock right now.
Mm.
Okay. I'll be curious to see where they go here.
If it ends up Devin Duvernay, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm
James, calm down. Collect yourself.
But Bobby will be back, and I will have to dismiss myself if it's Devin Duvernay or, oh my goodness, if it's Peoples-Jones. Whew, I'm going to be hot and bothered if it's Peoples-Jones. So
I don't know what to think about Peoples-Jones. He gives me a headache.
Yeah, he gives you a headache.
He does, because what do you
3 in the slot? My goodness.
Because he's a great athlete, but how do you
Jordan
not
Elliott.
produce?
It is Jordan. Yeah, and that's a great pick. I'm okay.
Didn't we say that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great pick. The Browns are really killing it right now. I dig their
Ethan,
draft.
that's enough, okay? I'm tired of hearing about the Browns and the Ravens and the Bengals.
I can't tell you the last time that I have been happy with the Browns draft, and so far through 2 days, I am very happy with what they've done.
Well, good luck stopping the Steelers' offense of Juju Smith-Schuster and big tight end man and 2 small but deep wide receiver players and our running backs who can't stay healthy. Good luck. How about that?
I don't even know how we're going to get to Big
We don't
Ben.
need Lamar Jackson, okay? We got Duck Hodges.
Helmet, like, I don't know. You know what we're going to do?
Dude, I feel like that meme of the kid that's like getting interviewed and I just want to cry, but I can't. So I'm just holding back the tears, but I'm starting to lose it a little bit here because you guys keep making good picks.
Oh, man, don't do that. You have to keep it together. You have to be the voice of reason because poor Brian over here is losing his mind from the Steelers draft. You have to be the guy who talks them off the ledge. You know, you gotta be Jim Carrey. You gotta sing him off that ledge. You know.
Where are some of these quarterbacks going to land? Like, where is Eason going to go?
Does it matter at this point? Doesn't matter. Truly.
It probably doesn't.
Like, where could they?
I mean, it probably does, though.
Where could they go? Question: where could they go where they could start this year?
Pittsburgh.
Chargers. Don't say Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh would only
Don't
be
freaking wish that bad juju on me.
Pittsburgh
I already
would
know
only
that
be
Jake
if
Fromm- Jake
Roethlisberger
Fromm's
couldn't come back
there.
from the injury.
No. I don't. Okay. Big Ben is the starter this year, but doesn't Pittsburgh need a quarterback of the future? Like,
yeah, but I
you
would
guys
rather.
buying into Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph? Because
No, I'd rather
didn't
sign Andy Dalton.
I didn't think that Mason Rudolph was ready to start last year anyway, so I will not give up on him yet. But sign Jameis Winston if you really need a quarterback. I think that's part of the reason why these guys are sliding because teams don't have any need.
Vikings just took a cornerback. Sorry, 4 boring picks. Go ahead.
Cornerback, or quarter?
Corner.
Man, I thought we were going to be savants
Dantzler.
again.
Back at the corner.
Cameron Dantzler is one of my favorite names because he sounds like a reindeer name.
yeah. Yeah, still a boring pick though. Stupid defense.
Okay, Robbie, you're back in. What's going on? You,
Robbie's alive.
I am. Yeah, no. I haven't talked to John or Ethan yet. Good to see you guys.
Robbie.
What's up, Robbie?
And not much, man. I was calming down. I was in a Google Hangout with the home league, and I got to relax a little bit. We talked about some old bad trades from like 5 years ago, and it brought me back to spirits. You know, I'm ready to have no reaction to whatever pick lets me down coming up in a few here. So let's not focus on the Packers for a little bit.
Bad dynasty trades?
Are you a Packers fan, Robbie?
I am a Packers fan, and
Robbie,
it's a
know-
contract league.
Over under, have you
Oh, nice.
cried more than 3 times during this draft process?
I haven't cried yet.
Because we're
I
having a
guess
pity party over here as Steelers fans.
He had some choice words.
I
did.
think if I was making an argument, the Packers have done just as poorly.
I'd say worse.
Packers
you know?
have done worse. Yeah,
the Packers
thank you.
have definitely done
No,
worse.
I
Sorry,
didn't.
but
There was no evidence of me crying last night, but I promise you I didn't. There is evidence because I was on here when the Packers picked Dylan, and I did not cry. I stormed out of the room. I got a beer, and I tried to get Brian to talk about Frozen a little more. But no, it didn't happen. I'm trying. I don't understand any of it, but I'm just
So
I'm
when they
glad to get
trade
the-
Rodgers, are you going to cry?
that'll be the moment where the tears are shed. Yeah, I think so.
John
When
will go
Jordan
out and
Love-
buy the new team's jersey, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I will
Right.
too, and I'll have to change my allegiance or something.
Oh, the Patriots have traded up
To the Texans?
to
Pick
the,
right here.
to the 91.
The
The
Patriots.
Raiders. The
The
Raiders.
Patriots are about to
The
take
Raiders.
probably a quarterback, maybe
No.
The Patriots are going to wait to
Devin
draft.
Duvernay. Maybe.
My
The
goodness.
Patriots are going to wait to draft Anthony Gordon and turn him into a thing.
I will lose my mind if Devin Duvernay goes to New England. You guys are gonna have to mute me because I'm gonna talk about how Devin Duvernay is the first round pick, and I won't stop talking about how Devin Duvernay.
Bro, Bill O'Brien, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not listening to what is going on, but I am convinced. I'm very good at reading lips. I am 100% convinced that Bill O'Brien just said "F you" to somebody on the phone.
He
Like,
probably did.
like he's stormed out of there. Somebody needs to get me this clip because I am 100% convinced that Bill O'Brien was screaming at someone on the phone right there
It was
and dropped
probably
at least 2
Man.
F-bombs at them.
Yeah.
How does he feel that strongly about an outside linebacker?
Dude, he's pissed about something. I'm telling you. I watched him do it. He like stormed out of there, and his son looked like
That's awesome.
His son like winced when he freaking walked by him. So I hope that shows up on Twitter
Yeah.
because I need to know that full
Someone will,
conversation.
I got something.
someone
for
will
you.
get it.
I got something for you in the private chat here.
Whoa,
Check
private.
the DMs, yo.
Whoa.
This is Bill O'Brien when he was the head coach at Penn State after they won a game that they weren't supposed to win.
I'm not gonna vote that. I'm just not.
They weren't supposed
Here,
to
let me-
win.
let me
They
mute-
weren't supposed to win.
Why?
The Pats took a tight end.
Well, just they were underdogs because they were under sanction.
Patriots took it.
Oh,
Evan
That was
Asiasi.
amazing.
Everyone. Oh, dude, I don't even want to hear this.
Ethan, was it good?
This my
That was
old-
amazing.
God, screw you, New England. I don't.
Who'd they take?
Devin Asiasi.
The tight
UCLA.
end out of UCLA.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I needed right now,
I,
Brian.
I know.
Isn't
What
that
Bobby's
funny?
on a high.
they traded up for that. That seems like a reach.
That's hilarious.
Reach, yo.
All right, that is really funny. Devin Ossie. Oh God. Yeah, you
Dude,
know what, Roman? I hate you. OJ Howard is still waiting for a guy. Oh,
How bad?
no.
Question: How bad are the Patriots going to be exposed this year as just being not very good without Tom Brady?
Take for
Like,
Lawrence.
I truly think that like
New England. I'm
we
telling
are seeing the culmination of like multiple bad Patriots drafts coming out, and it's going to come to fruition. They're going to be terrible, and then they're going to draft Justin Lawrence, and it's going to be a freaking dynasty again. And I hate that.
The whole reason Tom Brady left in the first place is because of those last couple of drafts that you're talking about. They didn't surround him with the people that he needed to win, and he won anyways. So he got sick of it, and he's like, "Hey, I'm out, man. I'm gonna go play with
When I
Chris
see
Godwin
it,
and Mike Evans."
I know
I got-
Brady is gone, but we've been talking about the Patriots dynasty ending forever. And,
It's over.
I'm pretty sure it is. But at the same time, there have been guys that have been saying it's been over for like the past 10 years. I'm sure like they're going to be like, yeah, I was right. It was over. And it's like, dude, you've said this 10 years in a row.
No,
It's
but
bound to be right at some point.
Bobby, but the one constant was Brady. Brady's dynasty isn't over. Tampa Bay is going to make the playoffs. They're going to, and New England isn't. New England's going to rebuild.
So Lawrence goes to the Pats next year, and we
I
all
don't know.
freak
Oh
out.
my gosh,
I still believe in Belichick as a coach.
that's gross. I would like everyone to know that I have drank and drunk all 12 beers. That
Hey.
it has been done.
I'd have never guessed, James.
From the thanks, Brian. Thanks, and thank you for all laughing.
So I want to ask you guys about a trade that I made a couple weeks ago. Now in a Devy league. Now that we've got a couple landing spots here, and see how you guys think I did. So I traded away Cam Akers. I got back Brian Edwards, Najee Harris, and Brock Purdy. At the time, it didn't feel too great. What do you guys think now, though?
It really depends what happens with Najee Harris.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm not a huge Brian Edwards fan, so and I mean Purdy is a Purdy.
So Purdy.
He's a Purdy guy. He could be somebody that could become something with a good landing spot too. I don't know. I am an Akers fan, so I probably wouldn't have made the deal myself. But if Harris ends up in a spot that he can smash next year, I think you're going to end out ahead, or at least pretty close to even. Yeah, I would say that's fine.
Yeah, Akers.
Nice.
The thing is, Akers on the Rams, even though I know they struggled last season, just feels like a really good spot for him. And I expect that offense to bounce back a bit. So it's really hard to say that you got full value, at least at the moment, for him. But if Harris, as Ethan said, goes to a good spot, then you'll probably come out about even or even slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Problem with this deal is you'll be able to kind of relate to this, John, is you lose a year of value because Akers gets to play for the Rams this year, whereas Purdy and Edwards will play, but Purdy and Harris don't, and so that hurts. I think Akers lands in a very good spot, a spot where he's going to get used a lot. So yeah, it'll depend on landing spot for both those guys, but I do think as of right now, it hurts seeing his landing spot. Being with the Rams.
This could work out for you though, because of what's going on in the world. Maybe Harris enters through the supplemental draft this year, and then you really just kill the trade.
That could be cool. Yeah.
Is Harris eligible to enter?
The Ravens just took Duvernay.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're slaying this. This is ridiculous. I quit. I quit. We might as well be Chiefs fans.
I hate the Ravens now. I don't even hate Pittsburgh as much as I hate the Ravens. Good.
I don't believe you, James. Secretly, though, James, as you and I have already expressed our love for Devin Duvernay, this is a really nice little landing spot for him for fantasy, and he fits into their system really well because he is stupid fast and very good after the catch. So as a Steelers fan, I am devastated. I'm crying on the inside. So I just want to we will talk about Duvernay in a second, but because I was so curious, I did look up to see if anyone else caught Bill O'Brien cussing someone out, and someone has taken it and actually transcribed it professionally.
God. I love Twitter.
Anyone else see Bill O'Brien cussing whoever that was out with him? His exact quote was, "F you, man. That was your fault. F you, F you." And then he walked off. And I knew that's what he said. So I hope that somebody can freaking find the audio to that because it was amazing.
Do you think this is
out there for sure? It's the internet. They've got it.
Somebody has
That's
it.
so awesome.
Ethan, I have it for you.
So did they make a bad pick? Did they not?
I don't know.
The
They picked at 90 and then they cut to Bill O'Brien and he's in his office and he's talking on the phone, just pointing at the phone. And he's like, "F you, man, F you." And then he storms off and his son literally is sitting sitting in the room. How they have all their kids with them. So his son is sitting there. And as he walks by, his son goes,
imagine being that linebacker that they just drafted and seeing that. You're so excited you just got drafted into the NFL, and then you see your head coach, the guy that you have to report to and who holds your entire fate in his hands, cussing about the fact that they just accidentally drafted you.
Oh yeah, dude, this video is amazing. Bobby, I'm watching it right now. He throws his hands up. He's devastated. Somebody was on the phone. F you, man. F you. And then his son literally turns away to guard himself from him. That guy's a head case, man.
Whoever he was talking to on the phone was probably like, "Hey, remember when you traded Hopkins?" And he was just like, "You man."
Flashbacks.
Ah, that's wild.
Or it was the Cardinals being like, "Hey, we'll trade you back Hopkins if you give us all your first for the next 20 years."
I don't know. I know that I knew that I saw that happen live, and I'm great. I'm grateful.
If I was
that
Steve
somebody
Keim, I
found it
definitely
immediately.
would have called him back tonight and been like, "Hey, man, it's like when somebody trades you a player really cheap in Dynasty, and then you turn around to that team like after they have a few blow up weeks and go, hey, so you traded this guy to me for a fourth. You want to give me a first for him now? No? How about now? How about a few weeks when he's still producing? No? All right."
Dude, Brian, I one-on-one, I want to talk to you.
Do you guys even need me for this conversation?
No.
Should we leave?
Don't you dare leave
the
me alone.
Ravens doing this. Patrick Queen and now J.K. Dobbins, Dever Duvernay.
Dude, John Harbaugh is freaking like pumping his fist.
Dude,
That he
I'm
got Dever
like
Duvernay.
crying on the inside.
I'm devastated, man.
It's good. Like,
I hate this.
Yeah. Like
this isn't fun for me.
This is not fun for me.
Oh man,
brutal.
Dude, this is tough. I can tell you.
I mean, they're already the best team in the division by a long big margin, and now they just have the best draft of any team in the league.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Problem. Like they got to be the front runners for the AFC, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Them and the Chiefs. I mean, that's like, sorry, John. I know, but
no, it's.
True. I mean, it's
we got a ways to go for sure.
Those are the two that I think are the top.
Robbie, I'm sorry. We haven't heard from you much. We have another someone else who wants to kind of jump in here, but I do want to get your thoughts. What are your thoughts so far on the draft, and you know what's your thought process as a Packer fan moving forward here?
Before we get to the depressing stuff, like, I mean, as just a fantasy fan and a dynasty fan, I think we've seen some pretty awesome landing spots kind of across the board. I think a lot of the time, like when we're sitting here watching NFL rookie drafts, we see like values drop of players that we have already drafted in rookie drafts or we're planning on drafting on rookie drafts. So far, there hasn't been much, like we've seen a lot of these players either have their values just kind of stagnate where they were or even come up. So, I mean, it's been pretty awesome getting to see that taking things in the negative direction as far as the Packers coming pick and what they've done so far. I have no idea about either. And, I'm interested to see what they do at the very least, or at the very most, depending on how you want to look at it. But no, it's been fun for sure. And again, I'll look at it mostly from a fantasy fan and see the firsts that I have across my 10 leagues or whatever it is. I'm feeling better about them than I think I would have been beforehand, just because, a lot of these guys have kind of increased their value, or again, at least like kept it where it was. So for me, at least, I don't know.
What are they going to do with this next pick?
It'll be Thaddeus Moss, and I'll jump off a bridge.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
Who's up right now? Who's up right now?
The Titans picks in now, and then it's the Packers. So
let's keep you on till the Packers pick, man. Because
that sounds good to me.
Yeah. Here.
I'm afraid I won't be able to reproduce the entertainment from the last one, just because I'm considerably
you have been beaten down
before, and I feel sad. So
it'll be one of these.
If you get up and walk out that back door behind you, we will know that you were grabbing a beer, and we'll cut you off.
I think I ran out of beer. I have like a quarter of a bottle of rosé in my mini fridge, and that's about it. So that's how you know you've hit rock bottom.
It is, yeah.
Robbie, who do you actually want at this pick?
Man, I don't even know. If their position is wide receiver, offensive tackle, or linebacker, I will go to sleep feeling comfortable tonight. If it's anything else, I'll be confused. I don't understand.
Oh man, I'm just seeing the Kingsbury house right now. What?
It's nuts,
heck, man.
Dude, where have you been?
Dude, yeah.
He's got a setup.
That place. Like that's heaven. I can quarantine myself forever if I had that place. Like for good. I'd be okay.
Appalachian State running back just went to the Titans. Evans.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh,
I love that because he complements what Derrick Henry does very well. He's a very good pass catcher. So I dig that. He's replacing
Deion Lewis.
Deion Lewis.
The guy who is going to the Giants, who I absolutely love that for the Giants too, Bobby. Deion Lewis is a very nice third and long. Let's put him in the game type of player. So
Yeah, I'm not even going to respond to that.
no, all right.
Gettleman just loves signing washed-up running backs. You know,
If you like Gallman, then that's all you. But to me, Deion Lewis is an upgrade at that position.
At least he doesn't. At least he doesn't draft washed up running backs.
but he pays, which is somewhat almost worse.
Yeah, you'd rather draft Wayne Gallman and let that guy.
Bobby,
so mad.
Bobby, don't you dare disrespect my boy.
How dare you, Bobby?
I'm saying he pays washed-up running backs. I'd rather, if he was going to take a washed-up running back, take a rookie because at least it's not a huge cap.
Gotcha. I misunderstood.
So he's going to trade for Leonard Fournette. Is that what you're telling me?
I hope not.
You never know with Gettleman. That's the thing. Is I hope not is the answer because it's Dave Gettleman, so you never know.
There were rumors of
are on the clock. Their pick is in. Robbie, what are you thinking here?
I don't know if I can put a name to the pick. I don't know if I could have done this hours ago in the state I was then, and now I'm just.
If this is the reason tight end, man, I living in Wisconsin, Packer fans are going to lose their mind tomorrow. I cannot wait to listen to the talk radio because my goodness. Sports talk radio is going to be lit. It's going to be off the hook.
No, I'm sure it'll be satisfying for you. You know, the thing before the pick is made, I'll say like tight end. I'm really confident in Sternberger. Okay,
I love Sternberger. I agree. Yeah. But I there have been rumors that the team isn't, and I hope they pass on that. Oh no, Robbie, what did they do?
Josiah DeGuara, tight end, Cincinnati.
Hey, whoa, hold up. Before you are devastated by this.
I'm not devastated, man. I'm just living the dream. Don't mind me.
So I have a story. I am within a person away from Josiah DeGuara, okay? So I went to school with a kid who is a very, very, very excellent personal trainer and PT now. And so he's a PT too, and he works at a facility that trains all these athletes for their combine. And he said that this Josiah DeGuara is like one of his boys. And he told me that kid is legit special as an athlete. So don't knock it yet.
Hey, maybe he's
Jay Sternberger.
Maybe he's the next great Cincinnati Bearcat tight end. I mean, Travis Kelce came from there, didn't he?
That's the one. Name another.
I don't know any other ones. DeGuara.
We can't because there's not another great one. Robbie, I am so sorry for your loss. I feel like we're at a funeral and the Packer funeral, and we have Jordan Love over here, and he's paying his respects.
If anything, I'm looking at the top right of the screen right now, and I'm seeing Brian laughing as hard as he is. So I know if the Steelers fan tonight can be brought the joy that he's feeling right now, like I can be comfortable.
He's just happy because the Steelers can't take him with because they love tight ends.
It's a shame for anybody that's not watching this because watching Robbie respond to these picks is kind of the best thing that I've done all through this whole. This is the most entertaining thing.
Kyle Sarah is the most mild-mannered Canadian Packer fan that I know, and he's probably throwing his phone against the wall.
We're both from Canada. That's the thing. I live in Canada. I've been born and raised, and it's the complete opposite. So you get the reserved, nice, friendly guy, and then the guy who's losing his mind on a live extreme.
Yeah, Robbie's reaction right now. So, do any of you watch Key and Peele?
Yes,
You
I
know,
do.
Angry Obama translator. So Robbie's having like this really nice, like, oh, like I'm kind of upset about this, but in his inner monologue is like dropping all kinds of F-bombs, like smashing chairs.
100%. John said to keep the language as PG as I can. So I'm doing my best here for you guys.
I think that's out the window at this point, man. Like, just let it fly because we're all thinking it.
Yeah. Now, before I go, I have one question just to solidify this in my head because it's been a thought that I've had. Jay Sternberger, if he's in this draft, is he your tight end one?
Yes.
Across the board, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jay Sternberger.
Right? Yeah.
Is Chase
just
Claypool
from
an option?
call.
Well, Claypool. We're gonna say Claypool's a wide receiver, tight end hybrid.
It doesn't matter. Jay Sternberger's better.
But I mean, it's still landing spot dependent, right? Like the fact that he landed in a system that doesn't really use the tight end probably does still bump him down.
Well,
no,
it's yeah. I mean, that's possible. I think the thing is like when you're talking system, are we talking LaFleur's system or are we talking Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
Well, let's go with the first system because we don't know how much longer Rodgers is going to be starting.
James, God damn it!
I'm just saying Jordan Love is there, right? Like you even said Aaron Rodgers to the Bears. We don't know.
I mean, I'm not going to get my way on this because I never do. So yeah, I mean, he's stuck with them, and they're stuck with him.
But do you? So John, no, seriously though. I mean that's a legit question that I'm kind of curious about. Are you, when you're saying that, are you talking about LaFleur's system, or are you talking about the fact that Rodgers doesn't really use tight ends?
I guess it's more Rodgers, right? Okay. LaFleur's system, I guess, has been somewhat tight end friendly.
Yeah, Jared Cook's really the only one that's ever kind of stood out.
Delaney Walker, somewhat. Although he wasn't healthy all that much.
Okay. Broncos pick is in, guys, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but John, as a Broncos fan, man, yeah, this pick is interesting. What do you think? It's kind of a boring pick.
I'm surprised they're making the pick, to be honest. I don't know.
Defensive tackle out of Arkansas. Did you guys think you needed a defensive tackle, or?
Yeah, I mean, they need a little depth. It wouldn't. He's not going to be on the field a whole lot behind Jarrell Casey and Mike Purcell, but yeah, he'll. It's some much needed depth. They're just a little lean across the defensive line. And I know nothing about this guy. I mean, is he a one tech? Is he a three tech? I don't know.
Who is it?
McTelvin, whatever. I don't know. Boring. It's fantasy for fantasy football. It's yeah. This is the side of the ball that just gets in the way of our fantasy players.
The IDP guys would not be very happy with you.
Yeah, that's true. Tom Kislingberry would be awfully upset right now.
Tom's told me before that I don't play complete fantasy because I'm not willing to include defensive players.
How dare you, Bobby? How dare you?
I've played IDP before. It's just not for me. I've done it, and
I did too. I did good at it.
The first year I played in IDP, I won, and then I went, I'm bored, I'm out.
Yeah. I did the exact same thing. I put together a loaded ass team and was just like, all right, what was the point of that though?
Guys, we got a couple more listeners contacting us. And so, Robbie, I want to thank you again for joining us right before the Packers pick and getting your feedback. Thank you again. We totally appreciate it. If you want to jump in later in this in this draft, I don't know how much time we'll have left, but we will have to have you on again. So thank you again, buddy, and we appreciate you not only listening but taking part in this podcast. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, guys. Again, it's been cool to get to talk with all of you. And I'm sorry I couldn't bring my most cheerful demeanor tonight, but
Dude, that is
I
not
promise
on you. It
No.
is not on you.
That's right.
And I'm glad you guys can see that. So
Matt
no,
LaFleur's
I-
an asshole. That has nothing to do with you.
John is so salty too.
So salty.
I'm glad I'm not the saltiest person in here, and he's not even a Packers fan. So
Yeah.
Oh, man.
all right,
I
I'll
don't
get out
even-
of here. But
Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah,
no,
thank you, Robbie.
See you,
have
Robbie.
fun with the rest of.
Dude, Robbie is
You just
freaking
cut him off.
Chops him.
Just man.
I don't know. We just kind of lost connection with him, but still, dude, what a cool guy. And
Yeah.
my goodness,
Tough night.
poor dude is a Packers fan, and he's trying to make the best of the night. Oh man,
See,
it's been brutal.
I actually think the Broncos are doing pretty well. I just don't care because they're just doing Aaron Rodgers dirty, and I'm just so sick of it. Get him out of there.
We
He
can
doesn't-
stop here
they
now.
don't deserve him.
That's enough. All right, jump on the Tom Brady bandwagon. It's okay.
What?
Tampa
Actually, I
Bay-
kind of did. I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the Chiefs got Niang. That is a freaking steal.
Oh my gosh, did they really? Dude, the
Yep.
Chiefs are cleaning
Lucas-
up this thing too. My goodness.
Dude, good teams stay good. It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's amazing
no,
how this
you're right.
works.
Baltimore, Kansas City. I mean, talk about cleaning up. There's a few teams that have done really well. That's one of them. Kansas City, again, just it must be so nice to be able to sit back and say, I'm going to take the best player available. Like I don't care about position. Cleveland is on the clock. Their pick is in.
Jacob Phillips, linebacker, LSU.
I
Okay.
don't know much about him. Niang's an interesting one. I'm gonna plug my stuff here because I can. I'm not surprised that he fell. I don't do a ton of O linemen for my guide, but he is one that I did do, and he had a labral tear actually last season. And so last November he had a labral tear in his hip and had surgery. So it's not surprised teams being a little bit more cautious this year with the injuries from what I've seen. I should have some numbers on basically where these guys are grading, but we've seen quite a few players from my injury guide that had high injury risk based on their injury history fall in drafts. Zach Moss was a guy that fell. We saw Brian Edwards is a guy that I think a lot of people thought was a second round talent. He fell into the third. So we're seeing, I mean, this teams pay attention to this kind of stuff. You know, even a guy like Jeremy Chin was getting some like maybe early second round buzz, fell all the way to the end of the second. So we're seeing, you know, basically this play out in real time. I'll have some numbers up of what these guys graded out as, but from what I can tell, the ones with the most injury risk tend to be the ones that are falling in drafts. Obviously, notable exception is Tua. But outside of that, pretty much no one in the first round received a high injury risk rating outside of Tua on my model. So on my model, it's not a model, it's an injury risk grade that I came up with. But definitely think that that's just interesting how much that is playing a role in possibly these guys sliding, where maybe we as a fantasy community think that they should go one place, but their injury history dictates that they should not go there. So I feel like that's interesting.
Doesn't it feel like this year more than most? In fact, I mean, like they just haven't had the same access to players that they have in years past because of the whole quarantine thing. So, I mean, you're taking a real leap of faith if you take on anybody with any kind of injury risk, because, you know, chances are your medical staff hasn't had a chance to check them out, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's playing a huge role in which guys are falling. I think personally, that's the reason no one was willing to trade up to get Tua this year. Obviously fell to Miami at 5, but typically with a quarterback prospect of Tua's talent, you would expect teams to have to trade up to make sure that they get him. And I think what happened is that the risk was too great. None of these teams wanted to push in all the chips on him completely. They were hoping that maybe someone else would either push in the chips to get him, or that in Miami's case would hope that he would fall to 5, which he obviously ended up doing. I think the Chargers, you know, weren't willing to trade up in front of them. I think they were content with Herbert. If you've got the two guys close, you basically take whichever one's there for you if they're those two teams. So besides that, though, most of the guys that have injury risk are falling in this draft. Another guy that we're still kind of waiting on, at least I think we're still waiting on, is Hunter Bryant, tight end. He was the highest grade in my on my injury risk rating. He was the highest grade for the tight ends. I don't think he's gone yet, has he? I haven't seen it if he has. So, that was somebody that a lot of people had as their number one tight end, and now we've seen 2, 3, 4 guys going ahead of him. He could be continuing his slide, which is, I think it's just interesting how much I feel like this is playing a role this year, especially.
Yeah.
Well, the Ravens picked Malik Harrison. So the Giants are on the clock.
Nice.
Interesting.
Is there anything that you would hate here, Bobby?
Not really. I mean,
quarterback.
Yeah, I guess I would hate quarterback. If they draft Jacob Eason, I would hate that. So definitely don't do that. But no, I mean, if they take a wide receiver at this point, it's fine. They take O-line, great. I don't know what centers are still on the board, but they could use a center. They obviously still have holes on defense. So really don't have any issues. I'm sure it'll be some defensive pick that I have no reaction to because I'll have no idea who they are.
Yeah, so boring for fantasy purposes.
Who is a guy that I'll look up later and convince myself that I love if it's a defensive pick? Because
who did the Ravens take? Have the
Malik Harrison?
That was okay. Yeah, so I'm watching on ESPN for anyone that's like, why does this guy know who the picks are? And ESPN is like probably a full 3 minutes behind everyone else at this point.
The CBS stream is also pretty far behind. I've been getting all these just from watching some people on Twitter who are tweeting it out.
Awesome. Good job, guys.
Thanks, man.
We're going to call it a night. Thanks for everyone for listening. We love you. Peace out. We love you all. Bye.
Bye.
We are out of things to say. Amazing. 6 years later, we are out of things to say.
And deuces.
Amazing.
I'm just waiting for the Giants pick to come in. I don't know why you guys aren't talking.
What are the Giants? Is it a team? Do they play football?
They have the best running back in the game.
They drafted Jonathan Taylor? No, that was the Colts.
James. I am this close, brother. I'm just kidding. I'm not really.
The Giants selected Matt Pert from UConn.
Who?
What?
Matt Pert,
right tackle.
Okay. Offensive line. You can't really you got to get somebody in there, I guess.
They needed it, so I'm cool with it.
Cool.
My guy, Pauly, says that they seem good, so I'm good with it.
Matt Pert. Awesome. Man, can we get some exciting picks in here? Can we get a receiver? Can we get a running? When's the last time we had a receiver, a running back, or tight end?
All the good ones are gone, man. It's over.
Yeah. Stop.
All right, guys. I know there's only a few picks left, but that's going to do it for me. I can't push forward any further.
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep too, Bobby.
Rest easy, Bobby.
Yeah, take it easy, guys. Good luck.
Thanks, Bobby.
Sure, Bobby, thank
See you, bud.
All right.
Yeah, I know. All right.
The Steelers pick in 3 picks, and they will probably take Thaddeus Moss.
Once the Steelers pick,
I like Thaddeus Moss.
I will have to bounce out of this. I still have a ton of work to do on my injury guide, which drops tomorrow. But I will stay for the Steelers pick. But then I have to peace out for a little while, regain my strength, and then I have another podcast to do.
Yeah.
What a superstar you are, Ethan. Way to
Dude,
rub
I'm-
yours into it.
You know, this newfound fame is really getting to me for sure. Definitely killing me a little bit, but and my headphones are about to die, so that's gonna piss me off too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna unplug them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go
and
on.
you're doing the
Go on.
Superflex mock with us tomorrow, right? Oh, he doesn't have
Ethan.
Dude's got a flow. Look at this.
Ethan.
Impressed, man. I am impressed.
Man, you could say anything about him right now.
Yeah,
Ethan.
but I like Ethan.
Adjust the mic. Here. Let me check my audio. Switch it up. Switch it up.
Oh man. Oh, New England just traded up. What do you know?
Oh, good.
Oh, geez.
Just
Great.
make this take a little bit longer. Why don't you?
Good. New
You
England.
guys-
Wonderful. What
Great.
what great news. New England's gonna pick. Yes.
Someone that we've never heard of that's going to end up being just an all-time great. Awesome.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Bro, why can I not hear anything?
What?
You got to put your headphones on, bro.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I can hear you guys. You're just not very loud.
I can't hear you either.
Do you have your? Where's your headphones?
Was stuff
My headphones died.
Oh, okay. See, I wasn't aware.
You don't have a backup here, Ethan? How could you? You're
Bro,
a
I've been freaking jumping to podcasts. I got like 18 podcasts I've done this week.
That's the
Use
thing.
some of that money and buy some
You're big
extras.
time. You're Johnny Manziel of the podcast community, man. You need a second.
Oh, Tanner Muse.
Wait,
Who's
who's still
that
in,
guy?
who's still in the chat right now?
Mike Mayock is flexing right now on my screen. He's just like,
What is it? Who is
right
it?
there.
Who? I don't know. Nobody said much for a while.
Flexing. What's going on here? Did New England buy them? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm here. I'm just here. I don't know why I'm seeing the Raiders react, but apparently they appreciate the Patriots pick.
Oh, Tanner.
I think they were. Well, they just went at 100, so they got Tanner Muse, the safety out of Clemson, at 100.
They were pretty excited about it.
They
Like,
were. They
I'm
looked very pumped about it.
John Gruden just did a backflip off his desk. Like that's something. John, I like the look.
I'm pretty sure John is actually asleep right
written across. Very nice. Very nice.
now. John's eyes are open, but I don't think he's actually awake.
Yeah, just barely. I have a theory that we're the only four in the chat at this point.
Oh, it might be.
We're talking to no one.
Awesome.
Dude, I think we call this.
That's what happens when you let me
Great
host.
show. No one is listening live anymore. I think we call it. We are all exhausted. This is day 2. We've gone for, you guys have gone for 5 hours here.
I'm going to talk regardless, whether it's to my cats or whether it's to no one. So it's going to happen.
Get the cats in here.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Either way.
I think we call it. We appreciate everyone from the Superflex Super Show who came on that appreciated. We appreciate all our guests, any of our local, fans that have come on the show. We love you guys. This is going to be the end for Ethan. He is peacing out. He is falling asleep. John is falling asleep. Brian
A little bit.
is still sad. Oh, we got to wait for the Steelers pick though. Oh.
No, throw Ethan and sad John can go.
You can be disappointed tomorrow morning. You don't have to.
Brian
I'm gonna
and
be
Brian
disappointed.
and I can handle this. Brian's going
You know how
to
you know I know our first pick was bad? Because I have a diehard Steelers fan friend who texts me literally because he knows I know all of these players. Every year he texts me at every single Steelers pick to ask what I think about this player that he's never heard of.
He didn't even have to ask this time, did he?
And he didn't even ask me this year. This year he was just like, you know what? That's terrible. I know it's terrible. I don't even have to know. that it's going to be anyway. It's going to
Hey
be
guys,
worse.
so watch how drunk Roger Goodell is right now. I don't know if you've been
Is he?
watching this, but like, oh yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Did you
He's
see how
definitely
chill
drunk.
he was last time? Like he's gotten to the point where he's like reclining in this chair.
He's hugging the TV, bro. I'm not kidding. He's hugging.
I just saw that. I'm on a delay, and I just saw that, and it's great. It's great.
Show that.
He's
Show
like
it.
he's like thumbs upping the TV and like waving at it. Oh, it's wonderful. I love this guy.
The Steelers could have taken J.K. Dobbins and then gotten Antonio Gandy Golden right here.
AGG.
But no.
They better not get AGG. I like him. Who did New England take?
We don't know yet.
Oh. I see the pick is in.
It's been in for like 5
And
minutes.
they're showing Jacob Eason, Jake Fromm, Prince Tega, Juan Noga, AGG, Harrison Bryant, Curtis Weaver, McFarland, Alex Taylor, Akeem Davis. That's about it. That's about it. Now they're showing Bill Belichick. Whose dining room is, dude, Bill Belichick. What you see all these guys like like in their house. You see Cliff Kingsbury, who's got the view. You see Bill Belichick at his dining room, checkered dining room table, just sitting there like it's like 1990. Like it just that's him. Like he's oh man. That's
Patriots
so
took
Bill
the
Belichick.
second tight end of the night, Dalton Keene out of Virginia Tech.
Wow, between
Who is it?
Dalton Keene.
Keen.
That's who the Patriots selected?
I'm
Correct.
not even going to laugh at it because this is going to be Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez.
They traded up for 2 tight ends?
Yep,
Yeah.
Dude,
But
they're
neither
tanking.
of them do I know?
they are. They're tanking for one of those quarterbacks.
They are
Trevor or
tanking.
Justin Fields.
Tank for Trevor. That's what it's going to be. Tank for Trevor.
Dude, they're tanking. Bill Belichick looks like he is ready to go to bed.
At
Um,
checkered dining room table.
He is sleepy, my man. Yeah, that is the look of a man who knows that his dynasty has ended, only to begin again in a year, like a phoenix reborn. You got to catch the whole thing on fire before you can have a phoenix rise,
Mhm.
and that is what will happen
well,
with the New England Patriots when they take Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields.
look at that draft. Kyle Duggar, Josh Uche, Anthony Jennings, Devin, I don't even know, and Dalton Keene. That's New England's draft so far. There they are. Oh, Belichick's rubbing his forehead like, God damn it. I can't believe we're tanking.
Dude, when are we going to see Belichick cuss somebody out? Like, he's fuming right now.
Well, I don't know if he has Brady's new number. So, I don't know.
I've never even heard of this dude. Wow, that's sad. We're already at the point where I haven't even heard of these dudes. And we're not even 100. We're 102 picks in.
The Steelers pick is in, though.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we took a linebacker,
A linebacker.
What?
What's
an
his name?
outside linebacker, Alex Highsmith out of Charlotte.
I actually like Alex Highsmith. That's not a bad pick. That was a guy that they thought could be a second rounder, but he came from a small school, so they didn't know.
So they
Physical presence.
drafted him to take over for Bud Dupree next year
Mm,
and add depth this year. I mean,
I feel so bad for Brian. He was a walk-on at Charlotte. Like, if you, I'm sorry, if you don't get a scholarship from Charlotte, like that's rough, dude. That's brutal. Like I could have gotten a scholarship at Charlotte. I played 1 year, but at Charlotte, Superflex, dude. What do you think? Is this a good pick?
Oh, I don't know. It's boring. Wrong side of the ball.
That's where I'm at. I can't talk about this all the time. You got to help out, man.
Pick another wide receiver tight end hybrid.
Yeah. Jake Fromm would have been a pick here for Pittsburgh.
I'm surprised there haven't been more quarterbacks today. There was only one, right? Which usually the second round, usually you don't see very many quarterbacks. That's this is 4 in the last 5 years in the quarterbacks drafted in the second round.
Wow. Okay.
But usually it's there's a run of them obviously in the first round, and then a run of them in the third round. But this year, I mean, we just got nothing. We got the one in the second round, and that was it. And this is a quarterback-centric podcast. What are we supposed to do with this?
At least Jalen Hurts got a nice landing spot.
So rude.
Philadelphia, where
get out of here, James.
And that's what. What we
Don't do that.
When we saw Nick Foles as a backup win a Super Bowl there. Wait, you're going to tell me that's a bad spot?
Yes. He's not going to get on the field.
He will 7 games out of the year when Carson Wentz is hurt. It's pretty good.
You're ridiculous.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Davion Taylor, Colorado boy. Finally, a defensive player that I care about for a second.
Sweet. Well, the Rams pick is in. I don't know what they're going to do, but a receiver is not out of the realm of possibility for them after dealing with Brandon Cooks, right?
Right.
And they already took. Man, I feel like the running back that goes to the Rams is fantastic. Akers there. Oh, I love that landing spot.
I don't like that one, man. I don't like that.
I know. You shared that. I think it's fantastic. Maybe not short term, but long term, I like it a lot. I think come next season, that guy Cam Akers is going to be the number 1 running back there.
I don't know, man.
I don't have much faith in Malcolm Brown or Darrell Henderson. I don't think the Rams did either last year. So it's just, they didn't use Darrell Henderson as a top guy.
Yeah.
Malcolm Brown was the primary backup, so I don't know. I don't know. The Rams are on the clock. Sean McVay is looking at his laptop with his legs crossed, and he's pointing. And Wes Snead looks like his hands are in his crotchal region. So the pick is in. I don't know who did it, but I don't know if Wes Snead has a magical crotch that can make picks, or if somehow. And it's a safety, so we'll continue on. My goodness, can someone take a fantasy relevant player? How long has it been? Who was the last guy who went that was a fantasy relevant tight end, receiver, running back, or quarterback?
That tied into New England a few minutes ago.
Yeah, but I mean fantasy relevant.
Dalton Keene.
I guess.
Fantasy relevant. I mean, Josiah DeGuara.
No, fantasy relevant.
Then Darrington Evans.
That
Tennessee.
Was that. I'll give you that.
That's a good landing spot. Tennessee for a running back. That's a good spot.
Yeah, Dalvin Cook on a tag. I'll give you that. That is a good landing spot.
Yeah, Derrick Henry. But yeah. I mean, he's there for one more year.
Derrick Henry on a tag is.
Yeah.
There's not a long-term investment at running back there. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's no guarantees that Darrington Evans ever really comes close, but that's the other thing when you're the number 2 on a depth chart at running back. I mean, you're going to see you're going to get a chance to at least to show what you can do. You're going to get a chance to. Whoa, Robbie.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Yes.
Listen, I've got nothing going on tonight, and I'm like, if I don't know if I have much analysis left for the rest of the draft, but I'm down to chat with you fellas.
You're good, right? Nice. You're fifth, so welcome in, and Yeah, I guess we're on the Saints pick now. The Rams just made their pick. What does anyone know? Who did the Rams take?
Oh.
Looks like Terrell Burgess, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was it.
Safety.
Or nothing.
It's is he a safety or a corner?
Boring.
So we've got
Looks like safety.
2 more picks.
Can someone pick me up when an offensive player goes? My goodness.
Right now, James, the Saints just took Adam Troutman, tight end from Dayton.
Hey, there's a good one.
And that is a good one because that's
Good landing spot too.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you have Jared Cook who's like 90, and then you have Josh Hill who has been fantasy irrelevant. So yeah, really, really nice pick there. That's it's a guy who I'd consider, and I wouldn't consider many tight ends in this class, but nice landing spot for him. Very interesting. Does anyone else have any thoughts on Troutman out of Dayton?
I don't know. Best tight end left on the board.
Yeah, I felt like he was. I really liked him as a small school guy. Obviously, I think he's going to be similar to like a Dallas Goedert, but maybe without. I don't know if he's quite the yards after the catch guy that Goddard is, but I definitely feel like from a pass catching talent, coming from a small school, I mean, he did dominate at Dayton. So you like to see, basically domination at the small school level from NFL prospects. And Troutman definitely did that as a tight end. So he's got good size. I think he's going to translate pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. He's got good hands. He has good speed. He's a nice tight end. The main thing, like you pointed out, Ethan, is he's a small school guy. So how does he translate to the NFL when he's he's going against premium defenders, and that's going to be the key for him. But New Orleans really, I mean, Jared Goff is their main guy, and Jared Cook rather is their main guy, and Jared Cook is up there in age. So I mean, there's not a lot between Aaron Troutman and some substantial playing time, especially if it can be with Drew Brees in Sean Payton offense. That's nice.
One more pick, and it's the Ravens. So they're just going to pull some kind of magic.
Of course. It has to end with the freaking Ravens.
Just one last reminder.
One last stab into the heart.
It's going to be a great pick, yeah. And as a Browns fan,
here's the most devastating pick for them to take right here. Who would really crush my hopes and dreams?
Yeah, who has fallen the most at this point? Like, man, oh man, it's brutal. It's brutal.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. Pretty much all my top guys have gone. I'm not seeing anybody I really love. Has Curtis Weaver been off the board yet?
Not that I can.
Doesn't sound familiar.
He's an edge rusher out of Boise State. I think he had something ridiculous like 14 or 15 sacks a game for like not a game. Not a game. I'm too tired for this. He was averaging like 2 to 3. I think he was averaging like 3 tackles for loss a game before he got hurt last year. Something wild. Yeah, he had 11 sacks as a true freshman, 9.5 last year, and then 13.5. But that was with a foot injury like midway through the year. So a freak. So he'll probably go here just to ruin my hopes and dreams.
Baltimore just went O-line. Tyree Phillips, Mississippi State. So they got another guy to help protect Lamar.
Huh. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'm
not to shove that out the window, Ethan.
That is not exciting, and I am tired. So I'm leaving. I love you all. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. Have a good.
We'll talk to you later, guys.
Later, dude. Man, I don't know if we need to go all the way through the third round every year.
It's pretty rough, eh?
It gets a
Wasn't
little
great.
boring. It's like I don't know any of these guys. It's just I don't know.
I think the Pats double tight end stack there might have been the weirdest thing to watch out of all of that. And
Yeah, and to not even take like big name guys.
yeah.
All
Crazy.
right, guys. I'm gonna head out. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much, and you guys have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow for our Superflex mock draft after the draft is over. And that should be a blast because man, have values changed since before this draft happened. So, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Guys, have a good night.
Have a good night, James.
Brian, take care. John, you
too.
as well. Robbie.
Sweet. I might bounce too. Robbie, thanks for jumping in so many times. Man, that was fun.
Yeah, no, hey, I had nothing going on, guys, so it's cool that you're doing this, and it gave me something to do, and take away the misery a little bit and focus on the rest of the draft and you guys. So. Yeah, I'll bounce too, but yeah, just keep on keeping on. You guys have been awesome, and I've loved the show for years, and it's been getting better and better. So.
Nice.
Thanks, man.
Keep it going, and I'll keep listening. So
Appreciate that. Thank you.
all right, yeah, no worries, guys. You have a good night, eh?
You too.
Yeah, you too, Robbie.
Thanks a lot.
See ya.
I'll do a quick sign out actually. Stay sexy and super flexy.
Later.